Yann was the most powerful mage in the Empire, so OP that even the Emperor feared his growing strength. The Emperor himself poisoned Yann, hoping to get rid of him for good, but our hero had one last trick, a dagger. Imbued with forbidden time magic, Yann used this final chance to rewind time. Gathering his last strength, he completed the spell, and everything plunged into darkness. Moments ago, he was a dying mage. Now, he's just a street kid, though still holding the power and knowledge of an 8th circle mage. He quickly stands and touches his chest, but there's no sign of the dagger, and he doesn't even feel pain. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle voice calls out, asking if he's okay. It's Yann's mom, Vanessa. Seeing her, Yann's eyes widen in shock, unsure how to respond, since his mom has been dead for years. Quickly, he grabs her hand, the hand he hasn't held in years, to check if this is the afterlife or if the spell really worked. Looking around, he tries to make sense of it all. There are kids lined up for the exam, and castle soldiers managing the crowd. He scans the area. The realization hits hard. He spots the Ivory Tower flag fluttering nearby. He looks at his small hands. Finally sure he's gone back 30 years. A memory flashes himself standing with a man, holding his staff during the mana test. It's a trial all kids in the Green River Empire face at age 12, a mandatory process to identify and cultivate exceptional mages. First, they're tested for mana brain, the factor behind magic manifestation. Then, they're checked for mana heart, which governs mana production, circulation, and storage. Any kid with both traits is instantly accepted into the Magic Academy and gains noble status after graduation. Yann never expected to travel 30 years back in time. He thinks of his dagger engraved with dragon script. He spent his life searching for it, along with time, magic, and activated the spell just before dying. Ragnar was Yann's closest friend. Yann did a lot to help Ragnar over the years, but out of loyalty, he also killed thousands for him. In the end, Ragnar thanked him by taking his life. Yann can't let that happen again. To stop it, he must regain all the power and authority he once held as an 8th circle mage. With that in mind, Yann promises his mom he'll be back soon. He approaches a knight, introduces himself, and is immediately recognized as Vanessa's son. The knight lets him pass. Yann then enters the waiting room. Marco, a mage, sits exhausted in his chair. He sighs, looking at Captain Aaron, wondering how many kids he still has to test. Captain Aaron replies there's half a day's worth of kids left. As Yann enters the waiting room, Marco's tired expression turns into a warm smile. He sends a wave of mana toward Yann's head, warning he might feel a bit dizzy. When Yann hesitates, Marco tells him he's detected a mana brain and will also need to check for a mana heart. Yann, however, surprises the mage by saying he has something to show him. Confused, Marco lets him proceed. Yann takes a deep breath, and in moments, a fire orb appears in one hand, his gaze focused. Yann combines the fire spell with a water spell. Marco's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees Yann effortlessly cast 2 opposing spells at once. After showing off, Yann casually mentions he's been able to do this for a while. The captain and knights present are stunned. Marco, still skeptical, asks if someone taught him. Yann says no one did. Suspicious, Marco presses again, using his interrogation magic, which checks a person's biological reactions, like heart rate, to detect lies. Marco warns that if Yann lies, he could be accused of treason. Despite the threat, Yann stays calm and assures Marco that he would never lie to a noble mage like him. Marco chuckles and uses his magic, revealing that Yann is telling the truth. This only piques Marco's curiosity even more, leaving him wondering what kind of kid Yann really is. Suddenly, a woman's scream rips through the air. Yann's heart races as he looks outside the inn, only to be stunned by the scene before him. His mother is being dragged roughly by the same knight who had let Yann in. Vanessa pleads, visibly terrified, while the knight, cruelly trying to justify his actions, claims she was loitering where she shouldn't be, calling her just a peasant. The knights, including Captain Aaron and Marco, rush outside to investigate. The knight keeps lying, but Diane's fury ignites upon hearing his words. Just as she's about to act, Marco gently taps her shoulder, calming her down. Marco steps forward and addresses the group. He explains that this kid just proved he has both the brain and heart of mana, meaning he and his parents will hold the same status as the nobles of their empire. Insulting a noble or a mage is like challenging the authority of the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower. The knight's actions, therefore, amount to treason punishable by execution. The knight immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Yann, however, turns to his mother and says the apologies are for her, not him. He kneels before the knight, warning him that he'll always be watching him closely. Later, Yann thanks Marco for stepping in. Marco, with a knowing look, orders Captain Aaron to make sure Yann and his mother are well protected. For now, Aaron leads them to an inn where the knights are staying. As they leave, Marco watches them walk away, his thoughts heavy. He realizes Yann is far more talented and smart than any kid he's met. He's sure the Ivory Tower and the Imperial family will be shocked by the news of such a mage. That same night, the same knight who'd mistreated Vanessa was walking down the street, still full of arrogance. He felt no shame, especially when openly calling Yann's mother just a peasant, but he didn't know a cloaked figure was following him closely, listening to every word he muttered. It was none other than Yann. With focused thought, Yann cast his paralysis spell, freezing the knight in place. Yann then faced him, calmly reminding him that he'd be watching closely. The knight's breath quickened, fear starting to take hold. Yann added coldly how the knight had been humiliated by the son of a mere peasant. He then made up a story, claiming the knight got drunk and drowned. As soon as the words left Yann's lips, he pushed the knight off the bridge, sending him tumbling into the raging waters below. Yann stood there, watching him drown, reflecting on how the knight's fate had unfolded. He couldn't help but wonder about his own past, how he'd spent years studying dragon magic to turn back time, both to fix his mistakes, but now, he realized such a thing was impossible. To protect what mattered to him, Yann swore he'd do whatever it took. He looked at the knight struggling in the water and muttered to himself. He'd despise him if necessary, but forgiveness wasn't on the table. It was the same feeling Ragnar had shared with him after poisoning Yann. At that moment, Yann finally began to understand why Ragnar said those words. Back at the inn, Yann sat, hand on his aching head. He hadn't realized using so much mana was draining him. His attention then turned to his mother, peacefully sleeping beside him. He knew what the future held in his past life. When he became a first-class mage, his mother died of illness that same year. All Yann wanted now was a long, healthy life with her. In his previous life, he lost everything, but this time, he swore it wouldn't happen again. The next morning, inside the royal palace, the emperor, Terry sought advice from Master Herbert. Leon Herbert explained that mana was a natural energy, and once someone learned to control it, they were considered a mage. The methods to stimulate the mana brain and the techniques to manifest magic were usually taught by the academy's instructors. That's how most mages learned their art. However, he had heard that a boy named Yann had learned to control mana on his own, without a teacher. Herbert explained further, saying Yann had even cast first-class magic, just like the primal mage, an ancient mage who mastered magic when no other mages existed. Terry listened carefully, curious but skeptical, thinking Yann might be bluffing. But Herbert reassured him, saying the tales of the primal mage weren't just myths. If this boy really had such abilities, he could be dangerously talented. Herbert felt he needed to see Yann for himself to confirm if the rumors were true. As their talk ended, Terry summoned Aiden Green River, the young master heir. Aiden approached and politely asked why he was called. Terry reminded him it had been 5 years since Aiden left the Imperial Palace. Back then, he went out to inspect the famine's severity, but now it was time for another journey. Terry explained he was giving Aiden command of the 2nd Imperial Order Knights, 300 soldiers and 3 third-class mages. His mission was to go to Morian and bring back the boy named Yann. Aiden hesitated, but after Terry suggested helping someone else, Aiden nervously accepted the task. Later, Herbert, eager to start, also asked for permission to leave. He had to begin venturing, now, because if he didn't persuade the right people soon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to. Select 3 mages to accompany the young master. Terry laughed and gave him the go-ahead. As Herbert left the room, a young slave approached him and asked if he was returning to the tower. Herbert's expression darkened, and he revealed he had somewhere else to go first. The next day, Yann waited, fully aware that the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower must be on the move now. A flashback of Marco crossed his mind. Since Marco had declared Yann a mage right after the exam, it seemed very likely he immediately reported Yann's abilities, which were far superior. But no matter who was involved, whether the Emperor, the Tower Master, or even a third party, he knew one thing for sure. This time, he wouldn't be a disposable pawn. Moments later, an announcement rang out, outside Yann's house, calling Yann Page to present himself to receive an order directly from His Majesty the Emperor. Yann jumped at the sudden proclamation. When he looked out the window, he saw Marco standing with his subordinates. Marco, noticing Yann, smiled and got straight to the point. He explained that His Majesty had sent an imperial decree for Yann. Then Marco ordered Yann to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand on his chest. Yann followed the instructions without hesitation, though he couldn't help but feel something familiar about the gesture. Marco, ignoring his own strange feeling of recognition, held out a hand holding a crystal sphere. A command appeared inside, sent directly by the Emperor himself. The Emperor approved Yann's talent and named him a mage of the Empire. The decree granted Yann permission to have his name engraved in the Hall of Mages in the Ivory Tower. Terry, the Emperor, also informed Yann that his son was born. He would accompany him to the palace. The Emperor wished Yann a safe and pleasant journey with his son. As the decree ended, Yann slowly stood, understanding the Emperor's intentions were perfectly clear. One of the knights, Arnold, approached Marco with a request to escort Yann to Lord Mogrian's castle. Marco politely granted permission, and shortly after, Arnold stepped forward. He knelt slightly, announcing he had the honor of serving Yann during his stay in Mogrian. The journey continued, and they finally arrived at the Mogrian Empire, reaching Marcus Mogrian, the Lord of Mogrian Castle. As the carriage stopped, Marcus immediately warned Yann and Margaret to treat the residents of the castle with the utmost respect. Majestically, they gathered outside, watching eagerly. Yann stepped down from the carriage, helping his mom down beside him. As they approached, Marcus greeted them warmly. 15 days passed, and rumors began to spread among the servants. They claimed to have seen the young bro in the training hall, where he supposedly launched fire from his hands. He hadn't left the hall for 15 days straight. Inside the training room, Yann stayed focused on his training. He cast another spell, staring at the frozen ground beneath him, but it still wasn't enough. He was well aware his body was still too young, and that he had to compensate for his limited mana. Just as his mind started to wander, the major domo rushed in, out of breath and panicked. Urgently, he begged Yann for help, revealing that Lord Mogrian had gone goblin hunting the day before, and hadn't returned since. They had searched for hours, but there was still no sign of him. Yann found the situation strange. It wasn't yet time for Marcus to die. In his past life, Lord Mogrian had been assassinated by one of Green River's enemies just before the First Unification War, a war that wouldn't happen for years. His son, Lavi Mogrian, fled when the war broke out and was executed after it ended. Given the current circumstances, Yann called on the butler, Marco, who was far more experienced than him. However, the butler informed Yann that Marco had other duties and wasn't currently at Mogrian. Yann was now uncertain. Maybe his return had actually changed something, since the image assigned to specific domains, who rarely left their posts, made him suspicious. Yann knew the advantage he held. He knew what would happen in the future, but if Lord Mogrian's premature death changed the course of events, he could lose that edge. His thoughts swirled as he considered the situation, but the major domo's desperate plea for help snapped him back to reality. He knew he couldn't let such an event happen. He agreed to help, determined not to let this change the future he had forced himself to protect. Vanessa was filled with worry after hearing Yann was heading to the mountains with the search team. Yann reassured her, promising he'd be back soon. Meanwhile, Margaret rushed to him, tears in her eyes. She begged Yann to find her brother and father, offering anything in return. As Yann listened, his gaze landed on the ring she wore, and he could feel the mana radiating from it. Curious, Yann asked Margaret if she'd lend him the ring, explaining it would be crucial for his search. Without hesitation, she handed it over, and Yann slipped it quickly onto his finger. The moment he did, he felt a familiarity, just like in his past life. The ring was the Mogrian ring, a Baron's artifact known to boost the mana of its wearer. It seemed Lord Mogrian had given it to his daughter instead of his chosen successor. With the ring now in his possession, the group pressed on with their search, delving deeper into the forest. One of the knights pointed to where they had lost track of the missing people. Blood was splattered on the ground, and Yann asked if they had found any bodies. The knights said there were none and feared the monsters had taken them away. Yann examined the scene carefully. Dozens of goblins had been killed, indicating there were probably hundreds more who attacked the group. He realized there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, Yann raised his hand and summoned a wolf spirit. A circle of magic formed in the air, releasing a flow of energy. The knights watched in awe as a howl echoed in the distance. Suddenly, a wolf pup materialized before them. Yann hadn't expected the wolf to be so small, but given his current mana, it was the best he could do. He ordered the wolf to follow the scent of blood, and instructed the knights to follow it. Despite their hesitation, they obeyed as they ventured deeper into the forest. Marcus kept pushing back the goblins with his staff. His head was injured, and blood streamed down his face. Surrounded by goblins, he knew they were about to be overwhelmed. With few options, Marcus ordered Lavi to return to the castle and warn everyone. He told him to report that they had taken Mount Mogrilant and were all in great danger. Just as Levi was about to leave, his body trembled with fear. His eyes widened as he spotted a goblin, leaping through the air, ready to attack Marcus from behind. In a panicked voice, Levi tried to warn his father, but before he could react, a heavy thud echoed through the air. Yann and his subordinates arrived just in time. With a swift motion, Yann cast his Frost Nova spell, freezing the goblin in place and stopping the attack. The departure got closer to Marcus, and the last thing he saw was Yann's face before everything went black. 2 days later, Marcus slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. Lying in bed, the fog in his mind made focusing difficult, but he could hear the faint sound of his daughter crying nearby. As his senses started to return, he sat up, still trying to make sense of what was happening. Seeing him awake, Margaret rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she explained that Kian had saved both him and Levi. She sobbed, relieved but worried, sharing that Marcus's father and brother had been hospitalized for 2 days. At that moment, Ogar burst into the room, his face full of relief, thanking God that Lord Magrian had finally woken up. Marcus, still weak, asked about the other knights and his sons. His voice tinged with concern. Ogar's expression darkened as he explained they had lost 12 men, including Sister Rathan. Hearing this, Marcus's heart tightened, and he immediately asked to speak to Yann in person. Later, in the training hall, Yann heard a familiar voice call his name. It was Ogar, coming to inform him that Lord Magrian had awakened. Ogar believed Marcus had something important to discuss with Yann, and out of curiosity, Yann decided to leave his training session. Heading to his office, he ran into Marcus and Levi by chance. Yann greeted them with a warm smile, asking how they were doing. Filled with gratitude, Levi warmly thanked him for saving them both. Marcus also expressed his sincere thanks on behalf of everyone. He then pointed to a box on a nearby table, explaining that after some thought, he believed this might be a way to thank Yann for everything. Without hesitation, Yann opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside was the same mana ring he had once lent to Margaret. Marcus, a bit embarrassed, admitted that Margaret had told him all about it. He had thought it was just an old family heirloom, but now he asked Yann if it held a special power and if it could be useful to him. Yann nodded thoughtfully, revealing the ring amplified the mana of whoever wore it, a crucial tool for clearing mountains. Satisfied with the answer, Marcus handed the ring to Yann, saying it should serve as a symbol of his gratitude. Intrigued by the word symbol, Yann asked Marcus to explain further. Marcus, in a solemn tone, explained that the ring would symbolize a vow to Yann. From that moment on, Yann would be an honored guest of the Magrian house, and if Yann ever needed their help, they would be at his service. He swore, on the northernmost stream of the Emerald River, that he and his descendants would honor this vow as long as Yann's lineage continued. With that, Levi and Marcus bowed slightly in respect. Later, as Yann and the knights crossed the forest toward Lloyd Village, Yann's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he'd had earlier with Marcus. He asked if there were any alchemists who could make elixirs, and Marcus mentioned an alchemist named Reteo. Yann had never heard of Reteo in his past life, but he hoped this alchemist could help him craft an elixir to make up for his lack of mana. Lost in thought, Kian's attention was suddenly drawn to the sight of Lloyd Village in the distance. The whole village was engulfed in flames, a horrifying sight that chilled him to the bone. Suddenly drawn to the sight of Lloyd Village in the distance, the entire village was on fire, a horrific scene that froze him in terror. As the knights approached, they realized bandits had attacked the village. Not only were the houses burned down, but the villagers were being mercilessly slaughtered. A bandit wielding an axe, clearly the boss, shouted orders to his men, urging them to hurry and capture the children, taking whatever they could. The bandits grabbed a young boy named Douglas. When his father tried to intervene, he was thrown to the ground. The bandit boss, seeing the boy disobey, decided to make an example of his father. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and approached the man lying on the ground, ready to kill him. He promised the boy's father that Douglas would be sold for a good price elsewhere. As the boss prepared to deliver the fatal blow, Douglas screamed in terror, desperate to reach his father. And just then, something happened that left him speechless, a scream of horror dying in his throat. Suddenly, an ice spike pierced through the bandit boss's body, killing him instantly. The remaining bandits screamed in terror, completely baffled by the source of the ice, but once they realized where it came from, panic set in and they fled for their lives. However, Yann wasn't about to let them escape that easily. With a flick of his wrist, he sent tight ice spikes crashing down on the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape the cold, and one by one, they all met their end. Yann's eyes shifted to the ring on his finger, his thoughts briefly interrupted by the sight. The ring was doing its job. Thanks to it, his mana now rivaled that of a third-class mage. The fire was out, and the people visibly relieved. Yet Yann's mind lingered on a darker thought. He felt deeply saddened by the tragedy that had unfolded here. Just then, Captain Arnold spotted him and approached. Yann asked if any soldiers had been hurt, to which Arnold let out a relieved sigh. They were all unharmed. Yann allowed himself a small sense of satisfaction for that. But his relief was short-lived. His thoughts returned to the man he had come for, wondering if he had survived. Before he could think further, a voice called out for Rato. It was the name of the man Yann was looking for, Douglas's father. Rato had been knocked out by the bandits, and was now in critical condition. Douglas stood by his side, crying and calling his father's name. Yann rushed over, gently reassuring Douglas that he would check on Rato. Examining him, Yann immediately sensed something was wrong. Rato's skin had turned unnaturally pale, his hair stark white. The signs pointed to one thing: mana poisoning. It was clear Rato couldn't have injected the mana himself, meaning a mage with ill intent had done this to him. His condition was critical, and Yann knew time was running out. Without wasting a second, Yann placed 2 fingers on Rato's forehead, focusing his mana into him. The process was delicate, but it worked instantly. The man's breathing stabilized, and color returned to his skin. As Yann was about to step back, Douglas grabbed his cape to stop him. He demanded to know how his father was doing. Yann didn't sugarcoat it. He told Douglas that Rato would be okay for now, but the mana he'd given him wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the mana residue would build up again, and Rato would have to make a choice: either keep receiving mana injections for the rest of his life or die. The truth hit Douglas hard. Tears welled up in his eyes as he sobbed uncontrollably. He swore to find the Endenor flower to heal his dad. Yann's mind lit up as he remembered the name of one of Green River's brightest alchemists, Douglas Iman, the Imperial alchemist. In his past life, Douglas had looked down on and doubted mages. Now it all made sense. Yann pieced together the situation: the greatest alchemist in history. Maybe not making him an ally was the right call, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray Yann later. Together like puzzle pieces. Before he could figure out more, Yann turned to Douglas. It was clear the boy would do something reckless if left alone. Yann used his magic to put Douglas to sleep, gently knocking him out. Once Douglas was resting, Yann carried him to a nearby tree, and carefully laid him down. Watching the boy closely, Yann felt a strange sensation. Douglas looked exactly like he did in his past life, though this time without hostile Laura. Even though he knew Douglas was behind the poison Yann had taken, Yann couldn't bring himself to just end his life now. This boy would become the greatest alchemist in history. Maybe not making him an ally was the right call, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray. Yann couldn't bring himself to just end his life now. This kid was going to become the greatest alchemist in history. Maybe not making him an ally was the right call, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray Yann at some point. Before Yann could fully think through his next move, Arnold appeared, joining him. He had seen Yann run off and wanted to make sure he was okay. Arnold's gaze shifted to the unconscious boy lying against the tree. Yann sighed and explained. When Rato noticed Douglas's cold behavior, he tried talking to him, telling him Barton said a mage had come to their village to save them. On top of that, he also said Douglas almost got himself into trouble, unable to face his father. He explained, tired, that he was just trying to find the flower. When Rato noticed Douglas's cold behavior, he tried to talk to him, telling him Barton said a mage had come to their village to save them. On top of that, he said Douglas almost got himself in trouble, unable to face his father. He explained, tired, night had fallen, and when Rato woke up, he immediately sat beside Douglas's bed, asking if he was asleep. Without even moving, Douglas let him know he wasn't. When Rato noticed Douglas's cold behavior, he tried to talk to him, telling him that Barton said a mage had come to their village to save them. On top of that, he also said Douglas almost got himself into trouble, unable to face his father. He explained, tired, Douglas now even doubted its existence. Suddenly, outside Rato's house, a voice interrupted, assuring them it did exist. Rato and Douglas were stunned by the sudden voice. Scared, Rato called out to the door to confirm who it was. None other than Yann. He had come back, admitting he'd heard them searching for the Endier flower. Hearing this, Rato finally opened the door. He was surprised to see a young boy visiting their home. Yann greeted them and asked permission to come in. Entering and dropping his coat, Douglas now even doubts his own existence. Suddenly, outside Rato's house, a voice spoke up, assuring them it was real. Rato and Douglas were stunned by the sudden voice. Scared, Rato called out to the door to confirm who it was. It was none other than Yann. He had returned, admitting that he had overheard them searching for endier flowers. Hearing this, Rateau finally opened the door. He was surprised to see a young boy visiting their home. Yann greeted them and asked for permission to enter. As he entered, lowering his coat, Douglas was shocked to see the mage from before, though Rateau had no idea. Yann introduced himself, placing a crystal on a nearby table. Rateau examined the crystal, realizing it was the endior flower. Yann promised to give him the flower, only if he answered his question without hesitation. He began questioning him, without waiting for Rateau's answer. How did Rateau know what this herb could do? Only a few people know the medicinal uses of this flower. Rateau hesitated a bit but revealed he had read about it in a guide. Rateau showed Yann this guide, explaining that his father had passed down this herbal medicine guide to him. Flipping through a few pages, Rateau showed Yann a page. The book contained notes on the endier flower, describing how it restores mana balance and only grows in the northern part of the continent. It has 12 petals, all dark purple, and the blue leaves and stem are toxic. The plant wilts as soon as it's uprooted. Out of curiosity, after reading this, Yann asked Rateau if his father had studied alchemy too, to see if it was a family thing, meaning the guide was a family heirloom. Yann reminded him that if he knows this flower can neutralize mana, then he must also understand what that implies. A tribute with a mana heart and mana brain can be used as a deadly poison. Hearing this, he understood where Yann was going with this, but he assured Yann that the alchemists in his family would never make a potion to harm anyone. He swore on Amon's name. As those words sank in, Yann glanced at Douglas and thanked Rateau for his answer. Apologizing, he picked up the crystalline flower and began removing the ice magic, allowing the flower to regain its original form. But he couldn't save it either. The best he could do was prevent it from wilting by freezing it. Seeing this, Rateau suspected he was tricking them, but Yann clarified that he was just trying to show he could help find the endure flower. At any rate, in that case, they had to make a deal. Yann would regularly inject mana into his body so he wouldn't die from mana poisoning. He also offered to help with his search and for the endure so Rateau could use it for medicine. In return, he wanted Rateau to come to the capital with him. Yann was smart enough to offer this because he could find the poison archives that Ragnar and Douglas had used in his past life. Hearing this favor, Rateau didn't understand why he wanted to return to the capital. So, to explain further, he clarified that he wanted Rateau to make mana potions that could restore a mage's mana and create medicine for his fragile mother. Before Yann could interrupt, Rateau apologized but suggested Yann partner with a more renowned alchemist. After all, he was the Empire's mage. However, Yann admitted he was looking for someone to stay with him and make custom potions. He reminded Rateau that his son had rushed into the dangerous forest without hesitation to find the herb that would cure his illness. So, for his safety and well-being, Yann hoped Rateau would make the right choice. Rateau was now aware this kid wasn't an ordinary mage and asked for some time. Yann gave him some time and watched Rateau talk to his son, promising himself that in this life, Douglas wouldn't lose his father. He also wouldn't become a slave, and above all, Yann would never let him fall into Ragnar's hands. Meanwhile, outside Rateau's house, Captain Arnold approached Yann, informing him that preparations for their trip back to the castle were complete. Receiving this info, Yann glanced at Rateau's house, sighing, sadly, assuming Rateau still hadn't made a decision, and decided to head back. Unexpectedly, Rateau's door creaked open. Rateau and his son stepped out carrying their bags. Meanwhile, Douglas was surprised to see a mage waiting for them outside their house. Immediately, Yann approached them to confirm if he had made a decision. Rateau scratched his head, admitting he really had no choice since he had a disease to beat, so he hoped Yann would keep his promise. Yann reassured him, but they were both interrupted when Douglas asked Yann if he can really cure his father's illness. Yann's promise fills Douglas with excitement, and he eagerly seeks permission to call him Captain. This confuses Yann, but he allows it, though an image of an older Douglas comes to mind, making him a bit uneasy, wondering if that's how Douglas was as a kid. Suddenly, a horse gallops toward where he stands. A knight quickly informs Yann that his immediate presence is needed at Lord Mogrian's castle. Not knowing the issue, Yann demands to know why. The knight urgently explains that the crown prince has crossed the Gamus River. It's confusing. They only got the message this morning, so why weren't they informed sooner? Yann then asks the knight to lend him the horse. Using his taming art, he orders the horse to take him to Mogrian's castle. The horse immediately obeys and kneels. Sitting on the horse, Yann guides Arnold to escort Rake to the castle. Although Rake and Arnold watch the horse's behavior in amazement. Flashback 2 days earlier, when Prince Aiden's escort had just crossed the Gamus River inside the carriage. Prince Aiden glances out the window, his mind wandering with thoughts. He recalls the conversation he had with his father Terry before this trip. Terry called Aiden to his office. He wanted to tell him something before he left. He heard that Master Herbert had been seeing the fifth prince quite often lately. Many nobles tend to follow the Ivory Tower's lead, so, whoever the master of the tower sides with, will gain the support of his nobles. And now, Herbert has clearly indicated he supports the fifth prince. Moreover, Ragnar, the fifth prince, is a very smart kid. Terry is sure Ragnar will use the master of the tower to make many people his allies. That's why Aiden must do everything to make Yann swear loyalty to him. Darling insists his son make Yann his ally and build a base before the Ivory Tower intervenes. Aiden feels the pressure. He's troubled by the task ahead. Mage or not, he's still just a kid. He wonders what Yann could even be good for. There are dozens of mages in the Ivory Tower, yet none stand by Aiden's side. Years later, Aiden calls their daughter Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles widely, running toward them and calling Yann dad. Rage fills his eyes, thinking how dare he support the fifth prince instead of him. He's the crown prince. He silently vows that the day he becomes emperor, he'll get rid of all his traitors. While Aiden was lost in thought, the captain of the Imperial Knights' Second Order, Oliver Raywood, called from outside, admitting it was a bit late, but suggesting they inform the Mogrian Order of their position. Aiden seemed uninterested, reminding him they'd already discussed it. Oliver politely advised they'd need time to prepare for Aiden's arrival and begged him to be more understanding. Curious, he asked Oliver if his family was one of Mogrian's vassals and how long it would take to reach Mogrian. Oliver confirmed his family served as vassals and informed him they had 2 days left. That said, Aiden thought, and was sure 2 days would be enough, allowing him to inform them of his arrival. He smiled, looking down on them, wanting to see how those who call themselves the North's Guardians and the Empire's Shield prepared to welcome as a member of the Imperial family on such short notice. Although Oliver didn't really like Aiden's attitude, obviously he couldn't do much about it and obeyed his order. As soon as the news of His Highness's arrival reached Mogrian Castle, Marcus was thrown into a frenzy of activity. He was both worried and exhausted, having received not a single word, which led him to believe the prince would arrive later than expected. Spotting Ogar, he urgently asked if the other families had already arrived. Ogar quickly reported that all families were present except the McFarlane house and the Raywood house. He then asked where Yann was. Ogar hesitated, then shook his head in denial. Marcus sighed wearily, fully aware the situation was spiraling into chaos. Moments later, a knight announced the arrival of the crown prince. As Prince Aiden was about to enter the castle, a noble asked Marcus where Yann was. Just then, the sound of horse hooves grew louder in the distance. Yann appeared, out of breath and exhausted, nearly collapsing on his horse's saddle. He immediately apologized for being late. Marcus rushed to help Yann down from the horse, assuring him everything was fine and that he'd arrived just in time. The noble stood in shock, staring at the young mage who could barely keep his balance. Marcus put an arm around Yann's shoulders and explained that it was customary for those who received an imperial order to take the place of honor and stand at the front. Finishing his words, Yann and Marcus faced Aiden. It had been a long time since Yann had seen Prince Aiden, and the 3 mages accompanying him stood nearby. One of them, Cecilia, smiled at Yann, and he returned the smile, even though he knew full well she was a spy for the Coldwood Empire. Later that evening, a grand banquet was held at the castle to honor Prince Hayden's arrival. Oliver advised Hayden to avoid drinking too much, but Hayden coldly retorted that wine was the only thing that actually tasted good here. He hated the banquet as much as he disliked Yann. He urged Marcus to come back soon and get some rest. Meanwhile, Cecilia, holding a glass of wine, wasn't focused on drinking. She couldn't understand why the Coldwood Empire would care about someone like Yann. Recently, she had received 2 orders from the Empire. First, to determine if the rumors about Yann Page were true, and second, if so, she was to bring Yann and his mother back alive to Coldwood immediately. So, Cecilia went searching for Yann, and eventually found him alone outside the training grounds at Marcus's castle. To test his abilities, she silently approached him and launched countless sharp magical projectiles at him. The spells hit the ground, but Yann remained unharmed. Cecilia froze in place, stunned. Yann turned to her, demanding to know who she was. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, asking if he couldn't guess, then introduced herself as a Lord Mage of the Ivory Tower. She added that her attack was just a greeting, and mocked him for having such a temper. Before she could say more, Yann's expression darkened and he called her by her full name, Cecilia Coldwalker. Cecilia jumped, confused by the mention of her full name, unable to understand how he knew it. Yann smiled, revealing he knew exactly who she was. In his past life, It was his duty to track down and eliminate all Coldwalkers hidden within the Empire. He challenged her to name her other comrades. She urged him to stop, but Yann stepped forward, naming several spies. Johann, the stable master on Molière Avenue. Robin, the Imperial secretary. Ario, from the border defense squats, 9th Infantry, and Isabel, the head housekeeper of the Imperial villa. He then challenged her to guess what these people had in common, though they both already knew the answer. Cecilia narrowed her eyes, conjured a fireball in her hand, and threw it at Yann. The fireball exploded on impact, but to Cecilia's surprise, the flames were extinguished by an unknown force. Yann's suspicions were confirmed. Cecilia was indeed a Coldwalker. Before she could react, Yann calmly explained he had come here because he predicted she would be looking for him. No sooner had he said this than dozens of ice shards shot towards Cecilia. Her eyes widened in horror as he closed in. Yann Page moved his hand, casting an ice spear spell, forcing Cecilia to retreat quickly. She summoned a mana barrier in front of her to protect herself. She could feel the pressure rising, sweat beginning to bead on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. Yann curled his fingers, conjured a pyro-explosion orb, then threw it directly at her. Cecilia realized that she couldn't move with her mana barrier up, and the overwhelming force of the explosion meant she was probably going to die. The barrier started cracking under the intensity of the pyro-explosion. Frozen shards from the attack sliced her skin. Panic set in as she tried to flee, only to be knocked off balance by the massive blast. Lying on the ground, she reassured herself that she was still alive. She thought since Yann had drained his mana, with the pyroblast, he must be exhausted. She also realized help would arrive soon, but there was no solid proof that the Alliance was a spy. The others wouldn't suspect her, especially not because of a kid like Yann. As long as she healed first, she could deal with him later, and the Ivory Tower magicians would trust her too. Yann approached with a smirk, revealing his plan. He intended to make a name for himself by accusing her. Cecilia responded with a smile, asking if he really thought it would work. Yann's grin widened, confirming her suspicions. He then added that he had evidence neither she nor the Coldwalkers knew about. Annoyed, Cecilia demanded to know what he was talking about. At that moment, Captain Oliver Raywood arrived. Flanked by others, he asked what had happened. 2 men rushed to Cecilia, one kneeling to check her wounds. Yann casually admitted it was him who did it. Captain Oliver Raywood was now trying to understand the situation. He asked Yann to explain. Yann claimed he saw Cecilia talking to someone wearing a mask, then without warning, she tried to kill him. Filled with anger, Cecilia shouted at Yann, demanding to know what he was saying. Unfazed, Yann informed her that it was because of that encounter he attacked her in self-defense. Captain Oliver Raywood, unconvinced, asked Yann if that was really the reason for his actions. Yann nodded, reaffirming it was a matter of survival. Raywood then asked Yann to prove his claim. Yann explained he saw Cecilia and the masked figure search their bodies and mark them. Raywood immediately ordered his guards to search Cecilia. Panic gripped Cecilia as the men accompanying her stepped forward to intervene. One protested, reminding Captain Raywood that Cecilia was a magician of the Ivory Tower, and questioned the need to search her body. Raywood drew his sword, holding it up as a warning to the men. He declared that Crown Prince Aiden Green River was present, and that everything that happened was witnessed in his presence. Whether the Ivory Tower magicians were involved or not, they all had a duty to uncover the truth. The protesting man raised his hands in surrender, begging Captain Raywood to let them heal Cecilia first, before continuing the investigation. Raywood, without hesitation, turned away, stating healing could come after the exam. His female guards then took over, examining Cecilia's body once. After the exam, Captain Raywood asked his female guards if they found anything suspicious on Cecilia. The guards reported there was nothing unusual. The 2 men accompanying Cecilia, still agitated, shouted at Captain Raywood, demanding to know how he could suspect her. They insisted she needed immediate treatment. Raywood, however, turned to Yann and asked if he was lying. Yann shook his head, denying the accusation. Then with a smirk, he approached Cecilia, apologizing, and placed his glowing fingers on the back of her neck. The group watched in shock as a mana jump mark appeared on Cecilia's neck. Furious, Cecilia shot Yann a deadly glare, demanding to know what he had done. Yann smiled again, revealing he was curious about what she was doing with the masked figure. Now, it seemed, they had pinpointed that exact mark. Yann's mind briefly drifted to the past, recalling how the Coldwalkers were sent to training schools with such marks, unaware of them. Only their managers were informed. Yann himself only discovered the truth after a year of questioning a manager. Back to the present, Captain Raywood, turning to the group, asked, if anyone knew what the mark meant. A man replied that it was the first time he had seen it. Captain Raywood asked the same question to Yann, and Yann admitted it was also the first time he had seen such a mark. However, Captain Raywood didn't let the uncertainty of its meaning discourage him. He recognized that the mark itself was still a form of proof. He ordered Cecilia to be treated as a priority, and promised he would question her afterward. He ordered his men to prepare a mana prison, and they nodded in agreement. Turning to Yann, Captain Raywood added that if everything turned out true, the Emperor would reward him. Sitting on the couch, the Prince Heir Aiden Green River asked Captain Oliver Raywood to confirm if a kid like Yann had really defeated a third-class magician from the Ivory Tower. Oliver Raywood confirmed. Surprised by the news, Aiden laughed, saying he never expected a kid to have such skill. He then asked Oliver what he thought of Yann. Captain Oliver Raywood replied that, according to the magician's scent, it seemed true. Yann's behavior and speech were far beyond that of a typical kid, intriguing Aiden Green River. Yann's behavior and speech were far beyond that of a typical kid, intriguing Aiden Green River. He told Oliver he thought he should meet Yann and talk to him personally before drawing conclusions. He then ordered Oliver to bring Yann to him. After a while, Yann stood before Crown Prince Aiden Green River. He bowed respectfully and asked why he had been summoned. Aiden rose from the couch, looking at Yann. He explained that from what he had heard, one of the magicians sent by the Ivory Tower was actually a Coldwood spy. She was quite a skilled magician. Aiden congratulated Yann, telling him he believed his feat in capturing Cecilia was significant. Flattered, Yann responded humbly. Aiden continued, saying he wanted to reward Yann for his efforts and asked what Yann desired. Yann realized Aiden was trying to probe his true wishes with that question. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should share them. Finally, he decided to be open. Yann looked up at Crown Prince Aiden Green River and said that, if possible, he would like to visit the site of the old Ivory Tower on the way to the Imperial castle. Aiden raised an eyebrow, asking why Yann would want to go there since there wasn't much to see. Yann replied he had only heard stories about the place, and had always wanted to see it for himself. Aiden assumed Yann just wanted to visit a historic site, dismissing it as a childish desire. He thought to himself that Yann was still just a kid. After a moment, he agreed, saying he would take Yann there. Yann smiled inwardly, realizing he could get what he wanted, much sooner than expected. He recalled the old Ivory Tower site and the object hidden deep beneath it from his past life, the dragon language book, which had been crucial for research on time magic. He remembered finding it a few years before his death, only managing to understand a small part of it. Yann wondered how much more he could understand in this life. Later, on the way to the old Ivory Tower site, Lady Page looked out the carriage window excitedly before turning to Yann, and saying it was her first time venturing this far. Yann smiled and nodded. Ratio, sitting nearby, told Lady Page that once they reached the capital, he would act as their guide, revealing that despite his appearance, he had lived in the capital for a long time, making a living through alchemy. Lady Page smiled and thanked him. Yann looked at Ratio confused, not fully understanding his intentions. Just then, Vice Captain Paul, the second Imperial Knight, knocked on the carriage window to inform Yann they had arrived. He told them they would stay for 2 days, per the orders of young Master Aiden Green River, and that they were free to explore the area during that time. Paul then invited everyone to follow him as he would guide them to their lodging. As he passed through the village, the villagers warmly greeted young Master Aiden Green River. A learned man declared it an honor to have Aiden visit such a humble village, saying it would be remembered for tens of thousands of generations. Aiden chuckled lightly, downplaying the honor, saying it was no big deal. Yann watched Aiden closely, and realized the young master treated ordinary citizens with genuine kindness. He recalled that in his past life, Aiden always wore a dark, hostile expression, especially when Ragnar was by his side. Now, Yann saw Aiden smile and understood that Aiden reserved his cold expressions only for those outside the nobility. He began to see why the Emperor favored the first prince. As they walked, Douglas called out to Yann, asking when they would visit the old Ivory Tower. Yann asked why he was so curious. Douglas explained he wanted to visit too. After a brief pause, Yann decided he would explore the underground areas at dawn. He told Douglas they'd go together tomorrow, when they had time. Douglas, visibly excited, warmly thanked Yann. Watching the two talk, Ratio noticed how much Douglas seemed to like Yann. He turned to Lady Page and asked if Yann had always been so mature, since he found it hard to believe Yann was only 12. Lady Page replied that Yann had matured much faster than most kids, because he was naturally caring and kind, just like his dad. She added that although Kian never said it, she knew he was trying to fill the void left by his father's absence, and she felt sorry for him. Ratio nodded. understanding that Kian was a lot like his father. He then asked Lady Page if her husband had been a magician too. She shook her head and explained that Fran, her husband, wasn't a magician but an ordinary man. She went on to tell Ratio that Fran disappeared before Yann was born, after leaving for work one day. His belongings were sent back home 5 years later, but Fran himself never returned. Lady Page started to say something about Yann but stopped abruptly, brushing it off with a wave. Yann walked through the yellow grass, his mind drifting back to his past life, a journey carried by the wind and the path of the stars. It had seemed like an endless road after the Unification War, far from the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. At first, he wondered if his entry into the Ivory Tower back then was just a coincidence, but he quickly realized it wasn't mere chance. Something had guided him to this fate. Looking at the familiar castle before him, the same one he'd seen in his past life, he noticed it still looked the same, unchanged by the years. He recalled the Great War that took place 300 years ago between the magicians of the Ivory Tower and the Dragon Riders, descendants of dragons. The army of gargoyles and the dark magic of the Draconians had been powerful enough to annihilate the Empire, but it was Imperial Prince Mitchell Green River, a magician from Oran, who led the other magicians to victory, defeating the Draconians and eradicating the gargoyles, thus preserving the Empire's peace. After the war, Mitchell Green River, who had led them to victory, refused the Emperor's throne and instead became the owner of the tower, building a new tower in the capital, Green River Diem. Yann now understood how this place had become a ruin, abandoned by people over time. Approaching a certain spot, Yann wondered if this was the place. He placed his fingers on the stone, and as soon as they made contact, they began to glow. Suddenly, a staircase appeared before him. Slowly, he descended while summoning a light spell in his palm. The light illuminated the head of a gargoyle statue. Yann's gaze fixed on the statue as he remembered the shock he felt when he first saw it. Then, without warning, the gargoyle broke free from its stone form with a deafening roar, growling as it stared at Yann. Yann gritted his teeth, stunned that a gargoyle supposedly extinct for 300 years was hiding here. The gargoyle roared again and lunged at him. Instinctively, Yann formed a ball of ice and hurled it at the creature. The ice struck the gargoyle hard, sending it crashing into the wall. Yann realized that in his past life, he could have easily killed the gargoyle, but now, in his current state, he had to put in more effort. The gargoyle growled as it jumped at Yann again. Without hesitation, Yann cast an ice spear spell. Seeing shards of ice slam into the gargoyle's body, he then raised his fingers, summoning a powerful lightning spell. The explosion of electricity finally finished off the gargoyle. Yann stood over the lifeless body, whispering to himself that he had dealt with the gargoyle and was now waiting for the passage to magically appear. The ground before him shifted, revealing a hidden path. Yann lowered his eyes and smiled, recognizing it as the same passage from his past life. He picked up his coat, dropped it, wrapped it around his shoulders, and moved forward cautiously. Soon, he arrived at a table where a book written in Draconic lay. Smiling, he thought he had found it much earlier than expected. Approaching the book, he wondered if it had been hidden here by a dragon, or if it was the work of the first mage. He reached out to take it, remembering how mysterious the dragon language had been. Even in his past life, he hadn't fully understood it. If only I could understand it now, he thought, but when he opened the book, he was shocked to find it empty. Confused, he wondered what had happened, but then, he realized it might be because he had already used the book in his previous life. Yann closed the book, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He longed to reread the dragon language, to decipher the secrets it held. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his lips. Realizing this, Yann stared at the book and understood that the dragon language wasn't spoken with just the voice. It was a magical language that drew its power from mana. At that moment, Yann realized that without the dragon language, which had now vanished, he could no longer use time magic. Without it, he couldn't go back to the past. A heavy sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes, disappointed. He had hoped to have the ability to rewind time indefinitely, but now he understood how dangerous that could have been. If he hadn't discovered this limitation, his second life had just become much harder to navigate. The carriage rolled through the bustling city streets, approaching the horizon. Yann was informed they would soon reach the capital of Green River Dame. He glanced out the window, realizing they were finally entering the capital and that he had to stay alert. He couldn't help but think that if Cecilia escaped and met another Cold Walker, the Coldwood Empire, it would start watching him more closely. He knew Cecilia would undoubtedly talk about him, causing complications in many ways. His thoughts shifted when a group of mages blocked their path. Captain Oliver Raywood dismounted his horse and demanded to know under whose authority they were detaining Crown Prince Aiden, Green River. The lead mage replied it was by order of Emperor Terry Green River. He explained that an order had been issued transferring all authority over Cecilia and related matters to the Ivory Tower. Oliver retorted that the mage must have been in a hurry to receive the order even before the spy arrived. The mage smiled, closed his eyes, and said urgent matters must be handled quickly. He then informed Oliver that the Ivory Tower would take full responsibility from now on. Oliver clenched his jaw and insisted the mage hand over the prisoner to the tower's chief. The mage stared at him, saying Cecilia was not yet a prisoner because the truth was still unknown. He reminded Oliver that Cecilia was still a mage of the Ivory Tower and warned him to choose his words carefully. Oliver gritted his teeth and turned away. Meanwhile, the other guards murmured angrily, complaining about how the magician stepped in to take Cecilia, even though they were the ones who risked everything to capture her. One guard growled that it was unfair and he wouldn't accept it, even if it was an order from the Emperor. Yann understood their frustration. He knew the magicians weren't trying to protect Cecilia. They just didn't want the knights interrogating one of their own. He realized they planned to lock her up in the deepest, most secure part, the Ivory Tower prison, and settle things behind closed doors. Even if Cecilia was a spy for Coldwood, there was no way she'd escape that prison. Lady Page looked out the carriage window, curious about what was happening. Yann reassured her not to worry, but as his thoughts drifted, a messenger interrupted, informing him that Crown Prince Aiden Green River wished to make a brief stop before heading to the Imperial Palace. When the carriage arrived at a manor, Yann got out and looked up at the building. A wave of recognition hit him. It was the same manor Ragnar had given him, after reaching 5th-class rank in his past life. Aiden Green River asked Yann if he liked it, and explained that this manor was personally granted to him by Emperor Terry Green River. Yann bowed his head in gratitude, replying that he was immensely indebted. Aiden told Yann not to be so formal. Yann recalled that in his past life, he was 26 when he received this manor, but this time he got it 14 years earlier. He responded by complimenting the manor. Aiden then mentioned that for now his family would stay here, but Yann had to accompany him to the Imperial Palace to greet Emperor Terry Green River since they were now in the capital. Yann politely asked Aiden if he could take a moment to visit the manor with his mother first. Aiden granted permission with a smile, and Yann thanked him warmly. Yann toured the manor with his mother, Lady Page. He asked if she liked it, telling her this would be their new home, Lady Page. Stunned, she asked again to confirm if it was really their home. Yann smiled and reassured her. He remembered that in his past life, his mother had already passed away by the time he received this manor. Lady Page looked around in awe, commenting that the place was even more impressive than the Lord's castle. Yann reflected, realizing that no matter how powerful he had become in his past life, he could never bring his mother back from the dead. He said the manor was fit for royalty. Looking around, Yann felt a certain satisfaction. Everything he had wished to do for and with his mother was now within reach. He turned to Lady Page, asking what she thought of the manor, hoping this time he could see her happy, something he never saw in his past life. Lady Page was amazed, noting the grandeur of the place. But her expression then shifted to worry, as she asked how they would manage cleaning such a huge space. Yann sighed and, with a determined smile, promised that from now on, his mother wouldn't have to lift a finger with chores. Later, at the Green River Imperial Palace, Yann prepared to greet Emperor Terry Green River. He nervously adjusted his sleeve, thinking that in his past life, he never had the chance to meet the Emperor in person. By the time he graduated from the academy, the Emperor was already on his deathbed. Yann remembered that Emperor Terry was celebrated for his wisdom and determination, and hoped to learn something from him, if possible. Walking through the palace, Yann glanced out the window of the prince's palace, and noticed 5th Prince Ragnar, the son of a concubine. He wondered what Ragnar was up to right now. Yann knew that although Ragnar resembled the Emperor more than any other prince, he had inherited his father's coldness, rather than his kindness. Yann clenched his fist, thinking of Ragnar as both his old friend and worst enemy. He wondered what approach he should take when he meets Ragnar in this life. As Yann reaches the Golden Gates, a servant informs him that Emperor Terry Green River is waiting inside. Yann enters the room and kneels before Emperor Terry Green River, touching the ground with deep respect. The Emperor orders him to raise his head, calling him the Northern Hero in a warm tone. Terry Green River congratulates Yann on his remarkable achievements in such a short time. Yann bows gratefully, offering his thanks. The Emperor gestures for him to stand, telling him not to be so formal. Noting that Yann probably hasn't learned proper manners, Yann stands up, recalling that the Emperor's words reflect something Ragnar once told him, that he shouldn't try so hard, because he hadn't learned manners. Terry Green River observes he's come a long way and asks Yann glances at Crown Prince Aiden Green River. He waves with a smile. Yann silently wonders why Aiden is here with the Emperor. He smiles at the Emperor, eyes closed, and replies that the manor is so grand he never could have imagined it. The Emperor, unsatisfied, asks again if he likes it or not. Yann answers affirmatively, adding that his mother is happy about it too. The Emperor, in many ways, preferred straightforward talk. Yann considers being honest but decides not to, remembering he's only 12 and should act like a kid. Yann politely replies that it's because he's a bit more talented than others and, according to rumors, his magic is superior to most. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, asking if Yann really thinks he's the only one who believes he's more talented. Hearing this, Hayden Green River looks at the Emperor and holds back. Questioning a kid like that, Terry Green River turns his gaze to Hayden, noting it's the first time he's seen his son protect someone. Understanding it's wise to back Hayden, the Emperor shifts his attention back to Yann and confirms he indeed summoned him here because of his talent. The Emperor continues, mentioning that even knights and magicians have praised Yann's abilities. He also acknowledges Yann's role in uncovering the spy, and declares that since a citizen of the Empire accomplished such a feat, it's only right he be rewarded. He then asks Yann if there's anything he wishes for. Yann realizes this is the perfect chance to get the Emperor's support, something he's been thinking about for a while. However, he remembers to ask for something suitable for a child, not an adult. He looks up at the Emperor and shyly says he'd like to explore the palace. The Emperor, intrigued, asks what he means by explore. Yann explains he wants to freely roam the palace, showing his mom all the beautiful things inside. Aiden, noticing Yann's curiosity, steps in and tells the Emperor that Yann's real wish is to see the old Ivory Tower. He explains that Yann, like any kid, is full of curiosity, so it'd be best to let him explore. Yann smiles at Aiden's words and the Emperor, amused, agrees to grant Yann's request. He orders a servant to hand Yann a seal. The assistant gives the seal to Yann and the Emperor, explains that as long as Yann is in the palace, he can use it to access almost any area. If Yann needs help, he can show the seal to anyone for guidance. The Emperor then asks if there's anything else Yann desires. Yann holds the seal carefully, thanks the Emperor, and humbly replies that he doesn't know what else he could wish for. The Emperor smiles, clearly pleased, and announces if there was anything else Yann desired. Yann held the seal carefully, thanked the Emperor, and humbly replied that he didn't know what else he could wish for. The Emperor smiled, clearly satisfied, and announced that he would personally reward Yann. He gestured to his servants who opened a large box of gold coins, accompanied by several handmaidens. The Emperor explained that the gold symbolized his reward and that the handmaidens would be sent to Yann's manor to ensure his comfort. Yann looked at the handmaidens and realized his mother no longer had to worry about the housework, a burden he was glad to see lifted from her shoulders. He thanked the Emperor once again and left the throne room. As Yann exits, he wonders if the Emperor is really any different from the others. Instead of warmth, Yann feels a deep suspicion directed at him, a feeling that reminds him of Ragnar. Looking at the seal in his hand, Yann understands the Emperor probably acts this way, with everyone, kind of like Ragnar. He recalls Ragnar's favorite saying, that suspicion is fundamental to ruling and governing. Determined to focus on what really matters, Yann decides not to dwell on the feeling. There's not much time anyway. He approaches a nearby guard and asks where the garden is. The guard eyes him suspiciously, but Yann shows the seal, explaining the Emperor told him to show it to anyone. Seeing the seal, the guard nods and tells him to follow, offering to guide him. Yann decides he'll pretend to explore the palace's famous spots before heading to his real destination. After a while, he reaches the Empire's sanctuary. Looking around, Yann recalls moments from his past life with Ragnar. Ragnar once admitted he loved this place but was never allowed inside, because it was reserved for the Emperor and Empress. Ragnar, just a prince back then, was forbidden entry but swore he'd get in one day. Shaking off the memories, Yann cautiously enters the sanctuary. There, he finds a guard dozing in a chair, taking a moment to make sure he's undisturbed. Yann casts a sleep spell on the guard as a precaution, then uses a light spell to scan the room, his eyes fixed on the first Emperor's coffin. As he approaches the coffin, Yann's eyes widen. He's found it. Yann is picking heartstone mushrooms. When he senses someone nearby, he quickly hides behind a wall. Thinking there are only 3 descendants around, and it can't be Ragnar, he peeks around the corner. He sees a girl talking to a man. She mentions few people aim for this spot, so no sound escapes the room. As a princess, she's responsible for managing the sanctuary. Yann realizes the girl is the younger sister of the first prince, Harry Green River. Kevin asks Harry why she doesn't inform the Ivory Tower. Harry growls, visibly frustrated, reminding him she already knows how dangerous the Ivory Tower can be. She clasps her palms with a smile, assuring him the ancestors will understand her decision, since it's for the good of the Emperor and his senior brother. Kevin smiles, closes his eyes, and says he'll support her till the end. He then asks if she memorized the basic spells he taught her last time. Harry says she did. Kevin asks her to first demonstrate the light spell. She offers to show him the monoflot instead, and a small ball of light appears. Yann raises an eyebrow, surprised to see Princess Harry using magic. Harry complains, asking Kevin why her light ball is so small. Kevin smiles and reassures her, saying it's simply because she only recently started practicing magic. Watching them, Yann remembers Harry Green River from his past life. He recalls how she lived her whole life like a bird in a cage when Ragnar rose to power and the senior prince was executed. She followed her brother and quietly ended her own life. Yann looks at Harry wondering why she hides the fact that she's also a magician. He knows that in the Green River Empire, hiding magical potential is considered a sin. The same rule applies to private magic education outside the Ivory Tower or Academy. Yann is sure the magician is aware of this. Princess Harry Green River asks Kevin to teach her attack magic next time, something like a volcano. Kevin apologizes, saying he can't even use that spell himself. Harry laughs, teasing her, and says she was joking. Suddenly, Harry turns around, confused, saying she heard a noise. Kevin tells her to wrap it up for today, noting it'd be bad if someone saw them. She smiles, reassuring him that only royalty can enter here. Yann leaves the sanctuary and watches from outside, realizing he uncovered a lot of surprising things today. He concludes that the reason Harry Green River risks sin by hiding her magic from the Ivory Tower is probably because she distrusts the tower backing Ragnar. Yann decides it's time to leave since he's already spent quite a bit of time there. He heads for the exit and a guard asks if he's explored enough. Yann replies he's satisfied, thinking he's explored more than enough. Yann reaches his manor and goes inside. He looks around and asks where his mom and the others are. Rato informs Yann that Lady Page is talking with servants sent from the Imperial Palace, while Douglas is touring the manor. Yann thinks that's sick, and asks Mr. Rato if they can talk for a moment. Rato looks at him confused, but agrees to talk. Yann tells Mr. Rato he needs him to make a secret potion for him. Mr. Rato asks what kind of potion Yann has in mind. Yann shows him the stoneheart mushrooms, explaining they're toxic, paralyze the body, and stop the heart. Mr. Rato asks Yann if he wants him to prepare a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom. He admits a poison potion might be possible, but a secret potion would be tough. Yann asks Mr. Rato if he's heard of interrogation magic. Mr. Rato says he has. Yann explains he needs a secret potion to protect himself from that magic and asks if it's possible. Mr. Rato says he should experiment first, unless it's urgent. Yann replies it's urgent. Just as he's about to discuss more, there's a knock at the door and a maid enters with a letter. She tells Yann the Ivory Tower sent a message. Yann takes the letter from the Ivory Tower and starts reading. He realizes they're summoning him because, as royalty, they can't wait to meet him. Though it'd be proper to wait for the official Academy enrollment day, it'd be hard to teach a magician. So talented alongside beginners, the letter says they want him to come in a week. Yann turns to Mr. Rato and asks if that'll be tough. Mr. Rato reassures him it won't be a problem. In a week, though they'll have to sacrifice his sleep, Yann apologizes for the trouble. He says he'll entrust him with the task. A week passed and Yann sat in the moving carriage, holding the medicine bottle Rato made with stoneheart mushrooms. He believed drinking it would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. Looking out the window, he realized he was back where he'd left everything behind and walked away. He talked to himself, almost unbelieving he was back. Arriving at the Ivory Tower, someone told Yann they'd reached their destination. A girl with glasses approached him, greeted him, and offered to guide him to the owner. She led him to the first floor, explaining it was the entrance hall. Looking around, Yann realized the place was exactly as before. The girl with glasses pointed to a golden plate and asked if he saw it. Yann confirmed he did, and she explained. The golden plate was called the Mana Elevator, a device that let people travel between the tower's floors. She added that golden plates were reserved for high-level magicians, letting them reach at the highest floors directly. She asked Yann to step on the plate, mentioning high-level magicians were waiting for him on the top floor, in the owner's room. After saying goodbye, the Mana Elevator started lifting Yann up. Once the elevator reached the top floor, Yann stood before a door. When it opened, he entered the room and saw the owner. The owner greeted him, expressing his gratitude for accepting the invitation to the tower. Yann looked around, seeing the other high-level magicians, feeling confused. The owner noticed his unease and reassured him by inviting him to sit down. The owner acknowledged that Yann might be surprised but assured him there was no reason to be afraid. It was a standard requirement for all magicians joining the tower. Yann sat down, sensing an underlying tension in the room, as if they were waiting to see how he would react. A glowing text appeared above the owner's hand. The owner began explaining that, although they knew a lot about Yann's talents, he was impressive even without considering them. He mentioned they had some suspicions about Yann and needed to clear them up. Yann listened carefully, asking if they intended to torture him. The owner laughed and clarified that barbaric methods weren't used in the tower. He just wanted me to ask him a few questions, and he was supposed to answer. The owner started reading the glowing text, detailing the background: Diane, his birth year, his zodiac sign, his father front page, a traveling explorer, and his mother Vanessa Page, who had once been a servant at the castle. He then asked Yann if any of this information was incorrect. Yann confirmed everything was true. A bald man then asked about Yann's relationship with the alchemist Rateau. Yann explained that his mother had been very weak, and he had sought an alchemist to provide medicine. The Lord had recommended Rateau. A woman with short hair then asked why Yann had really come to the Ivory Tower. Yann explained he had read about it in books, and had always wanted to see it for himself. Another man asked if Yann remembered Cecilia. Yann confirmed he did. The man then demanded Yann swear he had seen Cecilia communicating with someone wearing a mask, and that when Cecilia was caught, she had tried to kill him. Yann swore it was true, adding that he really thought he was going to die. A gray-haired woman then asked Yann to swear no one had taught him magic. Yann swore no one had ever taught him magic. However, the woman insisted, further, asking how Yann knew so many spells like Fireball, Spirit Summon, and Frost Nova. She demanded a plausible explanation, not just some random excuse. Yann replied he had simply imagined magic, starting with fire in his palm, and one day, it became real. To prove it, he conjured a fireball in his palm. A man in the room shouted in disbelief, wondering how such a thing was possible. The room buzzed with whispers and speculation about Yann's claim. The owner of the Ivory Tower, seeing that even the tower's most powerful interrogation magic and hadn't disproved Yann's story, began considering other possibilities. He wondered if Yann could be the reincarnation of the legendary first magician. Another possibility was that Yann possessed a magical ability so high that interrogation magic simply couldn't affect him. The owner studied Yann with growing curiosity, realizing it didn't make sense for such a young kid to have so much mana. He wondered what Yann's true intentions were. Just then, a girl named HeLene stepped forward, eyes blazing with fury. She approached Yann with a hostile attitude, growling at the others to stop wasting time with useless questions. She demanded they ask the real question, shooting a dark glare at Yann. The others tried to intervene, urging HeLene to calm down. They reminded her that the owner and others were there to question Yann, but HeLene ignored them all. Her focus was solely on Yann, and, with an intense look, she demanded to know what he really was. HeLene wanted Yann to tell them what he truly was, wondering why he was spouting nonsense. Yann, silently watching her, recalled that before arriving, she had been the youngest fourth-class magician, known for her aggressive nature, which earned her the nickname Fire Lady. He asked if she didn't already know that. HeLene, even angrier, demanded to know what he was talking about. Yann pointed to the glowing text, and calmly explained that it clearly stated he was born in 488, and that his zodiac sign was a red goat. He asked if she hadn't read it. HeLene, fists clenched in rage, shouted at Yann, furious that he dared speak to her that way. The owner, watching the tension rise, ordered them to stop. He declared it was enough and turned his attention to Yann, saying he had one last question. The owner mentioned hearing about an accident during Manadian's reaction test. He referred to soldier Jonathan, who had disrespected Yann and his mom, and was found dead the next day, with faint traces of mana on him. The owner asked if Yann was connected to Jonathan's death. Yann immediately realized the tower owner wasn't in his position without reason. The owner's approach was methodical, always considering a third option, instead of relying solely on magic. Yann understood a normal person would panic and fear such an accusation, but staying calm would only raise more suspicion. He wondered if he should end the drug's effect now, or just tell them what they wanted to hear, since the owner said it was the last question. Yann looked at the owner and replied that he knew nothing about Jonathan's death. Everyone in the room looked at him suspiciously. The owner asked again, insisting on knowing if Yann really had no connection to it. Yann confirmed his innocence. The tower owner closed his eyes, apparently satisfied, and said he always knew Yann couldn't be responsible for Jonathan's death. He thanked Yann for his honest answer to such a tough question. Then the owner revealed the whole story about mana traces on Jonathan's body was fabricated. in reality, unfazed, commented that he'd like to wrap things up and grab something to eat but still had business to handle. He asked Yann to be understanding, explaining that since Yann's talents had never been seen before, even in the tower, he had to consider his current limits and growth potential. The tower owner then showed Yann a device, explaining it was a mana battery, realizing he had sent it. She entered arrogantly, greeting him and calling him an arrogant kid. HeLene placed her hand on her hip and called Yann an arrogant kid again, thinking it had been a while since they last met. Yann looked at her and wondered, an essential component powering most of the tower, the battery currently held very little mana. That's why it looked empty. As more mana was added, its color would change to blue. The owner then asked Yann to add mana to it. Yann, confused, asked if he had to add all his mana. The owner confirmed, stating that since they were trying to assess Yann's limits, he was supposed to give it all. Yann stood up and walked to the mana battery, thinking about its capacity. He figured it could hold an amount of mana equivalent to a third-class master, but decided adding an amount similar to a second-class master would be the best move. So, Yann pressed his head against the mana battery. He recalled that if he showed the expected amount of mana, he could avoid suspicion and be placed in a decent class. But then a thought crossed his mind. He wondered why he was doing this. He remembered, he was just an 8th-class magician, not a philosopher or someone who'd make history. Yet, he knew magic was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could count on. Yann kept adding mana, was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could rely on. Yann continued adding mana into the battery, more vigorously than before, remembering he had always lived strategically, calculating every move. He could give up power, authority, and glory, but magic was all that mattered. He poured everything he had into the mana battery, pushing his power beyond all expectations. Suddenly, the mana battery shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming mana Yann had channeled. Everyone, including the tower's owner, watched in shock at the broken device. Yann, panting, stood there, his energy far surpassing that of a third-class master. HeLene, in disbelief, picked up a broken piece of the mana battery, knowing it was only designed to hold the mana of a third-class master. She looked at Yann, her mind racing, unable to understand how a kid like him could outclass even a third-class master. As reality sank in, Yann, still breathless, slowly stepped away from the scene. The sun gently touched the tower's balcony. One of the magicians slammed his fist on the table in frustration, declaring that all the rumors about Yann were true. Not only was he a 4th-class magician, which meant he was on their level, except for the owner, he added, that Diane's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was the unmistakable behavior of someone lying. The magician, raising his voice, demanded to know what everyone thought this meant. He argued that before Diane became an even bigger threat, they had to act fast and take her down. He proposed canceling Diane's graduation from the academy and her 5 years of service, urging them to tame her immediately. The tower's owner crossed his arms, acknowledging it would be a tough task but agreeing that keeping Diane at the academy would be a waste. She was too dangerous for the other students. The owner raised the question of how the newcomers and young magicians would feel having a 4th-class magician as a classmate. He believed Diane either killed Jonathan or played a role in preventing his death. Although he didn't see it as a major issue, he noted the real concern was that, despite the success of interrogation magic, they could never be sure Diane's lies wouldn't fool them. The owner emphasized that their top priority was the tower's reputation. The stronger the magicians they held, the higher the tower's prestige. He suggested that instead of eliminating Yann, they should accept him as the 12th Oran magician and officially announce the arrival of a 4th-class magician. However, considering Yann's talent and age, it would be better for him to receive specialized training from an Oran magician. Everyone nodded in agreement with the tower's owner, smiling, satisfied with the consensus. He asked who would take charge of Yann's education. One of the magicians raised his hand, volunteering to take responsibility. Outside the Ivory Tower, Yann looked at her, surprised to be recognized as a high-level magician so quickly. A girl, wearing glasses, she caught his attention. Yann looked at her and realized they had met again. She told him she had heard the news. Yann was a 4th-class magician. Yann smiled and confirmed it was true. The girl congratulated him, impressed. She mentioned that a high-level magician of his caliber was only 12 years old and added that all the rumors she'd heard about him seemed to be true. Yann gave an awkward smile and asked what kind of rumors were going around about him. She replied that he'd probably already heard them, then informed him that she had been appointed his support magician for the year. Yann smiled and said he was under her care, then added that she could feel free to speak more casually since she was his senior. The girl, keeping a formal attitude, agreed that as his senior, she would take responsibility for guiding him through the Ivory Tower. Yann thanked her, and she began leading him inside. The girl showed Yann the Ivory Tower's magic academy and explained that he was supposed to enroll today, but instead, he would receive special training from the high-level magicians. Yann quickly realized they were just trying to turn him into a loyal dog under the guise of special training. He sighed, already expecting this from Herbert. Walking, Yann glanced at his old academy friends. He remembered being there with them, but they had all been killed by a Coldwood spy during the First Unification War. They never thought they'd see each other again. Yann smiled softly at the memory, thinking that although it might be tough to become best bros again, they should go say hi soon. The girl led Yann to a door and explained it was her personal lab. She mentioned she'd heard he'd use it, so she cleaned it with magic. Entering, Yann realized it was the same room from his past life. The girl looked at him with a smile and explained that when the tower was built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-level magicians, but now less than half remained. So many rooms stayed unused. She told him the tower's owner wanted him to use this room for his personal needs. Then she asked him to wait as she went to fetch the magician in charge of him. As she left and closed the door, Yann touched the furniture and thought about how much time had passed since he'd entered this room. He realized he'd gotten this room 7 years earlier than in his past life. Thanks to his new status as a high-level magician, Yann understood he had to build a new force within the Ivory Tower. He had 6 years before Ragnar made his move. Under the tower owner's protection, Yann knew he'd need a powerful force to counter Ragnar, who'd be backed by Herbert. Yann realized power in the tower was based on loyalty to the owner, so if he surpassed the owner's rank, there'd come a time when he could take full control of the tower. For now, Yann decided it was better to act like a well-behaved kid. He knew he couldn't even reach 5th class in his current form. Suddenly, Yann sensed someone in the room. He turned to see HeLene enter, smiling, realizing he had sent her. She entered with an arrogant air, greeting him and calling him an arrogant brat. HeLene placed her hand on her hip and called Yann an arrogant brat again, thinking it had been a while since they last saw each other. Yann looked at her and wondered if she was the one who took care of the broken battery. HeLene smiled and said she could see that arrogance was just an understatement for him. She approached Diane and declared that he'd probably heard about manners, the tower's history, magic theory, and everything he should learn at the academy. HeLene informed him that the owner wanted to teach him inside the tower because he didn't want the other kids to lose confidence if a monster like Yann joined them. Yann kept listening silently, and HeLene grabbed books from the shelf and threw them, asking what good any of that would do. She said boring stuff like that wasn't her strength, and that old hags could teach it better than her. HeLene leaned closer to Diane and asked if he'd defeated Cecilia. She said she had high hopes for Cecilia because Cecilia had a solid reputation in magical combat, but she turned out to be a spy. HeLene looked at Yann and said he managed to beat Cecilia. She told him that since she was his teacher, she wanted to teach him something. HeLene explained there are different types of magicians. One trained for combat, one trained to support others, and one who spends their whole life studying spells, while the rest are just leftovers. HeLene looked at Yann and asked what he thought, what type of magician she was. Yann replied he thought she was the first. She turned properly with a proud smile and confirmed it, saying she bet no one could beat her in that field. HeLene told Yann she was different from other magicians who only cared about the elegance of a high-class magician. She declared she'd teach him her method and ordered him to follow her, stating he had no right to refuse. Yann followed HeLene to the garden, where she looked at Yann and asked if he understood what he had to do here. HeLene asked Yann to come to her and make him want to teach it. Yann realizes she's no different from his past life. Yann remembers that even back then, she messed it up by challenging him. He decides this time, he won't let HeLene start and cuts her off. The kids watch them and whisper that it's a pretty risky challenge for Yann to fight HeLene. HeLene glances at the kids with a smirk and says there seem to be enough spectators. She places her hand on her hip and asks Yann to start, declaring she'll wait since she's his teacher. Yann takes off his autumn coat and asks HeLene if she's sure. She smirks, asking who's worried about who. Yann smiles and closes his eyes, saying he won't hesitate. Then, looking at the blue smoke behind Yann, HeLene asks if he plans to set up a barrier first, since it looks like he's seen some things. Helene's side also starts filling with red smoke. She smiles and claims that whatever barrier it is, she'll break it in an instant. Suddenly, Yann sees huge fireballs behind HeLene, and immediately uses his ice block spell, fully protecting himself inside the ice block. Shocked, HeLene yells at Yann, asking if he's joking with her. She touches the ice block and says the best he could come up with is an ice block. HeLene asks if he plans to sleep there until he's cooked, but while active, the user falls asleep, so he can't use other magic. HeLene sighs in frustration, saying she doesn't know what Yann's thinking, and that she was stupid to have hopes for this. Suddenly, everyone hears a breaking sound. The kids wonder what kind of noise that was. HeLene looks at the ice block in disbelief when she sees Yann staring out from inside. She wonders how Yann can still move inside the ice block. HeLene starts to approach him but suddenly stops and looks at the vines growing in front of her. She curses the situation. As HeLene tries to run and dodge the attacks, she quickly realizes her efforts are useless. These hits don't land, and if she doesn't find a solution fast, Yann will reach her. Panic sets in. As she wonders how to get him out of the ice block, it's almost impossible to fight while he casts spells from inside and moves at the same time. Unbeknownst to her, Yann quietly approaches from behind and catches her off guard. HeLene's efforts prove useless as he quickly binds her, and she can no longer deny. He's as skilled as the primal mage they'd talked about. Desperate, she demands to be freed, but Yann shows no interest in granting her request. HeLene pales as Yann raises his hand and with a snap of his fingers, the sky above starts rumbling menacingly. Fear overwhelms her, as she realizes what's coming, and she begs him to stop. The sky lights up and a lightning strike hits on Yann's command, leaving everyone around speechless. Somehow, HeLene is still alive. She lets out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Trembling, she watches. Yann turns away, passing through the crowd without paying attention to their muffled whispers. A few days later, the master of the tower learns that HeLene hasn't eaten for several days. He's shocked, finding it shameful she argued with a 1-2-year-old boy, and he's at a loss. Instead of giving her a lesson, it's HeLene who learned one. The master of the tower believes Yann is a wolf, not a dog that can be easily trained, and that it will take time before he can be shaped into something useful. The master of the tower approaches as Douglas prepares for his first day of school. Yann realizes Douglas has the potential to become a great alchemist. Meanwhile, Yann has already mastered everything he learns in his private lessons at the Ivory Tower. Bored, he sets his book aside and stands up, thinking he hasn't had a single day off since returning to the past. Although Ragnar seems calm for now, Yann knows he can't afford to stay idle. He'll have to use this time to strengthen his body and regain his power. But he wonders if it's okay to spend his time like this, lost in his thoughts. Yann is interrupted when the maid brings him an invitation from the royal palace. He wonders who would want to invite him. Yann takes the letter and immediately recognizes the Crown Prince's seal. However, Yann doesn't understand the Crown Prince's intentions. It's an unspoken rule that mages from humble origins like Yann are rarely invited to such events. Moreover, the Crown Prince, who hates parties, actually made an effort to organize one. This passivity is exactly why the Crown Prince missed his chance to engage in politics, causing all the aristocrats to turn their backs on him. Unlike his brother Ragnar, the fifth prince, who was socially active and built strong ties with the nobility, the Crown Prince showed little interest in these matters, making it easier for Ragnar to claim the throne instead. Beyond politics, the Crown Prince was also known for his laziness and tendency to ignore his father's advice. Even though the Emperor was the only one on his side, Yann can't really understand the Crown Prince's actions, but hopes it's for the best. Still, since he's never attended such events, even in his past life, Yann decides it's better to stay quiet and leave as soon as possible. Entering the palace, Yann is stunned by the grandeur of the decorations and the aristocrats mingling around. As expected, he feels incredibly out of place in such a setting. The royal servant announces the Crown Prince's arrival, prompting everyone to bow respectfully. But instead of giving the usual speech, the Crown Prince decides to introduce someone. First, he looks at Yann, and Yann immediately thinks it must be him, but the Crown Prince surprises everyone by welcoming Yann Page as the special guest, the youngest fourth-class mage the Ivory Tower has ever seen. The Crown Prince explains that the party was organized to introduce Yann to the nobles. Yann wonders if this is just the Crown Prince's way of showing the aristocrats whose side he's on. However, that doesn't seem like something the Crown Prince would do, talk about him. But since they don't have much time to chat, she invites him to join her for the next lunch, to hear more of his stories. Yann politely thanks her for the invitation but humbly suggests that these magic and monster tales might be boring. However, HeLene expresses great interest in magic and monsters. Even though it was his father who ordered him to bring Yann to the capital, the Crown Prince now feels proud to have accomplished it. He then gestures toward Yann, leading him to introduce him to someone else. What Yann sees next leaves him completely speechless. The Crown Prince introduces his younger sister, Ellie, to Yann. She mentions she's heard a lot about him, but since they don't have much time to talk, she invites him to join her for the next lunch, talk about himself, but since they don't have much time to chat, she invites him to join her for the next lunch, to hear more of his stories. Yann politely thanks her for the invite but humbly suggests that these stories about magic and monsters might be boring. Though HeLene shows great interest in magic and monsters, she assures Yann she'll send him a letter so he can tell her more. After saying goodbye, she leaves, and Yann can't help but notice how much she seems. Prince fulfilling his duties despite his obvious nervousness. Yann decides it's better to leave now, before drawing more attention to himself. Stepping out onto the balcony, he spots Sister Oliver and compliments her on her uniform. The brief awkward silence makes Yann realize that the balcony might not have been the best place to retreat to. Sister Oliver then starts a conversation, mentioning she heard about Yann's duel with HeLene. Yann realizes the Crown Prince had also mentioned the same thing, that he had heard about Yann's duel with HeLene. Yann realized the Crown Prince had also mentioned the same thing, about his fight with HeLene, and commented on how strange it was that such rumors spread so fast, especially since most of what happens in the Ivory Tower is supposed to be confidential. Oliver replied that a knight wouldn't survive if he didn't know how to gather intel, especially these days. Yann nodded, understanding the weight of the situation. Times like these, he murmured, referring to how a handful of mages have dominated the Empire's military power, leaving knights as mere ornaments with little real influence. Oliver continues, saying he's impressed by Yann not just for becoming the youngest fourth-class mage, but also for defeating HeLene, the Lady of Fire. He adds, it's clear the Crown Prince supports Yann, since everyone knows how much the prince hates these social events. Yet, he went out of his way to organize one for Yann. Worried, Oliver then asks where Yann's loyalty lies. It's widely known that the Ivory Tower mages back the fifth prince, so Oliver wonders if Yann might be aligned with him. Yann dodges the question, saying it's impossible to give a clear answer under these circumstances. However, Oliver, as the Crown Prince's knight, insists on knowing if Yann is an ally or enemy. Oliver, Raywood is a loyal knight who stood by the Crown Prince until his last breath. Trusting that loyalty, Yann decides to be honest with him. He admits he's not sure where he stands yet, but he's certain of one thing. He'll never side with the fifth prince. Oliver looks around to see if anyone overheard their conversation, but Yann reassures him by casting a spell to make sure no one else can hear. Oliver then asks if Yann would be willing to train with him until he makes a decision. Yann refuses, pointing out two reasons. First, he fears Oliver will hunt him down once he learns how to fight a mage, and second, there's nothing to gain from it. Although Oliver can't promise he won't come after Yann later, he offers him a necklace. He explains that the queen gave it to him the day he was appointed the Crown Prince's knight. She told him it was enchanted with a spell that could clear his mind. Yann recognizes the necklace as one of the treasures never recovered, in his past life, its last known owner being the queen. Oliver offers the necklace to Yann, telling him it would be far more useful to Yann than to a knight like himself. He explains that the John of Loss, queen gave it to him as a symbol of his duty to protect the Crown Prince at all costs, and by giving it to Yann, he believes it's the best way to honor her. Sure, she'd understand his choice. Yann accepts the necklace, but at that moment, a sudden explosion grabs their attention. Hearing the blasts erupt around the royal palace, Yann and Oliver rush inside, worried about the Crown Prince's safety. Oliver starts searching. He approaches the Crown Prince and his sister HeLene to check if they're unharmed. After confirming the Crown Prince is fine, Oliver turns to the royal guards to ask about the situation outside. The guards inform him the explosions came from inside the palace, and that the emergency communication network has been activated. All forces are currently investigating the cause. The mention of the emergency network catches attention. Diane, the royal palace's emergency network, connects all night orders, the Imperial Army headquarters, and the Ivory Tower. It's the only system capable of gathering all forces when the palace is in danger. If the emergency network has been activated, it means every Imperial soldier and mage will soon converge on the royal palace. Yann wonders if that's what the explosions were meant to achieve. Struck by a sudden realization, he casts a mana barrier around HeLene and the Crown Prince. He then asks HeLene if she knows how to inject mana to the barrier, explaining her help would be useful. Yann addresses the maids, asking if anyone named Isabel is present. A maid confirms Isabel was assigned to the Queen's castle but wanted to see the party. This confirms Yann's suspicion. It's not Isabel he's after, it's Cecilia. The explosions were just a distraction meant to divert attention while he moves in on her. Especially now that the Ivory Tower's guard is down, Yann doesn't care what happens to Cecilia, but he knows he must stop anyone from learning what she knows about him. Meanwhile, a hooded man approaches the cell where Cecilia is held. He's surprised to find her still alive. Cecilia doesn't recognize him, but the man reveals his identity and expresses his disappointment in her, saying he thought she would be better than this. Pulling back his hood, Cecilia immediately recognizes him and desperately rushes to him, begging to be let out. But Daniel, for it is him, has other plans. Cecilia tells him she said nothing. It was Yann Page who knew everything about the Cold Walkers, and even about the mana engraving, which she herself was unaware of. She adds that Yann also knew about the mana engraving, a secret she didn't even know. Daniel replies that this was info most Cold Walkers didn't know, and it was only revealed by the higher-ups when things went south. He asks if she has anything else to say. Cecilia pleads for her life, insisting she's innocent, begging him to let her go. Daniel opens the cell, and as Cecilia steps out, her eyes widen in shock. When he suddenly stabs her, she collapses to her knees, blood pouring from the wound. He tells her she was locked up, because she didn't know what she was doing, causing quite a bit of chaos. He adds that a third-class mage like her is rare, and there were talks to save her. As Cecilia lies bloodied on the floor, he says his goodbyes until another voice interrupts from behind. Surprised, Daniel quickly turns and throws a dagger at Yann, but Yann easily dodges with a slight tilt of his head. Daniel doesn't recognize Yann at all. As Yann looks down at Cecilia's lifeless body on the floor, he feels no remorse. In his mind, it's one less problem to deal with. Before Daniel can move or respond, Yann freezes his leg with ice, immobilizing him. Yann steps closer and declares he wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands. Daniel tries to bargain for his life, but Yann cuts him off, saying he can finally avenge his friends. Daniel hadn't killed any of Yann's friends, at least not yet, maybe not even in 10 years. The ice keeps spreading over Daniel's body, completely encasing him. Yann calmly announces he's already made his decision to set things right. With a finger tap, the ice shatters and Daniel's cold, lifeless body collapses to the ground. Yann approaches the corpse and examines the mana engravings on the back of Daniel's neck. That should be enough to get the answers he needs. As Yann stands over Daniel's body, he hears footsteps approaching. The master of the tower finds Yann standing over the bodies but has no idea what happened. As Yann and the master face each other, the mana engraving on the back of Daniel's neck begins to glow. Meanwhile, His Majesty the Emperor is furious at the master of the tower for his ignorance of the threats lurking inside the palace. First a servant, now the family secretary, the Emperor had granted the master full investigation rights to get to the heart of the problem. But seeing the master's incompetence, the Emperor loses faith in the Ivory Tower. He announces he's revoking all investigation rights granted to the organization. The Emperor demands the master disclose all findings he's gathered to the royal family, the Knight's Order, and the Imperial army before dismissing him with little more than a curt order to leave. After the master bows respectfully, a royal servant steps forward to invite Yann to approach and pay homage to the Emperor. Yann Page presents himself before the Emperor, who thanks him for protecting the Empire from external threats. The Emperor notes that without Yann, they might have unknowingly handed over crucial information to unknown enemies. Without Yann's intervention, the royal family and empire would have been the laughingstock of other realms. As a token of gratitude for his contributions to the empire's security, the Emperor personally rewards Yann. He gifts him the robe that once belonged to Michelle Green River, the Emperor's ancestor, and the only mage in the Imperial family. According to his will, the robe was originally meant only for royalty, but the Emperor chose to lend it to Yann, with the agreement that it would expire when Yann dies or no longer wishes to possess it. Yann recalls the stories of Michelle Green River, a hero of the Empire who was even named Master of the Tower for his exceptional magical abilities, even in his past life. Yann had never had the chance to see this robe. Since it's a robe, Yann doesn't need to undress to try it on, and the Emperor encourages him to put it on. When Yann wears it, however, the Emperor notices it's a bit too big for him, suggesting that Yann will grow into it over time. But Yann quickly senses the robe is enchanted with magic. He says he can make it fit perfectly, using his magic. He adjusts the robe to his size, leaving everyone around him stunned. The Emperor praises how well the robe suits Yann, especially its blue color, and Yann bows respectfully, thanking His Majesty. Later, Yann meets Lady Ali outside, who hesitates before speaking. She mentions she wants to talk about what happened the last time they interacted. Yann apologizes, admitting his actions were out of line due to extreme circumstances back then. He reassures her that what she fears won't happen again. As they talk, someone approaches behind Yann and comments that what he did was unbelievably honorable and brought peace to the Empire. Yann turns to see a boy dressed like a prince. Like the Emperor, the boy praises Yann's role in the royal palace. Yann's eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes the boy. It's the prince walking toward him. The prince introduces himself as Ragnar Green River, the Emperor's fifth heir. A sudden flashback grabs Yann's attention, showing a spilled glass of wine on the floor next to a much older Yann. Ragnar stands over him, telling Yann he should never forgive him. As Ragnar congratulates Yann on his appointment as Grand Mage of the Ivory Tower, a thought crosses Yann's mind. It's too soon. It's not yet time to meet him. Ragnar invites Yann to lunch that day, but Yann's anger flares before he can respond, and he steps in, to inform Ragnar that Yann already promised to join him. Ragnar suggests meeting the next day, but Yann refuses again, pushing Ragnar to suggest rescheduling for another time before walking away. This meeting happens 2 years earlier than when Yann first met Ragnar. Ragnar is still a young prince hiding his ambitions behind a facade. Yann decides he will interfere, by all means, to stop Ragnar from expanding his influence, and eventually, ensure his downfall. This time, Yann will be the mastermind behind Ragnar's eventual fall. 5 years later, the Crown Prince is annoyed and frustrated by an overly complicated book. He complains about the book's difficulty. The teacher tells him the book is called The Principle of Sovereignty, written by the first emperor himself. It covers the virtues a future king should have as well as effective methods to govern a realm. The Crown Prince looks at the stack of books on history, philosophy, economics, politics, and royal etiquette, then decides he's had enough for the day. The teacher warns him his father will scold him if he misses another class. But he shows no interest because it's Sister Oliver's last training session with Yann. The prince decides to go watch instead. Meanwhile, on the knight's main training ground, Sister Oliver stands firm, gripping his sword tightly, thinking to himself that this is his last chance to beat Yann in training. He grips his sword tightly and glances around. Ice spears rain down from above as he dodges the ice attack. The ground around him rises. Oliver charges through and jumps for the walls. Standing, he then looks around to see what's coming next. And at that moment, a massive explosion of fire heads straight for him. Oliver thinks fast, raises his sword and splits the pyrotechnic explosion with a single slash. He spots Yann standing on the other side of the blast. Oliver is determined to land the hit this time. He charges forward with his sword in hand and finally places it right on Yann's heart. However, Yann suddenly vanishes, strikes Oliver from behind, and tells him he did well. Oliver doesn't look too satisfied with his performance. All that training and he couldn't even leave a scratch on Yann. Still, Yann assures him he aimed straight for the heart, and if he could have been hurt, he would be dead. After one last successful training session, they shake hands, and Oliver thanks Yann, saying what he learned was worth way more than the necklace he gave him. Yann tells Oliver he's improved a lot over the past 5 years, and even he didn't know that a steel sword could split a pyroblast in two. Oliver asks Yann what level he's at. Embarrassed to tell the truth, Yann simply says it's not as high as one might think. Right now, Yann is a 5th class master, and in his past life, he only reached 5th class at age 26. He's progressing fast, but his goal is to become a 6th class master. Unfortunately, Yann hasn't been able to speed up the growth of his body or mana core, so 5th class master is the best he can do. Now, he's just waiting for his body to fully develop. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince applauds Yann and Oliver's amazing performance, saying they're both the best knight and best mage in the realm. Since it's the last day of training, the Crown Prince suggests the three of them have breakfast together, and he'll have the best meal prepared to celebrate the strength of these, the left and right-hand men. However, Yann declines, because today is also the day he finishes the Ivory Tower program, and receives his first mission as a tribute, so he has to go meet the Master of the Tower, immediately. This initially disappoints the prince, but he tells Yann to go ahead. They'll have time to dine together soon. Yann says he'll save time for that, then rises into the sky. As he says goodbye and flies off, the prince looks up and says he's a bit jealous that the robe his father gave Yann is enchanted with a flying spell. The Crown Prince asks Oliver if he's ready to face a mage now, since he just saw him go toe-to-toe with Yann, but Oliver says he can't even scratch Yann, and that gap will only grow over time. However, if he had to face other mages, he's pretty confident he could beat them. Back at the Ivory Tower, seeing Yann go from boy to man made the Master of the Tower feel old. Reviewing Yann's reports, he found nothing but praise. It wasn't surprising that the young mages held Yann in such high regard. He was the closest thing to a perfect match the Master of the Tower had ever seen. He informs Yann that today marks his last day as an apprentice. If Yann had been a student at the academy, he would have been sent to other regions after graduation. But for Yann, the situation was different. All that remained for his last day as an apprentice was one final conversation with the Master of the Tower. Yann politely accepted the chance to talk. The Master of the Tower congratulated Yann on officially becoming the Empire's tribute and handed him a tablet. This tablet would allow Yann to summon soldiers or workers from any city in the Empire, something he would need in the future. When Yann asked if there was a specific place he should focus on, the Master of the Tower mentioned several locations. Tributes are rare these days. Even more so since HeLene disappeared, and they desperately needed Yann's skills. Yann was considered the strongest combat force the Ivory Tower had, which came with huge responsibility. However, the master of the tower left the final decision to Yann, since it was his first mission. Yann recognized some of the locations on the list. There was Rodmire, home to the Empire's largest port city, Fenson, known for producing the most steel on the continent, and Firig, east of the capital, where Yann had been sent in his past life after the previous mage died in an accident. Yann found Firig particularly intriguing. The master of the tower explained that Firig had the most urgent demand, despite sending 2 third-class mages and even the Imperial army. The monster heard from the plains had caused massive destruction again. Yann received a page detailing the situation and was asked to give his answer before the end of the day. If he refused, the master of the tower would simply find another candidate, but Yann agreed to go. At home, Douglas was surprised to learn Yann was heading to Firig, given its reputation for dangerous monsters. Yann shot Douglas a dark look, and his mother, worried, asked if it was really as perilous as they said. Yann reassured her it wasn't dangerous and that his position was temporary. He'd be back in a few months if all went well. His mother mentioned that the manor would feel lonely without him, but Yann promised he'd be back soon. Douglas, eager to help, asked Yann to check out his elixir, thinking it might be useful in Firig. Meanwhile, Douglas's father suggested he change how he addressed Yann. Confused, Douglas proposed calling Yann bro, which left everyone in the room stunned. Yann's mother, delighted by the idea, seemed happy to have a new son. She even imagined Yann must be happy too. As Douglas and his father kept bickering over how to address Yann, he took a moment to observe his family. Their little quarrel, his mother's laughter, and the warmth of the moment made him realize it might not be so bad after all. Still, he firmly insisted Douglas avoid calling him bro. Yann stands outside, preparing to say his goodbyes, but first plans to stop by the Ivory Tower to bid farewell to the master of the tower. Before leaving, he takes a moment to inform Mr. Amon about the mana traps he set up in the manors. Mr. Amon assures Yann he knows the traps by heart and promises to protect Madame Page with his life. Douglas, noticing Yann's irritation when he calls him bro, quickly corrects himself to captain. He hands Yann a bottle of elixir similar to the one his father makes. Leaning in, Douglas whispers that his version is way better. Although Douglas still has 3 years before graduating from the Imperial Alchemy Academy, Yann has no doubt he's already proven he'll be the next Imperial alchemist. He's sure Douglas's elixir will be super effective. When asked, Yann says he plans to take a cart to the outskirts of the capital first, because he doesn't want to draw too much attention by flying. Meanwhile, Mother Diane comes to offer him snacks for his trip. She reminds him to finish the contents of the first container before the end of the day, since the other containers hold dried meat and dried fruit that will last longer. She also packed his favorite red bean pies. Before she knows it, as he leaves, Yann accepts that he has to trust in his safety, even when he's not around. The manor is under royal family protection, and the city's public security is solid. Plus, there's the mana trap, the last resort that only his mother, Rodeo, or Douglas can activate. He set up enough to make sure any intruder can be neutralized in his absence. So, he's confident Madame Page will be fine. Then, Killian leaves, thinking it's been 25 years since he last set foot in Firig. Meanwhile, in Firig, an army of monsters attacks a camp. The army captain shouts orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before bringing him the heads of 100 monsters. The army captain shouted orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before bringing him the heads of 100 monsters. As the soldiers fought, another arrived with news that a supply unit at the rear had been attacked by orcs who had crossed the mountain. This surprised the captain, as orcs usually fight on the front lines, making their appearance at the rear unexpected. He quickly ordered the mages in squads 2 and 3 to hold the fort, while squad 1 accompanied him to the rear. The captain mounted his horse, drew his sword, and led the squads to intercept the orcs. He orders them to eliminate every orc they see. Despite the orcs' lack of intelligence, their strength lies in their unity. The supply unit, inexperienced and unprepared, is no match for the orcs. The captain fears arriving too late. As he mounts his horse and rushes to the rear, it suddenly starts to snow. The truck ahead is blocked by an ice wall, and the monsters freeze in place. This unexpected weather change throws the captain off, but then he spots someone standing atop the ice wall, with everything frozen around him. The man descends. The soldiers quickly surround him, pointing their weapons, demanding he identify himself. The man, calm and composed, says he was told they were desperate for support, and introduces himself as Yann Page, a great mage, sent by the Ivory Tower, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The captain, visibly impressed, congratulates Yann on his great victory against the mountain goblin army, muttering, and extends his hand. Lord Killian Pyrrhic, intrigued, asks if Yann could spare a moment, as there's much to discuss. Lord Killian explains that although the attack was expected, its scale was not. The monsters seem determined to destroy them, leading him to believe something is wrong in the Great Plains. He continues, saying he made 2 requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. The first for soldiers and supplies, to keep pushing back the monsters, and the second for a powerful mage, capable of ending this threat once and for all. Lord Killian expresses admiration for Yann's power, especially the ice wall and the great force with which he crushed the goblin army. Although Yann's actions bought them time by blocking the truck, Lord Killian points out it's only a temporary fix. The Empire is at war with monsters from the Great Plains. After years of non-stop fighting, the soldiers are exhausted and supplies are running low. If the soldiers and supplies Lord Killian requested had arrived, they could have continued the fight, but it seems the Empire rejected his request. Now that Yann has come instead of a full army, while Killian suggests finding a more lasting solution, Yann reassures him the ice wall will hold for about 10 days, during which they can monitor the mountains for any monster trying to cross. During these 10 days, Yann plans to investigate the Great Plains to uncover the root cause, and, if possible, find a solution. Lord Killian is impressed by Yann's confidence, but points out that even the many soldiers he sent over the past months, he returned empty-handed. All they discovered is that the monsters, once divided, have now united and attack only humans, instead of fighting among themselves. They point to the map and explain that the monsters aren't just attacking the Green River Empire, but also the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Western Rohan Principality. Although some nations are less affected due to fewer access points, most attacks focus on Pyrrhic's domain, thanks to the Great Serpent Gorge, which allows monsters to attack in greater numbers. What puzzles Lord Killian, however, is that the native clan on the southern border hasn't been attacked by the monsters, as if something is holding them back there, although he suspects the cause of the recent troubles lies to the south. The waves of monsters have been too overwhelming for them to break through and reach the native tribe's lands. Yann realizes the situation in the Great Plains is unlike anything he's seen in his past life. Although there were small waves of monsters invading the Empire before, this level of invasion is unprecedented. He tells Lord Killian he should personally go to the southern border to meet the Aboriginal clan, when Alien realizes that if the clan leader is the Shaman King, then he might know something crucial about the problem. Meanwhile, Yann gazes at the beautiful night sky, above the vast plains, lost in thought. He believes the artifact, the Staff of the Great Plains, should still be there. The staff, once given to the native leader, the Shaman King, had always fascinated Yann. He had a special fondness for it since boxwood staffs are pretty rare. In 3 years, the Green River Empire, Coldwood Empire, and Roe Principality will unite to form a joint army to wipe out the monsters of the Great Plains. The monsters will be mostly banished, wiped out, and each nation will claim a portion of the plains and its resources. Meanwhile, the Shaman King will disappear, and the natives will be enslaved. However, something that never happened in Yann's past life has occurred, and his return might just be the catalyst for this change. Yann tells Lord Killian that the ice wall will start melting and breaking after 10 days. Meanwhile, he plans to investigate the cause of the recent changes and find a way to fix them. But if he doesn't return within those 10 days, Yann expresses confidence in Lord Killian to handle the situation. Yann flies over the Great Plains and lands on a mountain marking the start of the Aboriginal territory. To his surprise, the area is eerily silent. While the north is overrun by thousands of monsters, Yann hasn't encountered a single one on his journey south, making him think maybe Lord Killian was right. The cause of the change must be somewhere in these lands. As Yann ventures deeper into the zone, the natives immediately notice his presence and stand on guard. Yann calmly introduces himself, explaining he's a mage from the Green River Empire and comes in peace. The natives, intrigued, ask where he learned their language. Yann brushes off their question, saying it's not important, and demands to meet the Shaman King, leaving the natives shocked. To the natives, the Shaman King is like a master of the tower, but instead of being trained as a magician, the Shaman King is born with both a mana heart and mana brain, and is raised as a shaman. The Shaman King is therefore the legitimate ruler of the tribe. Yann presses further, stating he wants to discuss the monster invasions in the north, and that the Shaman King should be aware of the strange events. The natives are offended by Yann's bold request to see their king and raise their spears against him. They warn him to leave or risk being sacrificed to the spirits of the Great Plains. Frustrated by their lack of civility, Yann refuses to back down. He calmly tells them he won't leave just because they say so. One of the natives attacks him with a spear, but Yann quickly blocks it with his own ice spear. In 2 sharp strikes, he threatens the natives, telling them if they don't bring the Shaman King, the next thing to fly will be their leader's head. At that moment, the Shaman King appears and asks why someone from the Empire would be looking for him. Yann turns to face him and, at a glance, his eyes land on the staff the Shaman King holds. He immediately recognizes the staff and begins explaining the situation. The monsters of the Great Plains are attacking the borders of the 3 neighboring nations. However, despite traveling through the region, Yann hasn't encountered a single monster heading south. He asks the Shaman King if he knows why the monsters only invade the northern lands. The Shaman King responds casually, claiming that monster invasions in human territories aren't unusual, and that the natives have no knowledge of why these events happen. Yann, however, sees through the Shaman King's words and demands the truth. The accusation offends the Shaman King's people, but he signals them to stop. The Shaman King reveals he's heard of the Empire's lie detection magic and, while impressed to see it in action, agrees to tell Yann the truth. He tells of a prophecy predicting that the Great Plains will one day be consumed by an ocean of flames whose light will paint the land red. The locals, who have lived in the region for thousands of years, will be torn apart and enslaved. Although they know, they can't do anything to stop such a war. They can't just stand by and hope the prophecy turns out false. Then one day, a woman came to them to share her power, and inscribed magic on the staff before disappearing. She told them that if a stranger ever came to their land, they couldn't let him leave. With a thunderous strike, King Shaman slammed his staff on the ground, and the Shaman King turned to Yann, declaring he must die here. Yann immediately recognized the dark magic at work. He thought dark magic had been eradicated and banned 3 centuries ago, but now it seemed history had taken a bad turn. The natives underestimated Yann, who believed he had the upper hand, but Yann wasn't an ordinary mage. He wasn't ready to die without a fight. With steely determination, he resolved to take the staff now infused with dark magic from the Shaman King, even if he had to use force. The Shaman King, expressionless, challenged the attempt, convinced Yann would fail. Lord Pyrrhic stood anxiously, his mind tormented with worry, thinking about Yann. It had been 10 long days since the mage ventured into the Great Wastes, and the ice wall, blocking the canyon entrance, was about to melt any moment. Pyrrhic couldn't shake the gnawing worry. Blocking the canyon entrance was about to melt any moment. Pyrrhic couldn't shake the worry eating him up, wondering what might have happened to Yann and what would happen if the situation continued. But forcing himself to refocus, Lord Pyrrhic called Ardo. When Ardo answered, Lord Pyrrhic ordered him to follow the plan by setting up an outpost at the canyon. He told Ardo to gather all available troops from their territory, station them in the canyon, and even bring the catapult along with the suppression squads. Lord Pyrrhic closed his eyes, focusing intensely, forcing himself to tap into his inner strength. He reminded himself that he and his men only had to defend their land by swearing to protect its territory and people. He resolved to become the Empire's strongest, most unshakable shield. With that determination in his heart, he opened his eyes. He resolved to become the Empire's strongest and most unshakable shield. With that determination in his heart, he opened his eyes, now filled with an immense sense of responsibility. When all the men and the catapult were in place, Lord Pyrrhic stood at the front, sword in hand, instructing his troops to prepare the catapult. Just as he shouted for them to be ready, a figure emerged from the fog. As Lord Pyrrhic focused on the figure, his eyes widened in shock. There, walking toward them, heavy with time and holding something in one hand, while gripping a staff in the other, was none other than Yann, the magician, breathless and disheveled. Yann, with great effort, forbade them from touching the staff under any circumstances. Then, without warning, Yann collapsed, unconscious. Pyrrhic, frantic with worry, called his name desperately. When Yann regained consciousness, he found himself lying shirtless, in a strange room. His chest was bandaged, and he could feel the dull ache in his body. At first, he wondered if he had returned to the Lord's castle. Cautiously, he sat up, a wave of dizziness hitting him, and he realized that he had indeed returned. He decided to focus first on the staff setup before Ian could fully orient himself. Lord Pyrrhic and Ardo burst into his room without knocking, both speaking urgently. Pyrrhic and Ardo burst into his room without knocking, both speaking urgently. They had waited for him to wake up. Seeing them, Yann asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Lord Pyrrhic said he had been away for several days. He asked Yann how he was feeling, mentioning that the doctor said he shouldn't move yet until Lord Pyrrhic could continue with the doctor's advice. Yann swung his legs off the bed, saying he was fine. Then Yann asked about the staff he had brought back. Lord Pierrick showed a box and explained that the staff was inside, guarded by other magicians. He added that the box was specially made with magic similar to Mana's hell, designed to protect it. Yann approached the box and, after inspecting it, nodded in approval, thanking Lord Pierrick for handling it so well. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Lord Pierrick asked Yann a question he had hesitated to voice. He mentioned that when Yann arrived, he was in a state where both his mana and endurance were drained, and if he had come even a little later, his life could have been in danger. At that remark, Pierrick, trying to tread carefully, admitted it might be rude to ask so soon, after Yann's recovery, but he couldn't help it. What had put Yann in such a perilous condition? There was a long, awkward silence after Pierrick's question, leaving him anxious about what had happened in the Great Plains. Finally, Yann spoke slowly. He pulled the staff from the box, revealing that the staff was the cause of the strange events in the Great Plains. The revelation left Lord Pierrick and Ardo stunned. Yann went on to explain that the staff was infused with dark magic, and that a shaman had used it to control the region's monsters, using both dark magic and illusion magic. At the mention of dark magic, Pierrick's mind went blank. He immediately asked Yann if he was suggesting that dark magic, thought to have vanished 300 years ago, still existed. Yann confirmed that the Shaman King had received dark magic from an unknown source. Unfortunately, Yann, who had investigated the matter, didn't track down the culprit. Yann continued, saying that after the Shaman King's death, the dark and illusion magic dissipated, and the monsters in the Great Plains started attacking the new owner of the staff. He suspected it was some kind of curse placed to destroy the trial. He couldn't help but sarcastically thank whoever was responsible, saying it had been insanely hard for him to come back with the staff in hand. Still trying to understand the situation, Lord Pierrick asked why Yann hadn't just destroyed or gotten rid of the staff if it was so dangerous. Surprisingly, Yann replied that he actually liked the staff and kept working on it with his own magic. Pierrick, puzzled, asked if Yann really liked it just for that reason. Yann nodded and declared that the magic in the staff had been completely purified. Just as Yann said this, he winced, suddenly clutching his chest in pain. His body began trembling uncontrollably, especially his legs. The pain intensified, and Yann groaned, his confusion deepening. Pierrick's face filled with worry as he called out Yann's name, asking if he was okay. Yann, still unable to understand what was happening to him, feared it was related to his mana core. Then, without warning, he spat blood, staining his hands and chest. As Yann kept coughing up blood, he grew more and more worried and panicked, asking if he was going to be okay. He urgently ordered Ardo to fetch a doctor immediately. However, just as Ardo was about to leave, Yann reassured the orphan that he was fine, simply saying he was molting. Lord Pierrick looked at him, confused, and repeated the word molting in a questioning tone. Yann explained that it was a process that happens when a mana core, that isn't fully developed yet, moves to a new class, so there's no need to worry. Still visibly concerned, Lord Pierrick asked Yann once again if he was really okay. Yann reassured him again, confirming he was fine as the blood staining his hands and chest vanished into the air. Yann thought that if he was right, he had just gone from a 5th-class master to a 6th-class magician. Looking at his hands, he realizes he's now feeling a massive surge of mana. This is way different from what he felt before. Lord Pierrick sighs in relief, but, still cautious, he insists on calling a doctor to check on Yann. Yann thanks him for his concern. Lord Pierrick then mentions that it might take Yann a long time, and he has something to give him. He explains that 3 days after Yann left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent him a letter. He shows Yann a box containing a crystal ball, saying they were instructed to give it to him once his mission was complete. However, since Yann had lost consciousness, they could only hand it over now. As Lord Pierrick reaches out to give the box to Yann, Yann takes the crystal ball, confused why the Ivory Tower would send him a letter. Just as he's about to open it, Lord Pierrick tells him to wait, saying there's one more thing they were told to give Yann. He pulls a letter from his pocket and hands it to Yann, explaining it comes directly from the Emperor, delivered by a rider with strict orders to hand it over personally to Yann. The mention of a rider surprises Yann, and Lord Pierrick confirms it. Yann realizes the Emperor didn't send this letter through the Ivory Tower, but used a more direct and unreliable method by sending a paper letter via rider, which could be delayed or might never reach him at all. He wonders if the Emperor's message contains something the Ivory Tower can't know, so he decides to read the Ivory Tower's letter first. Yann opens the letter inside the crystal ball and reads it aloud, since its contents could affect his current mission. We requested that it be handed to you only after you completed your mission. This was an unavoidable decision, and we hope you understand our situation. There has been some unrest in our household. An unknown suspicious person invaded your manor, but we managed to protect your family and assets by mobilizing the Imperial troops. The mention of a suspicious person shocks Yann, and his growing panic is clear to Lord Pyrrhic. The letter continues. Currently, the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower are providing the best possible protection for your family. Rest assured, there is no need to worry. After finishing the letter, Yann clenches his fist in anger, his thoughts racing. He wonders what the master of the tower, Herbert, is scheming, calling this letter unsettling. He then resolves to read the Emperor's letter. The Emperor's letter says, "If this letter reaches you safely, it means my son and I are not out of luck yet. We thank the goddess of fortune. I have a request. As a magician from Oron currently on a mission, you might not have heard the news yet, but the treaty regarding the submission of monsters in the eastern part of the Great Plains will take place in the free city of Demodara." Yann's eyes widen in shock. He thought the subjugation treaty wouldn't happen for another 3 years. The letter continues. Crown Prince Aiden Green River, 5th Prince Ragnar, Green River, Ivory Tower Master Herbert Lyon, and our Empire's great General Duncan Mitos have been chosen for the delegation. By the time you read this, the delegation should already be en route to Demodara. Notably, no one in the delegation is aligned with the Crown Prince. Therefore, I ask you, Yann, page 1, friend of the Crown Prince, to go to Demodara and support him. I will also invite your family to the Imperial Palace and guarantee them the highest level of protection. Yann closes his eyes, reflecting on the letter's contents. He thinks the Demodara Treaty marks the start of Ragnar's political campaign for the throne, and it's when the Crown Prince's weaknesses are exposed. Ragnar's diplomatic skill during this treaty gives the Green River Empire a significant advantage, drawing attention from both nobles and commoners to his abilities. This marks the beginning of the Crown Prince's fall from grace, as his incompetence becomes public knowledge. Yann wonders if all this is part of the Tower Master's plan, Herberte, considering recent events and his own memories from his past life. The sudden changes in the Eastern Plains, the Sorcerer King who received dark magic from an unknown woman, and the early treaty between the 3 countries all seem connected to the Tower Master in some way. The suspicious people who invaded his manor are probably playing a role to try and hold him back. Although Yann admits it's still just a theory, he feels they might have figured him out. Despite everything, Yann considers ignoring the Emperor's request and heading back immediately. However, something unexpected happens. Magic, even the Tower Master couldn't have predicted. A level of magic not recorded anywhere in the world, a 6th-class magic only a 6th-class magician can wield. Hesitant, Yann calls Lord Pyrrhic, who reassures him that he's free to speak. Yann then asks Lord Pyrrhic if he can do him a favor. Madara, known by many names, Liberty, Neutrality, Tradeport, was a place of many faces and even greater importance. Arms crossed with worry, Heidi, the Crown Prince, nervously asks if they can just summon Yann now. Oliver, still calm, tells him to relax, reminding him that he represents their empire at this meeting. He assures Aiden that no one here would dare harm him as the Crown Prince. Still uneasy, Aiden admits he knows that but can't shake the feeling of discomfort. Aiden tries to explain to Oliver that he might already know, but most of their empire's delegations, including the Tower Master, dine on Ragnar's side. He doesn't like how things are turning out, and wishes Kian were by his side in moments like this. Hearing Hayden's concerns, Oliver is left speechless. Meanwhile, Herberte, standing among the gathered crowd, silently acknowledges that the time has come. He thinks about how they planned this moment for a long time. He knows Kaido is probably rushing to the capital right now. Confident in his understanding of Yann's behavior, he predicts Yann would willingly become a traitor to protect his family, since they are his top priority. Herberte is snapped out of his thoughts when he hears people around him pointing at the sky, whispering in confusion about what they see. Someone asks if it's a bird, but to everyone's surprise, including Hayden's, it's none other than Kian himself. Then, Kian lands softly and bows before Hayden, apologizing for being late. Ragnar and his men boil with anger at Yann's unexpected arrival, having thought he wouldn't come. Herberte is also stunned. He can hardly believe Yann chose to side with the Crown Prince instead of his own family. Back at the Green River Diem Imperial Palace, Douglas sighs in boredom. He lies back on the couch, lamenting being stuck here because of the suspicious intruder, and, unable to visit the academy or meet his friends, it makes him incredibly restless. Rateau, standing nearby, tells him to hang on a bit longer, adding that he should be grateful to even be in the Imperial Palace right now. He acknowledges it was a relief the Imperial Knights managed to capture the intruder before Menadion's trap could be triggered, noting that if the trap had exploded, the intruder would have been reduced to dust. Noticing Vanessa's silence, Rateau reassures her not to worry too much, pointing out that they are in the Emperor's residence, the safest place on Earth. However, Vanessa remains lost in thought, clearly anxious about her son's safety. Rateau starts wondering if the Ivory Tower sent a letter to Yann. As he tries to reassure everyone that Yann would surely arrive soon, the door suddenly opens. Yann enters calmly, confirming his arrival. He casually asks if he's late. Leaving everyone stunned, he quickly stands to meet him, and Yann takes Vanessa's hand. Aware of their worry, he assures them they can relax now because he'll protect them. The previous night, at Lord Pyrrhic's castle, Yann talks to Lord Pyrrhic, making a request. Lord Pyrrhic, eager to thank Yann for his earlier help, reminds him how he saved him and his realm. He promises to grant Yann any request, no matter what it is. When Yann finally shares his request, it surprises Lord Pyrrhic. He asks for protection. Lord Pyrrhic, puzzled, asks what kind of protection Yann means. Yann explains that the art he plans to use will put him in a trance. If something goes wrong, Yann needs the orphan to send magicians to inject mana into his brain so he can wake up. Yann explains that since no one has ever reached the 6th level, records on such magic are rare. He recalls how, in his past life, he had to piece together spells from ancient, unknown texts. Once he reached the 6th level, Yann steps forward and announces he's about to perform the art. Extending his arm as he channels his mana, a series of magical patterns form a circle on the ground. Then, 2 Yann clones materialize inside the circle, while the real Yann's body collapses. Lord Pyrrhic rushes to catch Yann before he hits the ground. Amazing, he watches the 2 Yann clones, unsure if such magic is even possible. It's a puppet play, a rare spell only usable by 6th level magicians or higher. The caster enters a trance and becomes the puppeteer, while the puppet clones can move freely and even unleash powerful 5th level spells. The 2 puppets head toward the door, and just before leaving, one turns to Lord Pyrrhic. Still holding the real body, the puppet says it's leaving but reassures Lord Pyrrhic that the real Yann is safe in its hands. Aiden is over the moon, thrilled to see Yann. He happily sings that Yann came for him and rushes over, grabbing his hands emotionally, saying their hearts must be in sync because he really missed him. Herbert, holding his staff, approaches them, curious who arrived. Spotting Yann, he addresses him directly as Yann. He then mentions he heard from the Pyrrhic order that Yann succeeded in his mission. Though it was very tough, Yann even passed out. He congratulates Yann for pulling off such a huge feat for the Empire. Yann nods slightly and humbly replies that he's just doing his duty as an Oran magician. Herbert, clearly curious to know more, asks Yann what's on his mind since he saw him. He wonders why Yann is here, since Herbert was sure he told him to go to the Ivory Tower and rest. As Herbert starts asking if Yann hasn't heard what's going on with his family, Yann calmly explains he did receive a letter from the Ivory Tower. However, after finishing his mission, he got an Imperial order to join the delegation and immediately assist the Crown Prince. Yann pulls out a rolled letter to show Herbert, asking if he can read it for a moment. Yann agrees and hands over the letter. After reading it, Herbert, lost in thought, reflects on how he thought he'd do anything to keep Yann away, but didn't expect him to abandon his family and rush here. Herbert rolls the letter back up and orders that he acknowledges the Emperor's Imperial order but insists it's impossible for Yann to join the delegation. Aiden, stunned and furious, yells at Herbert, asking if he's mocking the Emperor's direct order. Calmly, Herbert replies, it's a matter of trust between the 3 countries involved. The number of people and bodyguards in the delegation has already been set, and changing it isn't an option. It was agreed during negotiations, he explains, and mutual trust between diplomats is essential. How can they just add someone, especially an Oran magician? At the delegation, at this point, Herbert says he believes the Emperor would understand why he can't allow Yann wants to join in. However, Yann realizes Herbert's argument is solid. Even though the countries aren't at war, their shared history of conflicts means security and careful planning are key. The treaty and the venue were built on these principles. He further analyzes that there are already 3 Oran magicians in the delegation, including Herbert himself. Adding another, especially one as powerful as Yann, could upset the entire treaty. Yann notices that diplomacy relies on trust and reasonable explanations, so he understands the master of the tower's concerns. Herbert turns to leave, telling Yann that if he understands the situation, he should go back. He adds that Yann's presence here, in the city, could all this way. After finishing his mission, he insists there's nothing more he can do. He'll explain things to the Emperor, separately. Before Herbert can finish, Yann speaks up, offering a possibility. He asks if one of the Oran magicians gives up their spot in the delegation. Could he then replace them and join? He reasons that, since this is a direct order matter, there should be some flexibility. Herbert turns slightly, ready to respond. But Yann interrupts, before he can ask who would give up their spot. The one interrupting is Ronan stepping forward. Ronan raises his hand and boldly claims he'll give up his spot in the delegation. The room falls silent as everyone, including Aiden and Herbert, look at him in disbelief. Herbert asks Ronan if he's serious. Ronan confidently confirms his decision, asking if they're not all citizens of the Empire. He continues that no citizen would defy Imperial orders, even if it complicates diplomacy. The delegation's mission is to represent the Empire, and that's an honorable duty. However, if stepping down can help balance both the Emperor's orders and diplomatic relations, he's willing to make that sacrifice. Ronan then bows to Aiden, declaring he now entrusts his sacred mission to he will gladly make that sacrifice. Ronan then bows to Aiden, declaring he will now entrust his sacred mission to Yann and asks Aiden to give Yann the chance to take his place. Aiden, still processing the situation, accepts Ronan's request, expressing admiration for Ronan's loyalty to the Empire. He orders Ronan to prepare to return safely to the capital. Ronan bows again, thanking Aiden for his grace. Ronan then turns to Yann, telling him he entrusts him with the mission. He asks Yann to ensure the task is flawlessly completed. Yann, sincerely grateful, thanks Ronan for his trust. Ronan is a mage from Oran, and from Yann's memories of his past life, uncompromising nature, his loyalty isn't to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. It's rooted in his own belief in the power of magic. Yann thinks that in exchange for teaching Ronan some powerful spells even. Herbert doesn't know, Ronan easily switched allegiance to side with Yann. Finally, Ronan bows one last time, stating that, since an Oran magician not part of the delegation is in town, as Herbert said, it could cause diplomatic issues. Herbert, boiling with anger, thinks to himself how he initially underestimated Yann, assuming he was just an ignorant kid. But now it's clear, Yann has already established himself in the Ivory Tower. Herbert shoots Yann a dark glare, which Yann blatantly ignores, and silently vows he won't let someone like Yann ruin his long-standing plans to turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower's empire. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzes with excitement, and Ragnar, silently watching, keeps his gaze fixed on Yann, maybe already plotting his next move. De Medara keeps his gaze fixed on Yann, maybe already planning his next move. De Medara is a city known for its neutrality and independence, not aligning with any specific nation, recognized as the diplomatic bridge between three powerful countries. It's been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for over a century. As delegations start arriving for the three-country treaty talks on May 19, N'Golo Neville warmly welcomes them, especially Aiden. Curious about the arrangements, Aiden asks where the other delegates are staying. N'Golo tells him each delegation has its own VIP mansion. He points to a lavish building where the Green River delegates will stay, then also shows another impressive mansion. He explains it's reserved for the Crown Prince, a private space for the most important guests. Aiden, eyeing the grand mansions, notices their magnificence. Turning to the Master of the Tower, he asks if there are any other events planned for the day. The Master of the Tower replies that nothing is scheduled until the treaty talks themselves. Satisfied, Aiden orders everyone to rest, then asks Yann to follow him since he plans to go out. Ragnar, watching the interaction, pulls the Master of the Tower aside once Hayden heads to his mansion. Ragnar leads the Master of the Tower to his room and starts talking. He assures the Master he won't hold him responsible for recent events, but expresses concern about the magician Yann staying close to his bro. He admits feeling uneasy about it. The Master listens carefully before responding, saying that although Kian Page is indeed powerful in magic, the upcoming treaty talks require diplomacy, not magic. He reassures Ragnar that Kian won't contribute much to the meeting since he wouldn't even get a chance to speak. Even if he had something important to say, the Oran magicians, he says, are nothing more than props in a diplomatic event like this. The Master of the Tower continues to assure Ragnar that, as planned, he will lead the treaty talks. This calms Ragnar a bit, who sighs. He admits there's little he can do about Yann, even if it bothers him. He confesses to the Master that he's tried multiple times to win Yann as an ally but failed every time. However, Ragnar warns that leaving Yann alone will only lead to bigger problems down the line. He gives a firm order to the Master of the Tower, hoping he'll deal with Yann as soon as possible. The Master bows respectfully, promising everything will go according to the Fifth Prince's wishes. Meanwhile, Aiden sits in his room, admiring the artifacts around him. He casually mentions he heard the streets of Demodara at night offer amazing sights, and there'll be plenty to see and enjoy. He turns to Yann and Oliver, suggesting that since they need to sneak out, they should buy some clothes to blend in. He orders Oliver to run some errands, but Yann interrupts. Aiden, surprised by Yann's sudden seriousness, asks what he means. He reminds Aiden he's not just the crown prince of the Green River Empire but also the key figure in the treaty negotiations. He sternly tells Aiden he's not here to have fun, and should drop any idea of going out. Aiden, trying to downplay the seriousness, weakly replies there's still plenty of time before the treaty talks. Yann, frustrated, snaps back that preparation should start now. Aiden looks at Oliver, who nervously looks away. Yann continues, explaining that their delegation's first speaker will be Aiden, and if he can't speak, the fifth prince will take his place. Aiden murmurs that his father mentioned this, and Yann reassures him that if it happens, the fifth prince will take control of the talks. Aiden, shaking his head, insists he doesn't want that to happen. They admit they feel unprepared. He confesses topics like military strength, goods, lands, and slave distribution are way beyond his expertise. He feels like he has no one backing him, and that no one would want to help anyway. Looking at Yann, Aiden asks if it wouldn't be better to stay silent than risk making a fool of himself. Yann, seeing Aiden giving up, reminds him that this exact attitude is what will let Ragnar win. He points out that Aiden is the only pawn on the chessboard capable of delivering the hardest blow to Ragnar's plan. Yann assures him that it's vital for Aiden to take the lead in the discussions, as this is his chance to prove himself with a snap of his fingers. Hundreds of papers filled with crucial notes start swirling around the room. Yann approaches Aiden, stating that the Emperor specifically ordered him to assist and support the Crown Prince. This is the opportunity for Aiden to accomplish something on his own. Yann continues explaining that as long as his orders are to ensure the fifth prince doesn't steal this chance from Aiden, he intends to help him take control of the treaty talks by preparing him thoroughly. With another snap of his fingers, the doors lock automatically, and Yann specifies that from this moment until the treaty discussion, Aiden must memorize everything. A week later, in Demodara, as the day of the treaty talks between the three countries approaches, the delegations begin arriving in the Great Hall. Ragnar, without turning around, casually asks the master of the tower if it's true that his senior bro has stayed inside the manor all week without stepping out, and if anything happened to him. The master of the tower replies that he was also concerned, so he set up surveillance on the manor where the crown prince is staying, but nothing unusual occurred. He adds that Aiden was only seen occasionally in the garden, looking extremely tired. At that moment, Aiden, accompanied by Diane and Oliver, approaches from the other end of the hall. Ragnar greets him with a smile, asking if he slept well the night before. Aiden weakly replies, yes. Ragnar, smiling again, says he's glad to hear that. When Aiden doesn't respond, Ragnar, still smiling, mentions he'll head to the conference room first with the delegation and passes by them. Yann watches him for a moment, before turning to Aiden, who stands with a tense expression. Yann reassures him not to worry, reminding him that he already did everything he could last week to prepare for the treaty talks, and that Aiden will take the lead. Aiden listens and, after a brief pause, looks up with a determined expression and offers a smile to Yann. In the conference room, Mayor N'Golo Neville introduces himself as the one in charge of arbitrating the treaty discussion. He states he is the 19th mayor of Demodara and will oversee the debates, ensuring all details of the discussion are recorded. The delegations take their seats around a round table, and N'Golo continues by urging them to keep his words in mind. As the meeting begins, the first to speak is Maxwell Benet, heir of the Duke Benet family, and the authority figure representing the European Principality. He mentions the difficulty of procuring troops and supplies due to the narrow and dangerous roads leading to their principality. He continues by stating that he requests magicians and elite knights instead of foot soldiers, as well as money instead of goods, an arrangement they have already agreed upon with the Coldwood Empire. He quickly adds that if the Green River Empire has objections, they are ready to reopen the discussion. Yann thinks about how the first topic addressed is the submission force. He glances at Aiden and encourages him to speak as they practiced. Just as the fifth prince is about to start his speech, Aiden interrupts, announcing that the person in charge of military affairs will be the Golden Empire's general and undefeated commander, Sister Duncan Miltos. He entrusts the matter to Sister Duncan. Maxwell wonders if the fifth prince is the one in charge, but Aiden reassures everyone that with an expert like Sister Duncan present, there's no need to discuss the matter further. He turns to Sister Duncan and directly asks for her opinion. Sister Duncan humbly accepts responsibility and shares her thoughts on the European Principality's request. Yann observes the exchange and thinks it's a smart move, and as long as he continues this way, the discussion will go smoothly. The conversation progresses, as each delegation presents their views and the young leaders continue their negotiations. As the discussion wraps up, Crown Prince Hector, Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire, speaks up. He says dividing the land into 3 parts without careful planning, especially with borders so close together, it hinders fair land distribution. He points out that the quality of natural resources and land varies across the vast territory. While some nations might hit the jackpot, others could end up with worthless land. He explains that some countries will inevitably suffer losses, which could lead to serious conflicts. He suggests that saying it feels bad is putting it mildly. In reality, it could potentially spark a war. Yann watches the passive expressions around the conference table and thinks about how critical this moment is in the treaty discussion, dividing land and natural resources. After the submission, Hector concludes by saying the Coldwood Empire doesn't seek conflict and is satisfied as long as peace can be maintained for the next 1,000 or even 10,000 years. He urges anyone with a good proposal to speak up, suggesting they should share their resources without harboring bad feelings. Ragnar looks toward the master of the tower and nods, prompting him to speak. However, Aiden interrupts once again, confidently declaring he knows a method. All eyes turn to him as he smiles, claiming his solution is foolproof. Aiden starts by mentioning the Ivory Tower of the Empire, but quickly corrects himself, saying it's actually their new magic tower that developed a new magic. This magic allows them to detect and roughly quantify minerals buried beneath a specific area. This revelation shocks both Ragnar and the master of the tower, who stares at Aiden in disbelief. The master of the tower is stunned. He then explains they must have heard rumors about the magician behind this magic, and introduces the youngest magician in Oran of the Empire, Sister Yann Page, the creator of this magic. As the room fills with questions, the master of the tower wonders if Aiden had the same intuition as him that magic to detect minerals would be crucial for the treaty discussion. He looks at Yann, trying to figure out how he could have sensed the heart of the discussion. Aiden continues explaining, he plans to use this magic to create a resource map. Since they need to determine land value, the completed map will allow them to divide the vast plains into parcels for countries based on specific criteria. Though the borders won't be perfect, this land is meant to be cultivated and exploited for generations. Ragnar fixes the crown prince with a stare, but the mayor insists there's no better solution than this. Aiden wraps up his explanation by saying that's all he has to offer, then sits back down. Outside, Oliver waits while Hayden calls him over, followed by Yann. Hayden excitedly tells Oliver he should have seen how he completely shook up the meeting. He laughs, saying the looks on Ragnar and the master of the tower were priceless. He regrets Oliver wasn't there to see it. Aiden sighs and says he'll fill Oliver in later, but for now, he should grab a drink and check out the town. He turns to Yann, asking if he's joining them, noting he won't get many chances like this again. Yann nods weakly, making Aiden smile widely, probably expecting Yann to refuse. He pats Yann on the shoulder, encouraging him to accept the drinks Aiden is offering now that he's almost an adult. Aiden promises Yann he'll personally teach him how to drink. At that moment, Ragnar approaches and calls out to the crown prince. He bows slightly, complimenting Hayden on his impressive performance, and says he learned a lot from him. Hayden hesitates, then smiles faintly, expressing his joy to hear that. He adds, he also hoped to learn a lot from the treaty discussion, and encourages Ragnar to keep improving. He even offers to give him advice if needed. Ragnar grits his teeth and walks away. Aiden turns to Yann with a big smile, declaring that today is truly the best day of his life. He suggests making up for last week's restraint and letting loose. Today, he tells Oliver to chill too. While looking at Yann for confirmation, something catches his attention. His expression quickly shifts as he urgently asks Yann what's happening to his hands. Everyone turns to Yann, who looks down to see his hands slowly disappearing. Yann calmly explains that he's reached his limit. Aiden orders Yann to explain it in a way he can understand, but Yann simply apologizes and says he'll have to accept Aiden's drinks. At the Imperial castle instead, as his body continues to fade, Aiden reaches out to him, but Yann tells him he'll explain everything at the Imperial castle, then vanishes completely, leaving everyone stunned. The master of the tower clenches his fists, realizing he was a clown from the start. He's baffled, thinking clowns aren't supposed to exist. Yet Yann managed to pull everything off with one. They had all been completely fooled by Yann. Page 1. Yann's servants bring him food while he's still asleep. Lord Fairy tells the servant to set the food aside, since Yann is resting. It had been mentioned for several days that Yann slowed his metabolism with his magic, and it was clear he was weakening. Lord Fairy felt the need to call a mage to wake him. But before he could, Yann moves and tells him it's not necessary. Lord Fairy then asks how he feels, if he's okay or not. Yann honestly admits he feels terrible. He has a headache and can barely move. Lord Fairy worries and offers to call a doctor, but Yann refuses, saying he just wants food because he's extremely hungry. As Yann prepares to leave, Lord Fairy asks if he's sure he doesn't want to stay one more night. Even though he understands Yann must be busy, Yann refuses, telling him he should be the one grateful since he did nothing more than his duty as a tribute, just like any other tribute would have done. But Lord Fairy disagrees. While it's true other tributes would have chased off the monsters, they would have just stopped there and left afterward, nothing more. Lord Fairy reflects on the first time he met Yann, admitting he doubted what a young boy could do against such a massive monster army. But Yann proved him wrong. In just 10 days, Yann accomplished what Lord Fairy himself hadn't been able to do in years. He solved the problem. That alone showed Yann had something no one else did. Finally, Lord Fairy mentions the oath, telling Yann he heard that Lord Morgan of the North swore the oath of the other honored 5 years ago now, and he wants Yann to swear the same oath as well. Yann is caught off guard by Lord Fairy's casual approach to the matter, but Lord Fairy's faith and affection for him are clear. Lord Fairy asks for Yann's permission, hoping he agrees with the idea. He wants to name Yann his guest of honor, not out of a desire to do a favor, but because it's something Lord Fairy truly wants. Yann, the only 6th-class mage in the Empire, would be the guest of honor on Lord Fairy's lands, a gesture born from Lord Fairy's own will, not because he expects anything in return. He's convinced neither he nor Yann will regret it. Yann, however, isn't sure swearing an oath meant to last 1,000 years is something to do so spontaneously. Still, he doesn't intend to refuse. Lord Fairy, he moves forward with the formalities for the 1,000-year oath, reassuring Yann it won't take long. The family will always welcome Yann, no matter when he comes, and he swears to always be at his service if he needs help. From the east, he wishes the oath to last for generations on both sides and, with a bit of awkwardness, swears it by the easternmost stream of the Emerald River. Yann can't help but think how simple and nice it would be if he could just say their oath is sworn and be done with it. But as things stand, he looks forward to a brighter future alongside Lord Fairy. Lord Fairy asks Yann to notify him whenever he plans to come, because he wants to show him what a real Eastern feast looks like. Yann agrees, feeling the weight of everything that happened in such a short time afterward. Yann reflects on the unexpected gift he received and the next steps ahead. He needs to find the person who enchanted the staff and figure out how they managed to bring back dark magic after 300 years, all while knowing there are many questions waiting for him. Back in the capital, Yann returned home and, as soon as he entered, his mom rushed to him, visibly worried. She asked where he had been since he disappeared without a word, which had worried her. Her shock grew when she saw how weak and skinny Yann had become, and she immediately got even more concerned. She grilled him, asking what he had been through. She even thought Lord Fireegg didn't know how to take care of someone who traveled so far to help him. Her heart broke seeing him like that. Yann reassured her, saying it was a long story but he'd get better soon. He handed her a mana crystal-made telesphere, which he had made at the workshop. This device would let her communicate with him anytime, even if he was in town. He also apologized for scaring her and promised not to disappear like that again. Douglas, who had been watching, asked about the magic Yann just showed. He explained he had learned many types of magic at the academy, but had never seen anything like that. He was curious how Yann could be in two places at once, the castle and elsewhere, wondering if it was some kind of mirror trick or life-sized doll. Yann, smiling, told Douglas to ask questions one at a time. He explained it was one of the perks of being a 6th-class mage, which left Douglas puzzled. If Yann was a 6th-class mage, did that mean his class was higher than any other mage in the Empire? Yann reassured him to relax, saying he was still the same Yann Douglas knew. Unfazed, Douglas told Yann he was about to try a potion he prepared earlier that morning and invited Yann to join. Yann declined, explaining that although he'd like to, he had another invitation. He headed to the place, feeling a bit uncertain discovering the unfamiliar environment. However, as soon as he arrived, people warmly welcomed him, telling him the celebration was prepared just for him. They asked him to sit and handed him a glass, congratulating him on becoming a 6th-class mage. They proudly mentioned they had the best wine from the royal castle, just for the occasion. Yann, who rarely drank wine before, decided to try it. He took a glass, downed it in one go, and to his surprise, he liked it. The group, noticing this, mentioned that His Highness should hear about what happened. Half joking, Sister Oliver served him another glass and advised him to slow down, teasing that if he drank too much, he might accidentally blow up the whole building with a magic missile. Yann was surprised to see His Highness so casual with his knights, and asked Sister Oliver if that was really appropriate. Sister Oliver smiled and explained that every man in that room had sworn loyalty to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and so could be trusted. Yann looked a bit confused, which made Sister Oliver notice that Yann probably didn't have many friends, given his cautious behavior. He then recalled their first conversation at Mogriand Castle, when Yann captured Lady Cecilia, who turned out to be a spy. Sister Oliver also remembered that, despite Yann just fighting a third-class mage, he didn't seem exhausted. That made her realize Yann was very skilled at hiding his feelings, almost like a veteran trained for years to show no emotion. It made her think about how much this boy was like that, thought Sis Oliver. Then noting that Yann probably had no friends to talk to, she said she had an eye for judging character. Hearing that, Yann felt a pang of sadness. He nodded but also mentioned there was someone he once considered a friend, though their ending wasn't so impressive. Sis Oliver was intrigued. She tried to figure out what kind of person Yann's friend had been. She reflected on her 5 years training with him. Yann said every time he talked like that, it was like talking to a middle-aged man. Then he joked that he was actually turning 48 that year, and used magic to keep his youthful looks, laughing at how absurd it was. He reminded Sis Oliver of her earlier comment about him being a sneaky little boy, who sometimes took his jokes too seriously. Yann apologized and Sis Oliver, smiling, forgave him. As the senior man, they both laughed, and Yann found that very kind of Sis Oliver. Yann went out for some fresh air, his head heavy from the alcohol. He wasn't used to drinking that much. That's when the vice-captain showed up. Yann, a bit surprised, asked what he was doing there. The vice-captain explained he was hiding out to get some air because he wasn't much of a drinker. In fact, his face would turn red even from one glass of wine. Yann nodded, saying he was there for the same reason. He admitted feasts like this weren't really his thing. The vice-captain then shared a story about Paul Lance, the vice-captain of the 2nd Imperial Knights Order in his past life. Paul had been the Empire's second-best swordsman. He came from humble origins, but his sword skills and loyalty had earned him his position, gaining the trust of the Crown Prince and the captain. The vice-captain changed the subject and asked Yann about his first experience with alcohol. Yann shrugged, saying it wasn't so bad and he actually enjoyed it for the first time in a while. The vice-captain smiled and thanked Yann, saying his presence had turned the old strict captain into a real chatterbox. He also mentioned he hadn't seen His Highness that happy in years. Yann appreciated the compliment but answered modestly, saying he was meant to be a great leader. All he did for the vice-captain was give him a little nudge in the right direction. Seeing the captain happy brought Yann a bit closer to him. Just then, the vice-captain got a call from inside. It was His Highness complaining that if the vice-captain didn't let him pour a glass, he'd get rid of him. The vice-captain apologized, saying he had to go back inside. Left alone, Yann thought that memories from his past life wouldn't help him anymore. The choices he'd made had caused major changes, and those changes would eventually lead to a new ending for his story. At that moment, he realized there was no way to predict how things would go, and all he could do was protect what he loved. Inside, His Highness questioned the Tower Master about the plan. The Tower Master reminded him their goal was to eliminate Yann, and the usual response was, "Please, wait while I turn him into a useful weapon for us." His Highness started getting frustrated, feeling Yann was always in their way. The Tower Master apologized, explaining he might have been too cautious. Who would have thought the young bro would rise to such fame so fast? He promised there'd be no more delays, and today would be the last time His Highness had to wait. The Tower Master then introduced HeLene, asking her to show respect to his prince. His Highness confirmed she was the great mage who disappeared a few years ago. HeLene revealed her face and expressed how honored she was to finally meet him. The Master of the Tower reassured His Highness not to worry, emphasizing that she was human and, above all, loyal. She would give her life in a snap if that's what His Highness desired. The Master of the Tower then explained that HeLene practiced the forbidden art of dark magic. He was convinced it wouldn't be long before Henry Page fell to his knees before them. The Master of the Tower assured His Highness there was nothing left to fear. The only thing left was for him to claim his rightful place on the throne. Herbert Lyon called Marco, and when Marco entered, he looked confused, like something was off. But the Master of the Tower didn't care. Instead, he recalled the first time he saw Marco, over 20 years ago. Back then, Marco was nothing more than a tiny baby, so it's likely he doesn't even remember that moment. However, Herbert remembered it clearly. An abandoned baby, wrapped in rags, smiling at him. He watched Marco turn over and stand on his own 2 feet for the first time, and seeing him grow over the years filled him with joy. Herbert even admitted that watching Marco grow was so rewarding he sometimes forgot his own duties. He marveled that this baby, not only gifted with innate talent, had the determination to become a skilled sorcerer. It amazed him. The Master of the Tower wanted Marco to know how proud he was of him. Marco, humble, thanked him, crediting all his success to Herbert's generous support. Herbert, wanting to repay Marco somehow, he was ready to do anything Marco asked. However, he had called him that day to ask a favor. If Marco had no plans that night, Herbert asked if he could visit him at his manor. Marco agreed. Ardo warmly welcomed Yann Page, the youngest Grand Mage of the Ivory Tower, though Yann was confused about how Ardo knew who he was. In their realm, there wasn't a king soul who didn't know Yann's name. Ardo thanked Yann for visiting his humble home but quickly got to the point, asking what he had brought. Yann, reassuring him not to worry, explained he was just another client looking to buy information. More specifically, Yann wanted everything Ardo had on dark magic. Ardo, a bit surprised, remarked he thought someone like Yann would already know more about dark magic than they did. Yann clarified he was looking for something that might seem insignificant or absurd. Ardo understood exactly what Yann was after. What Yann wanted was connected to something they had recently investigated, and it seemed he had arrived at the right time. Ardo then asked Yann if he knew about the Order of Dragons. Yann admitted he had heard of them, one of the many cults in the Empire that worshipped dragons as gods. Although no one knew the cult's exact age, it was clear they had existed for over 100 years. The Order of Dragons originally started as a religious group in a small village, according to a grave robber who claimed to have met the last dragon descendants. The group was led by a lord who wanted to spread the new truth with superhuman powers. At first, no one believed him, thinking he was an imposter. But over time, more and more people began to believe in the order. And now, no one knew exactly how many followers or leaders there were. Everything about them was shrouded in secrecy, and although rumors circulated, including claims of raising the dead or brainwashing people, nothing concrete had ever been revealed. Ardo wasn't sure if the dragon descendants really existed, but considering the rumors and bits of info they'd gathered, one possibility seemed most likely. It was almost certain the Order of Dragons was affiliated with dark magic. Recently, some of the Empire's most renowned families were discovered to have ties to the Order. This suggested their dark magic required resources beyond mana or non-human entities, and the Order had the connections to get those resources. The Order was very exclusive, with only a few chosen to join, making identifying all its members difficult. But who would be more interested in controlling people through brainwashing than those in power? That was all the info Ardo could give. Yann for now, as their investigation was still ongoing. However, he promised to send a letter to Yann if he discovered anything useful. Yann thanked him and encouraged him to keep digging. Later, Yann reflected on what he had learned. If they'd existed for over 100 years, he should have known their name. His thoughts drifted to the Shaman King. For over 100 years, he surely should have known their name. These thoughts drifted toward the Shaman King. For over 100 years, he surely should have known their name. These thoughts drifted toward the Shaman King. He had met in the Great Plains, the one who used a staff imbued with dark magic. Yann had no solid proof to back his gut feeling, but he felt that the Tower Master, Herbert, must know the changes in the Great Plains were linked to dark magic. Maybe Herbert was even directly involved with the Dragon Order, Yann wondered. The dragon language. Or if it was because he'd traveled back in time. He felt like he'd opened a box of secrets he wasn't supposed to uncover. And with everything going on, he realized how much he still didn't know. That meant he had to be ready for anything. Tower Master Herbert felt bad calling Marco at 1 a.m. he wasn't supposed to discover. And with everything going on, he realized how much he still didn't know. That meant he had to be ready for anything. Tower Master Herbert felt bad calling Marco at 1 a.m., so unusual, but it wasn't really a problem for Marco. On the contrary, he was actually curious about the favor Herbert wanted to ask. The Tower Master insisted it stay a secret and asked Marco to follow him somewhere. Herbert took a book and, when he opened it, a hollow space appeared, offering a passage so he could, which made Marco angry. No matter what they were used for, they were still human beings. No. Marco's eyes landed on Chris, someone who had died during one of his training sessions. Herbert explained that many wizards in the cage had to live through similar experiences, dying during their duty, either in accidents or from illness. There were someone who had died during one of his training sessions. Herbert explained that many mages in the cage had to live through similar experiences, dying while on duty, either from accidents or illness. There were also mages from outside the Empire, and non-mages who had been picked up from alleys, destined to fail. Herbert went on to tell Marco he saved these people from mockery and embarrassment by turning them into something useful. They were ingredients for a cause, a second-class mage of the Ivory Tower, also assistant mage to the Tower Master. Herbert then ordered Marco to cut off a pinky finger with a dagger. Marco obeyed, and blood splattered everywhere. The Tower Master, relieved, finally felt he could call Marco his son. Later, 3 people discussed Master Herbert's situation. They noticed he was getting busier and had to manage Yann, the youngest 6th class mage, which must be putting a lot of pressure on him. The slender lady in a blue dress told the others that, in the future, the Tower Master would serve the 5th prince, while Sister Yann would serve the Crown Prince. Both would become the 2 pillars supporting the tower. Herbert. They noticed he was getting busier and had to manage Yann, the youngest 6th class mage, which must be putting a lot of pressure on him. The elegant lady in the blue dress told the others that from now on, the Master of the Tower would serve the 5th prince, while Sister Yann would serve the Crown Prince. Both would become the 2 pillars supporting the tower, each serving different realms. The 3 continued discussing who he should serve. Understanding it meant taking orders and following them. Marco knocked on the door and entered Yann's room, bringing what he needed. Marco handed the books to Yann. Yann looked at him, then asked about the health of the Master of the Tower. Marco answered hesitantly, saying he just felt a little off. But when Yann's eyes landed on Marco's hand, he couldn't help but notice something strange. When he asked about it, Marco lied, claiming he'd had a small accident during training, and insisted it was a minor injury, so Yann shouldn't worry. But something felt off. Marco, who had always been straightforward and open when they were alone, was now acting distant. Yann couldn't shake the feeling that Marco was behaving like a completely different person. Maybe Marco was trying to keep his distance because he now looked like his old self and spoke with his voice. All of this had been happening since the Master of the Tower went on vacation, trying to gather things. Yann reminded Marco of their past in Mogriane, where they first met. Yann had been assigned there. Without Marco's help to wipe out the goblins that attacked during Mogriane, Yann would have been seriously hurt. Worried, Marco said he remembered but seemed eager to leave, his strange behavior drawing attention. Yann stopped him, wondering why Marco was acting so weird. Marco insisted he just remembered the past differently, claiming their meeting during the goblin battle at Mogriane was something he hadn't been part of. He said it was actually during the Manadian exam that Marco helped him. Yann's confusion grew and his suspicion was now undeniable. He demanded an explanation, determined to get to the bottom of things. Yann used some of his powers to bring Marco back to his senses. When Marco woke up, he seemed completely out of it. Yann asked how he felt, and Marco seemed disconnected from reality. Yann told him he had cast an anti-magic spell, one that cancelled all other active spells, because Marco had been manipulated by dark magic. Slowly, Marco returned to his true self and, with a troubled look, he urged Yann to stop the Master of the Tower, Herbert, from carrying out his dark plans. Desperate for answers, Yann demanded to know every detail of what had happened. Yann soon found himself face to face with the Master of the Tower, Herbert. Herbert's plan had worked. Yann had taken the bait. The Master of the Tower had placed dark magic on Marco, knowing that someone like Yann, an excellent mage, would recognize the signs of such an obvious spell. Now that Yann was here, the Master's preparations were complete, although some of the raw materials were no longer usable. Herbert saw this as a fair investment to tame a 6th class mage. Herbert felt honored that a great 6th class mage like Yann had come to visit him, especially while he was sick. Yann, still the respectful mage, wished him a speedy recovery, as it was natural to visit the respected leader of one's organization when he was unwell. The Master of the Tower thanked Yann for his kind words, then invited him to sit and have some tea. While talking, the Master mentioned he had met Marco earlier, noting that Marco seemed a bit unwell. He wondered if he might have passed his illness to Marco, but Yann disagreed, saying what he saw in Marco wasn't just an illness. The Master of the Tower praised Marco for his hard work, admitting his passion often affected his health. Yann then revealed something troubling. He told Herbert that Marco had shared an unbelievable story. Somewhere in the 5 Manor was a gate leading to a secret lab where the Master of the Tower conducted dark magic experiments using unethical methods. The Master immediately denied it, dismissing the claim as absurd, and suggesting Marco must have imagined it because of his illness. Anger rising, Yann confronted the Master of the Tower. He admitted that Marco had been controlled by dark magic, and that it was Herbert himself was the one who cast the spell on him. He added that it was Marco who sent Yann here to stop the Master of the Tower from continuing his dark experiments. Herbert kept denying everything, insisting he had no part in what Yann accused him of. Instead, he confirmed there was indeed a gate to his lab, but it wasn't the result of dark magic. It was simply the advantage of an artifact he had discovered, one that made traveling to his lab practical for an old mage like him. Dark magic, he claimed, was not something he dealt with. To prove his innocence, Herbert offered Yann the chance to accompany him to his lab, assuring him a direct inspection would leave no room for doubt. the master of the tower, took Yann with him to his lab, explaining that as the master of the Ivory Tower, he couldn't allow any rumors about his use of dark magic to spread. It would be disgraceful. He then demonstrated the power of an artifact, showing Yann how injecting a small amount of mana into a book lets anyone use a portal spell, a skill normally only an 8th tier mage could cast. He insisted Yann follow him, which Yann did without hesitation. As they walked, Yann's mind kept drifting back to his past life, where he remembered Herbert Leon as one of the greatest masters of the History Tower. Herbert was a legendary mage who laid the foundation for the continent's unification. Once humble and dignified, he had been kind to all, and with his help, the prince he served became the ruler of the empire. The Ivory Tower's reputation peaked during Herbert's time, and Yann, who also served that same prince as a mage, held great respect for the noble personality of the master of the tower. Yann, who had also served the same prince as a mage, had great respect for the noble personality of the tower master. But now, the tower master claims he once dreamed of being a hero, becoming a mage capable of protecting the empire with immense power and bringing peace to the grieving hearts of the people. However, over time, he realized he couldn't change anything on his own. The only true power that could make him a hero existed elsewhere. Herbert then hypnotizes Yann, comes from authority. He asks Yann to join him to gain that power, promising that together they could protect the empire and save countless lives. Though they're different, the master of the tower insists they both want to be heroes. He orders Yann to stand up, and Yann does, though his mind is troubled. Herbert then asks Yann the same question he asked Marco. Who is he? Yann answers that he is the master of the Ivory Tower. Herbert Leon is crazy. Also, the master of the tower is stunned, clearly shocked by Yann's words, but before Herbert can react, Yann punches him in the face. Yann reminds Herbert what the master of the tower himself said earlier. It wasn't dark magic, but despite all the dark magic he might have learned, Herbert is still limited by the abilities of a 5th-tier mage. Yann wonders if the master of the tower really thought he could fool him into believing otherwise. He mocks Herbert, calling him desperate, as the master of the tower's mana runs out. Yann notices how much he's already taken from him. Given his age, Herbert will take a long time to recover, and Yann warns he won't be able to move easily. Yann has examined all the properties the master of the tower had accumulated. He can't help but wonder what he planned to do with them, especially since he didn't even have family. Taunting the master of the tower, Yann noticed it seemed all his wealth was, especially since he didn't even have a family. Taunting the master of the tower, Yann noticed it seemed all his wealth was hidden in a cave, never contributing a single coin to the empire. He also wondered how far the master of the tower planned to go, asking if he intended to reach the river Styx. Looking around at the people in the cave, Yann noticed they didn't look great, but some were still alive. He told them to hold on a bit longer, assuring them he would get them out so they could receive proper care. The master of the tower, laughing darkly, asked Yann if he really thought Marco was the only one he could tame. There were plenty more, each more useful than Marco, ready to serve him. Then, in a threatening tone, the master of the tower warned that these people would arrive soon, and wouldn't stop until they got the signal. That's how the curse was set up from the start, making sure those two things happened first. Yann felt the weight of the situation and got visibly stressed. Still, the master of the tower offered a deal. If Yann forgot everything that happened and didn't expose the gate, he'd have no proof against him. He claimed he had no clue about Yann's real motives, but warned crossing his path would be a mistake Yann would regret. Despite the offer, Yann refused. The master of the tower's expression darkened. He threatened Yann, saying he'd kill his mom and the young master. Yann, however, wanted to see what the master of the tower was really capable of. Meanwhile, Madame Page anxiously awaited Yann's return. Rateau suggested she head back since the wind was getting colder, but she was tense. Something was off. She couldn't reach Yann through his orb, and he always made sure to inform her if he'd be late. Rateau tried to reassure her, reminding her that Yann was a 6th-class mage in the Empire. Even a soldier or a squad wouldn't dare challenge him, so there was nothing to fear. Still, Madame Page was worried because Yann was just a kid. Sensing her distress, Rateau apologized for his earlier comments. He admitted he had a young son himself, and understood her concern. He then assured her that Yann probably felt the weight of his responsibilities and carried his burdens alone. But as family, they were meant to share those burdens. Madame Page, however, felt helpless, knowing Yann never asked anyone for help. It hurt her to see him carry it all on his shoulders, especially when she wanted to be the one he could count on. Still, all she could do was wait for his return. Sensing her frustration, Rateau urged her not to be so hard on herself. He was sure Yann drew strength knowing he had a family waiting for him. He recalled a time when he suffered mana poisoning, and having his son by his side was the greatest comfort he could ask for. That's the power of family, he explained. Even when we think we're not helping, just being there for each other gives a sense of security. He then asked if he could stay with her until Yann returned. As they sat in silence, the atmosphere was calm, but something felt off to Rateau. Suddenly, he urged Madame Page to come inside. Sensing something was wrong, two people approached, their heads covered. Rateau told them to stop, but when he saw the weapons in their hands, he immediately rushed to protect Madame Page, holding her close as he prepared for any danger they might pose. Arnold and His Majesty were both surprised by the thunder and lightning. Arnold urged His Majesty to leave immediately, suggesting they head home since the weather seemed unstable. However, His Majesty, determined to learn more about the people's lives, insisted on staying. Having worked hard to convince his father to let him go out in disguise, he wasn't ready to turn back so soon. Arnold, concerned but intrigued, asked His Majesty if he could teach him the art of the sword. He clarified he wasn't aiming to become a warrior but just wanted to learn some self-defense techniques, or maybe a bit of posture training. His Majesty, raising an eyebrow, asked if Arnold knew how to draw his sword with style. But Arnold wasn't interested in that right now. Instead, he asked His Majesty to stand behind him, intending to protect him. Just then, HeLene, the great mage of the Ivory Tower, appeared. Arnold, surprised, recalled hearing that HeLene had been missing for years. What was she doing here? HeLene took a few steps toward Arnold, and he immediately ordered her to stop, and state her intentions for approaching His Majesty. HeLene muttered something about hating Green, a river, who was destroying everything in its path. A fierce confrontation broke out between the two. HeLene activated her mana barrier. Arnold, seeing this, felt a surge of excitement. This was finally his chance to test his abilities. He knew Sister Yann had been the first person Ragnar wanted to show them to, but now Arnold saw an opportunity to train himself. As the battle intensified, Arnold struggled to control the mana leaking from his body. He realized it was getting difficult, kind of like when he cast a spell for a moment. He considered himself a half-man, a term he had heard before. But despite the difficulty, he felt that with enough practice, he could manage the mana flow for a certain period. Once unleashed, with a burst of confidence, Arnold threatened HeLene, warning her to get ready to see what an Elfling could do. He advanced, raising his weapon and aiming for her chest. But just as he was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. He wasn't killing her, not yet, not before he found out who was behind the plot to assassinate His Majesty. Yann wants the Master of the Tower to do what he can, as long as he has the will. Because Yann isn't afraid of his tricks. He trusts the people he's worked with and met. Over the last 5 years, Herbert, on the other hand, I still believe they don't stand a chance against a mage. Yann questions Herbert, asking if he really thinks he's stupid enough not to be prepared for such a situation. Yann remembers the moment he saw Herbert send people to his manor in Demetara when the treaty was signed. That same trick won't work on him anymore. At that time, one of the many mana traps Keon set up would have easily caught any intruder, and it's very likely he would already be dead because of it. Yann refuses to negotiate with the Master of the Tower because he has nothing to gain. Instead, the one who will be judged is Herbert himself. With crimes as serious as his, Yann is sure an execution is planned, and he'll be there to make sure it happens. Yann thanks Herbert for taking care of the Ivory Tower for decades, promising to take good care of it from now on. He understands that maintaining the great reputation of the Ivory Tower is an important duty for the Master of the Tower. That's why he understands why Herbert would support the 5th Prince instead of the Crown Prince. Yann once thought Ragnar would make a good king, since hoarding people's wealth behind their backs is something a greedy person could do. But what really pissed Yann off was that Herbert dragged his family into this, which he never should have done, because everyone has a weak spot, and that's not something to mess with. Terry, Green River then makes an announcement. The sinister crimes of the Master of the Tower, Herbert, have finally been revealed. Herbert abused his position by practicing dark magic, using human lives and souls as ingredients to exploit innocence and manipulate the mages of his empire. It's a grave sin, so severe that even death can't atone for it. Terry, disgusted by the nature of Herbert's crimes, declares that Herbert Leon will be stripped of all his authority and titles and immediately sentenced to death by public execution. He will be considered the worst sinner in the history of his empire. Terry also announces that he will personally lead the investigations and carry out all related tasks to uncover other sinister accomplices involved. He orders everyone present to understand that no mage practicing dark magic will be safe from investigation, regardless of their position or status. He orders all aristocrats to cooperate, promising that those who were unwitting participants in the plot, the Tower Master's evil, will be purified of dark magic. and restored to their original position. However, Terry makes an exception. HeLene, who tried to assassinate the Crown Prince, even though she was under the Tower Master's influence. Her crime of attempting to kill royalty is an unforgivable sin. For this, Terry sentences High Mage HeLene to indefinite imprisonment. Finally, Terry acknowledges the two heroes who stopped Herbert's evil plans, stating their rewards are well-deserved. He calls Yann, who exposed and stopped the Tower Master's plot, and Oliver Redwood, who thwarted HeLene's assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. Terry announces Yann's reward will be decided after the dark magic investigation concludes. He then turns to Oliver, captain of the Second Imperial Knight Order, and declares this a blessing and joyous occasion for the Empire. Not only is the Crown Prince safe, but a new senior knight has emerged, someone who has transcended human limits. Terry congratulates Oliver for setting a noble example for the Empire's knights. He bows respectfully to Oliver and awards him the highest title a knight can earn, Master of the Sword. The crowd murmurs in surprise, since no one has received this title in centuries. The reason is that the honor of the sword was overshadowed by magic's power. But Oliver, in Terry's eyes, Oliver boldly broke through that shadow and transcended his limits. Terry is sure Oliver will keep doing so. He orders Oliver to kneel before the king. Terry then places his hands on Oliver's head, swearing, by the first source of the Emerald River, that the title of Master of the Sword, with all its honor, is granted to Sir Oliver Redwood, Knight of the Imperial family. He asks Oliver if he's ready to take on the responsibilities of the Empire's sword, a position vacant for centuries. Oliver swears by his title to devote his life to protecting the Empire. Ragnar was deeply dissatisfied with the decision to execute the Ivory Tower Master. He didn't understand why his father didn't see the significant power loss their empire would suffer. To him, the Tower Master was a high-level 6th-class mage, and losing someone like him, it would be like losing 10,000 soldiers. But it wasn't just about the execution itself, it was also the timing. The Tower Master's death would be public. Every realm on the continent would hear about it, including their old enemy at the border, the Coldwood Empire. Ragnar was frustrated and kept clearly stating his point, reiterating how damaging this decision would be. Terry Green River, his father, interrupted, brushing aside Ragnar's concerns. He declared that Herbert Leon was no longer the most powerful mage in their empire. At that moment, the most powerful mage of the Ivory Tower was Ian Page, the first human to reach 6th-class magic. Ian was about to replace the current Tower Master, and Terry assured Ragnar not to worry. In fact, he believed this generational change would bring prosperity to the Ivory Tower. Ragnar reluctantly accepted that young Page would likely usher in a new era for the tower. However, his worry remained. Losing a great mage with decades of experience and immense power like the Tower Master would be a waste. If Ian Page could team up with the Tower Master to lead the Ivory Tower, Ragnar was certain their empire would dominate the continent in no time. If the talented young mage and the wise, experienced Tower Master could share the tower's power, it would create a system of checks and balances which would benefit the tower and their empire. This was Ragnar's reasoning. They would keep each other in check and distracted, which would work in their favor. Terry agreed with the idea of Ian leading the tower, but he reiterated his concern about the Tower Master's involvement with forbidden dark magic. He believed that Ian leads the tower, but he reiterated his concern about the Master of the Tower's involvement with forbidden dark magic. He believed no study of dark magic would accurately describe what the Master of the Tower had actually done. The Master of the Tower had used mages under his protection, as well as innocents, as ingredients for dark magic, showing no remorse for sacrificing their lives. Terry believed it was a sign the Master of the Tower had gone mad. The Master of the Tower's ultimate goal had been to gain more power through human sacrifice, and when he saw Ian Page as a threat to his own power, he tried to brainwash him with dark magic, just like he did with other mages. Ragnar, however, kept defending the Master of the Tower. He believed that, in extreme cases, dark magic could be a powerful weapon that might benefit their empire. If his father was worried about using ingredients for dark magic, Ragnar suggested using death row criminals instead of innocent people. Sacrifices, in his mind, could be justified for the greater good, but that's where, Terry claimed, their fundamental disagreement lay and why Ragnar would never be chosen as his successor. Dark magic was the art of absolute evil, a force that corrupted human souls and disrupted the natural order. Terry reminded Ragnar of his ancestor Mitchell Green River, who fought to banish dark magic from the land completely. Terry, being Ragnar's father, was fully aware of his character, ambitions, and plans. Although Ragnar was incredibly smart, he lacked the most important quality an emperor should have, the ability to value his people above all else. Ragnar saw people as mere tools to be used. Ragnar would never embody that trait. He wasn't ready to let that happen. He confronted his father, wondering if his father really thought he didn't understand the real reason why he could never be his successor. Ragnar mentioned Aiden, the son of the woman Terry loved more than anything in the world. Meanwhile, Ragnar was the product of a political marriage. Growing more frustrated, Ragnar kept expressing his thoughts, revealing how hard he had tried to earn his father's recognition. To him, he constantly felt like an outsider. He felt he was never treated as an equal to Aiden. And he even believed that if Aiden had asked to free the master of the tower, Terry would have done it without hesitation. Enraged, Terry was about to slap Ragnar but stopped just in time. He stormed out, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Outside, he ordered Sister Dunfield to ensure Ragnar's manor was guarded and that Ragnar wasn't allowed to leave, even if it meant stopping him from contacting anyone. Sister Dunfield agreed to follow the orders without question. There was a knock at the door. Someone came to see Ragnar. However, Ragnar refused to meet them, not wanting to engage. Despite that, the door opened and Yann entered, stating it was an order from the Emperor. Ragnar asked if it was a direct order from the Emperor himself. Yann admitted that His Majesty wanted this close associate of the criminal Herbert Leon tested to see if they had been under the influence of dark magic. Ragnar was surprised when he realized today was the day of the Master of the Tower's execution. He questioned Yann vehemently, asking how he dared suggest that he, Ragnar, had been the Master of the Tower's puppet, a mere slave to his dark magic. He couldn't tolerate such an insult. Yann explained, however, that all royal family members, and those who served them were tested the same way. Ragnar was urged not to take offense. Ragnar eventually sat down and told Yann to do what he had to do, though he warned it wouldn't take long. Yann reassured him that Ragnar might feel dizzy afterward but shouldn't panic, as the dizziness would prove he hadn't been affected by dark magic. Yann finished in the process and asked Ragnar how he felt. Ragnar admitted he felt uncomfortable, which meant there was no trace of dark magic and he'd feel better after some rest, so there was no need to worry. As Yann turned to leave, Ragnar stopped him, curiosity piqued. He asked why Yann served his brother, suggesting that Yann, being a sharp guy, should understand that Aiden was never meant for the throne. Ragnar wondered why Yann didn't see that so many lords and noble families had turned their backs on Aiden. Yann clarified that he didn't serve the crown prince at all. Ragnar was stunned by this revelation. Yann left, advising Ragnar to enjoy his rest. Once Yann was gone, his hands trembled as he muttered to himself that it was true. He didn't serve Aiden. There was only one emperor in the world to whom he had sworn loyalty. The plans forming, in his mind at that moment, were all about revenge and betrayal. Later, Damphel knocked on Ragnar's door. He informed Ragnar that the master of the tower had been taken to the guillotine at Green Riverdame Square that night and executed. That was all. And Damphel asked if he could leave. Ragnar, without a word, motioned for him to go. Damphel placed a letter on the table, seeking permission to leave. Ragnar opened the letter and noticed a silver border, decorating its edges. The next scene takes us to the royal palace, where Yann updates the king on current developments. From what Yann gathered, the survivors found inside Herbert Leon's gate are all being treated in a secured area, the Ivory Tower. Those who regained consciousness are also being questioned in hopes of making progress on the case. As for the treasure Herbert hid, Yann assures the king he'll do everything possible to recover what rightfully belongs to the Empire. Herbert's associates have also been tested for traces of dark magic, but none show signs of corruption. The king is very pleased with the report and verbally praises Yann for his excellent work. It breaks the king's heart to learn of Herbert's dark deeds, so much that he can't help but tremble at the thought of the vile things Herbert was involved in. He feels responsible for not realizing it sooner, but Yann also takes responsibility for his own negligence. He feels pathetic for not seeing through the false humility and upright persona Herbert showed in public. Never in his wildest dreams would Yann have imagined Herbert had a completely different side hidden beneath that act of kindness. From now on, Yann promises to submit even the smallest reports regularly, including updates on the Ivory Tower's internal investigations and dark magic screening results. Speaking of which, the king suddenly remembers something he's wanted to address for a long time. Yann, of course, is more than willing to listen to his esteemed king. The king doesn't hesitate to ask how Yann plans to handle the crown prince. This unexpected question definitely catches the magician off guard. He wasn't expecting it at all. He tried to dodge the topic, but the king won't let him off without a proper answer. Silence follows as Yann thinks before finally answering this intimidating question. To be honest, Yann admits, he could never truly be loyal to the crown prince, much to the king's shock. However, Yann is ready to cooperate with whoever he has to to make sure the prince takes the throne. He swears to stay by the new king's side, so his name will go down in history as a wise ruler. The king is puzzled and doesn't know what to make of it. Yann is willing to support the crown prince, even if he doesn't acknowledge him, and after some thought, the king has no objections. He signals his butler to bring the gift he prepared for the magician. A large box is brought forward containing a staff the king managed to retrieve from Herbert's lair after his arrest. The king assumes Yann already knows that electing a new master of the tower isn't a simple process, even when a legitimate successor is in place. Several regulatory procedures must be followed. The standard practice is to receive proper training from the former master of the tower and await approval from both them and the Imperial family. But given the current circumstances, the king fears the position will remain vacant too long if all formalities are followed. So, he thinks it's wise to cut down on bureaucracy. That said, the king wants Yann to have this staff right now, well ahead of time. Also, the king swallows his pride before asking the mage for one more favor. Yann is more than willing to do whatever his king has in mind. It turns out it's about Ragnar. Even though his fiercest supporters have fallen, the king fears Ragnar will rise again. The king knows better than anyone how ambitious and ruthless Ragnar is. He'll do absolutely anything to reach his goals. If Ragnar ever manages to achieve his aims and take the throne, a massive bloodbath and carnage will be inevitable. The king doesn't shy away from admitting the mistakes he made, mistreating his son, and causing deep emotional wounds. He admits it's not something a father should have done, and for that, Ragnar has every right to hate him till his dying day. So, the king begs the mage to keep Ragnar in check once he's gone. Yann accepts the staff given to him and bows respectfully to his king, ready to take full responsibility for his abilities. For the sincerity Yann shows, the king also grants him absolute trust. The scene shifts to the tower where Yann hears a distant voice greet him as soon as he enters. This triggers a flashback. He remembers how he once dreamed of becoming a hero. He wanted to be a mage, powerful enough to protect the empire alone, a symbol of hope for the people in desperate times. He dreamed of having the power to lead an army of young talents, the power to keep peace and fend off any threat, the power to control everything, the power to protect, often called absolute authority. It's something people killed for, cold-blooded, just to keep it for themselves. But now becoming a hero doesn't really interest him anymore. Yann, there's only one thing that holds his full attention. He wants to erase the existence and wipe the name of one man off the face of the world, and that man is Ragnar Green River. Rather than just killing him and turning his body into a corpse, Yann plans to inflict something far worse than death. The scene quickly cuts to the man in question, whose days are already numbered, and we all know why. The next morning, Aiden comes to congratulate Yann on his new role as master of the tower. Although Yann frowns reluctantly, looking at the prince who still seems so unserious in front of him, but to keep it confidential for now, he immediately informs him that it hasn't been announced yet. This stops Aiden from calling him that, but Aiden just laughs it off, too hyped to see Yann level up. He's the kid who literally begged to go to the site of the old Ivory Tower. But now he's the master of that very Ivory Tower. Yann wonders when he ever begged the prince, but then tells Aiden to leave because he's busy with the dark magic test. With a resigned look, Aiden lets him know he only came to see Yann in person since he's been super busy. Worried, Aiden checks if he's okay, saying he's been feeling really nauseous lately. Without revealing anything, Yann assures Aiden he's in perfect health. Though he's noticed some suspicious signs, he considered the possibility that he's under the influence of dark magic, given the stupidity shown so far. For Herbert, who wants to put Ragnar on the throne, the prince obviously stands in his way. In that case, it's relatively easy to take him out by exploiting his own stupidity, but Yann immediately cuts off his thoughts when he sees Aiden's innocent smile, and realizes Aiden was just born an idiot. In a flash, Aiden casually mentions his sister HeLene, a smirk on his lips, just before leaving. He adds that HeLene often asks about him, her curiosity about Yann seeming more than just casual interest, like how he spends his time, what foods he likes, etc. As he leaves, he suggests Yann personally tell HeLene if he sees her next time, because even though Aiden is close to Yann, he couldn't answer her questions. As the door closes behind him, Yann watches the crown prince leave, noticing how Aiden's growth is improving slowly but surely. Having good guidance will help her become a wise emperor. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. It's HeLene. They greet each other warmly, checking in on how they're doing. They reassure each other that they're fine. Yann then signals her to sit down, inviting her to take a seat. HeLene sits, waiting for the dark magic exam, but there's definitely tension between them. Suddenly, she falls silent. A veil of mana envelops the room. Yann is somewhat surprised. It's a second-level incantation that silences the surroundings. Yann praises her for reaching such a level but, out of curiosity, demands to know what she wants to say. After casting the silent spell, HeLene hesitates for a moment before finally asking what she should do next. She doesn't know where to start. Seeing her so nervous, Yann takes the lead to lighten the mood by asking her a question. Why did she want to hide that she's a mage? She carefully considers whether to tell the truth or not, revealing that her father asked her to keep it secret. She explains that the mage Kevin tested her mana. When the test came back positive, he informed HeLene's father that instead of the Ivory Tower, becoming a mage meant giving up her status and authority to join the Ivory Tower. Her father wanted her to be part of the Imperial family, so they kept it confidential. Since that day, mage Kevin was instructed to keep silent, and HeLene fulfilled the duties of an honorable daughter. After telling everything, HeLene doesn't hesitate to open her heart, confessing her desire for magic that can never, ever disappear. Yann thinks she's lucky because Kevin supported the crown prince. Otherwise, she'd be in danger, but at the same time, he's puzzled that she's telling him all this. HeLene clarifies that at first, she wanted to support her bro, but now things have changed. Aiden is on the right path, but she worries about interfering with her brother's future goals, since she's also learned magic and plans to pursue it. As soon as Yann understands the princess's thoughts, he smiles, approaches her, and kneels before her. He advises her to live her life fully, that's all she needs to do. Yann adds that she shouldn't live for the empire or the crown prince, but for herself. HeLene sadly nods, because she doesn't know how to do that. Yann quickly reassures her that no one is born with all the answers in life. He advises her that if she keeps chasing the values others impose, her life won't be hers anymore but someone else's. If she sticks to that conventional way of living, she'll lose herself and wander in an endless void filled only with regrets. Giving her this advice, Yann himself recalls the regrets from his past life. Therefore, he hopes she'll make the right choice and find what she truly wants to pursue. HeLene listens carefully to Yann's advice, then hesitantly asks if he's found the life he desires. This unexpected question leaves Yann puzzled. It's the first time someone's asked him that, and the first time he's questioned the purpose of his own life. Certain of his feelings, he answers that he doesn't know, assuming he made a presumptuous remark. But HeLene is truly grateful to Yann for giving her the courage to imagine a life beyond that of a princess bound by duty. Yann is happy, because learning magic will benefit her no matter which path she chooses. With her fast progress, she'll become a way better mage in the future. Fully motivated, she asks him a favor, requesting that he teach her magic. Yann's eyes widen in shock, because he thought Kevin was already teaching her, but Kevin has nothing new left to teach her. According to HeLene, she clasps her hands, sincerely begging him to be her mentor. Sweat beads on Yann's head. He can't help but feel troubled by the unexpected request. Yann thinks it over, wondering what he should do. Although he knows HeLene has a passion for magic, learning third-class magic without anyone's help isn't easy. And if she becomes an Oran magician, she'll be a huge asset. So he agrees, telling her she'll have to help him if he ever needs it in the future. Seeing her accept right away, Yann finds it amusing, but HeLene reveals she trusts him. At that moment, Yann feels his heart race, suddenly blushing slightly. But to ignore these strange feelings, he decides to inspect for now, saying they'll talk and take magic lessons later. Soon, she's under the influence of dark magic, so she feels dizzy and almost falls. But Yann catches her just in time and lifts her up. She immediately clings to his arm. A little later, embarrassed, she can't look Yann in the eye. So, just as she's about to leave, Yann suddenly starts spilling random info about himself, really throwing HeLene off. He keeps talking about his food choices and recent books he's into, while HeLene looks confused, not understanding what's going on. Noticing her confusion, Yann innocently says he heard she asked Hayden some questions. HeLene turns bright red with embarrassment, tears welling up, feeling overwhelmed and flustered. HeLene quickly storms out, slamming the door. Yann stays there, his expression full of confusion. He can't help but wonder if he did something wrong to upset the princess. In a short time, many events have had serious implications for the future of the Green River Empire. The news about Herbert Leon, the master, the Ivory Tower and a fifth-class magician, spread quickly throughout the city, causing a huge stir among the public. In response, Emperor Terry Green River personally ordered an investigation into dark magic and tightened security across the empire. Yann is now the newly appointed young, high-level mage and owner of the Ivory Tower. No stone was left unturned regarding anything that could be linked to dark magic. This helped calm the unrest among the people. As for Herbert Leon, he was later beheaded. He is now recorded as the worst criminal the Empire has ever known. As a result, A group of nobles who previously supported Herbert turned away from Crown Prince Ragnar and became much more interested in what the new master of the tower, Yann Page, had to offer. One day, Yann is having a cup of tea when he's interrupted by a series of invitations. Surprised, he asks Ratio about their purpose. Ratio quickly explains their invitations to various meals and parties sent to Yann. Yann finds these people pretty careless, since the dark magic incidents aren't even resolved yet, though. He's not interested in reading them and won't attend either. Ratio smiles, suggesting he should read them because there's a marriage proposal letter, addressed to Yann. Shocked, Yann spits out his tea everywhere. However, Ratio briefly summarizes the letter's content. A man known as Count Giraret wants Yann to get engaged to his eldest daughter, who just turned 12, and marry her when she comes of age in 5 years. Seeing Yann's surprised reaction, Ratio makes him understand it's not strange since Yann is now a senior. People would obviously talk about marriage matters, but Yann assumes these nobles are using it to fight for political power. He finds it insane that a father would use his 2-year-old daughter for a political marriage. Anyway, Ratio helps him reject all the invitations, but before starting, Yann expresses his gratitude to Ratio for protecting his mom. Despite that, it's no big deal for Ratio, since he promised to protect Vanessa no matter what. And the mana trap Yann set up in the new manor took care of those suspicious people. That said, Yann demands to know which mage infused mana into Ratio's body, causing mana poisoning. Because of that, he'll track them down and punish them accordingly. Ratio laughs nervously, revealing he doesn't remember much. It happened during the night, and there are many mages who didn't like him. When he was young, he made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so he doesn't know who this could be. He admitted there was a time when he held deep hatred for magicians, especially when he thought about dying and leaving Douglas all alone. But now, after meeting Yann, he's doing better and has let go of all that hate. He thanks Yann as always. Hearing Ratio's sincere words, Yann confronts him about never having seen his real dad's face. But after meeting Ratio and living with him, he guesses if he had a dad, he'd be something like this. He understands why Douglas is so positive, as well as his mom, who's much healthier, thanks to the elixir Ratio made. He hopes Ratio will always protect his mom if he ever spends time away from her. Suddenly, Douglas bursts through the door, announcing he's finished the antidote for mana poisoning made from the endier flower. Douglas is eager to give it to his dad, but when he spots Ratio in the room, he's shocked because he wanted to surprise him. Seeing Ratio all confused, Yann explains that he searched the library where tower owners have access and looked up methods to refine endier flowers. It's advanced magic that can stop time for an object. It works. On plants too. Ratio slowly approaches his son, tears streaming down his face, and immediately breaks down in grateful sobs, hugging his son tight. Douglas promises Yann he'll become a famous alchemist. So, he'll create a cure for the worst diseases so no one suffers like his dad did. Yann watches them, smiling slightly as he takes in the impressive view of a return to ancient times in a mysterious, unknown place. A voice echoes. It's Michelle Green River speaking to the dragon. The veil between the human world and dragons is about to close. The Dragonians will pay a heavy price for the destruction they caused in this world. Michelle tells this dragon lineage they will bear the sins of their race. Until their extinction, he uses his own blood to create a bucket, like a magic circle, declaring, no one will be allowed to step beyond it. In the present, another plot unfolds in the Crown Prince's house. Ragnar looks at the person in front of him, finding it hard to believe how similar they are. Standing before him is a half Ragnar, a double so identical it's impossible to tell which is real. He remembers what the note said about waiting, because someone would be sent, but never in his wildest dreams did he think it would be a clone. Still, he's puzzled about how to get out of here. Since Yann covered the place with Ivory Tower magic to watch them, he figures disguises won't do any good. The clown speaks abruptly, assuring Ragnar not to worry, explaining the cult leader has more power than the current master of the Ivory Tower. Ragnar has no clue about this cult leader, but will be informed when he meets them in person. Opening a book, the clown immediately traps them in a powerful energy flow, and an escape route instantly appears before them. The clown tells him to enter. It's a portal leading out of the capital. Ragnar hesitates, but his attention shifts when a hand reaches out from the portal. It's Danfil. Ragnar hesitates for a moment, still skeptical, but finally grabs Danfil's hand and steps through the portal. After passing through, he's taken to a space far from the palace. Tons of questions flood Ragnar's mind. He knows well that even Herbert couldn't pull off this kind of magic. Meanwhile, Danfil stays calm. Nothing surprises him. On top of that, Danfil explains that despite his immense power, Herbert wasted it focusing on advancing his own position. He was someone destined to be rejected sooner or later. though now he's better off thanks to his reckless, self-destructive tendencies. Ragnar is still confused, but Danfil goes on to explain that the cult leader thinks he's the candidate, ideal to be a leader, not the emperor, the perfect leader who will eliminate ignorant elements and bring new, innovative ideas to the world. Ragnar is also the one who inherited the bloodline to open the path to this new world. Therefore, the cult leader had been eagerly awaiting this day. The more Ragnar listened to Danfil's explanation, the more confused he became. He watches, Danfil silently, his mind drifting, flooded with thoughts. How could there be someone with magical powers greater than Herbert and Yann? How could such a person exist? Although he had heard of a sect that didn't follow the nation's common beliefs, he never imagined the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower would be involved. It's confusing. Could there be propaganda to change the nation's religion? Did he intend to use someone from the royal family, like himself, as a tool to carry out the plan? Judging by his situation, right or wrong, he must gather power wherever he can find it. Suddenly, they arrive at a place. It's a castle where the Dragonians once lived. 300 years ago, it was sealed by the Ivory Tower's magical barrier, but time passed and the barrier collapsed, so humans eventually found it. In an instant, a group of cultists approaches, bowing respectfully. Sweat drips down Ragnar's face. He recognizes several familiar faces, all nobles. Danfil explains that since this is a crucial moment, where a new world with the truth begins, he only gathered the highest-ranking members from the capital. However, Ragnar worries about several things. The purpose of the meeting, who is he working for? Danfil assures Ragnar he'll get all that info once he meets the cult leader. Then he leads Ragnar to a large door where the cult leader waits. The door opens, and as Ragnar steps in, he can't help but exclaim in disbelief. It's none other than the last dragon sealed by Michelle, Grey River, and instead of being dead, he's now sealed. The cult members quickly kneel, joining their hands in honor of the last descendant of the dragon race. Ragnar's mind is perplexed. He didn't expect him to be the cult leader, yet he bows in greeting. The last dragon vassal acknowledges that Ragnar must have tons of questions about what he is and why he invited Ragnar here. Before Ragnar can guess more, he introduces himself as Aventus, the last draconian left on this earth. Ragnar is horrified, understanding nothing of this. Wasn't the dragon race wiped out 300 years ago? Aventus laughs at Ragnar's obvious confusion, then explains that during the war 300 years ago, his species was defeated and exterminated by humans. All Dragonians were killed except one. Aventus. Michelle Grey River cast a sealing magic only on him, making it impossible for him to step outside this place. Aventus approaches Ragnar, confessing he's been waiting for this moment. The blood of this person, he insists, the blood of the magician who cast the seal on him is needed to break it. Ragnar feels uneasy. If Aventus needed blood to break the seal, wouldn't it be easier for him to just kill Ragnar and take it? Instead, Aventus tries to make a deal with him. Although Aventus's plans are grand, he wants to gain more power by making Ragnar the emperor for the sake of a new world, where Dragonians can coexist with humans. But Ragnar doubts Aventus's plans, since he could easily kill Ragnar and use his clone for various purposes. Despite that, Aventus clarifies his intention not to harm him, and that he would erase his memories if he refuses. Although, he thinks Ragnar won't refuse this opportunity. Clenching his fists, Ragnar makes Aventus promise to make him emperor and not betray him to gain his trust. Aventus promises without hesitation. Ragnar grabs Danfil's dagger, and at that moment cuts his hand to let blood flow so Aventus can break the seal. With each drop of Ragnar's blood falling into the circle forming the border begins to glow and, with faint flashes of light, it suddenly disappears in seconds. Aventus smiles happily, thanking Ragnar for trusting him and setting him free. At that moment, he uses his magic to change his outfit and at the same time, and that they'll definitely be good bros in the future. Taking a Damphile cloak, he heads out directly with his followers for a stroll after hundreds of years. A few days later, in Princess Haley's room, she feels extremely anxious, not understanding why Yann hasn't contacted her yet. But her maid quickly reassures her, saying, he's probably just a bit busy with the recent black magic investigation, that he might just be a bit busy with the recent investigation into dark magic. Unsure of everything, Haley can't help but smile worriedly at her maid's consolation. Suddenly, two maids rush into the room, their faces flushed, ignoring their urgency. Haley immediately demands to know what's wrong. The two maids hurriedly inform her to wear a formal dress instead of a robe. Yann Page has finally arrived. Haley is stunned for a moment, but when she realizes, she panics and asks her maids for help. She asks her maids if she looks okay, though they all encourage her to go since she's the prettiest today. Gathering her courage, she steps inside. Yann immediately stands up and approaches to greet her. Looking at her, HeLene blushes slightly, tries to stay calm, and jokes that she thought he had forgotten her. Nervously, Yann quickly bows his head in apology, explaining he's been busy lately. Then, Yann glances around, suggesting HeLene move to a more suitable spot to train, since there are too many people watching in the palace. If anyone sees him meeting the princess, it would spark a lot of rumors. HeLene agrees with him. In that case, Yann reaches out his hand to HeLene, granting permission to hold it. This unexpected request makes her heart race, but it would help them teleport somewhere else. Hesitant, she reaches out her hand to Yann. When their hands touch, a light envelops them, and in the blink of an eye, they're teleported to a hill. HeLene admires the place. Meanwhile, Yann explains it's a series of hills on the outskirts of the capital, and people don't visit often. As a 6th-class mage, his teleportation range isn't very large, so he decided to teleport here. It's spacious and open, perfect for training. Meanwhile, HeLene pays no attention and is captivated by the beauty of the place. Hearing Yann call her name, her attention turns to him. HeLene admits she's never left the palace before, but after holding his hand, the dream she had of going out became reality. HeLene smiles joyfully, realizing magic really is something extraordinary. Yann stands still, contemplating the princess's smile, but at that moment, a memory of HeLene from his past life flashes back, when her eyes were filled only with hatred, resentment, and sorrow. Seeing the current HeLene, so joyful and happy, Yann gives her a warm smile, agreeing that magic really is incredible. Later, as they walk and talk, HeLene is surprised to hear Yann recount the first time he saw her practice magic. HeLene remembers she was in the Imperial family's sanctuary. Yann explains he came to the palace by chance and stumbled upon that place, hiding in a corner when she and Kevin arrived. That's when he saw her. Curious, she demands to know the tactic he used to get in. Yann explains he came to the palace by chance and stumbled upon this place, hiding in a corner when she and Kevin arrived. That's when he saw her. Curious, she demands to know the tactic he used to get in, since there were a lot of guards there. Despite that, Yann was a curious kid and had his methods. However, HeLene can relate since Aiden, and she also explored restricted areas and got scolded when caught. So now she'll act like their conversation about his entry stopped instantly. She remembers her brother is throwing a birthday party, but she's upset when she learns Ian won't be attending. The prince's birthday bash is only for nobles, so, despite his promotion to the Ivory Tower, he's still just a commoner, and the powerful forces the former master of the Ivory Tower built over decades won't collapse easily. They'll be cautious around him until the crown prince secures his political and high society standing and safely claims the throne on his own. He thinks he should focus on his work as master of the Ivory Tower. That said, HeLene also decides to fulfill her legit princess duties so the nobles won't oppose her bro. She'll grind hard on magic too. That night, Ragnar talks with Aventus. Ragnar's plan is to get rid of the crown prince before dealing with Yann, because lately, commoners and nobles are curious since the master of the Ivory Tower, Yann, is making moves. No doubt Ian's a great magician, but he's still a commoner, with little experience or political clout, and many vassals, and nobles are unhappy he got such a position. So if he takes out the crown prince who naturally supports him, he'll be sidelined too. They need a puppet to pull off this plan, which is why Denfil suggests handing him this task. He knows someone who'd be the perfect puppet for them. With the plan laid out, Aventus decides to leave, but before he can, Ragnar demands to question him about something. Aventus has so much power he could rule the empire, even if it's to spread and develop order. There are many ways. So why did he choose Ragnar to work with him? Aventus reveals he's searching for someone. The last ancestor left on this land, the one who controls time, the golden dragon, someone the Dragonians aspire to become. Ragnar always thought it was a myth, but according to Aventus, that's what most humans think. But the reality is different. Dragons existed and still do, though they're somewhere out of reach. However, he's sure the golden dragon would appear if great chaos struck this land. By chaos, Aventus. Hearing about the war, the pieces finally click. The war 300 years ago was for the same reason. But this person didn't believe they were descendants of dragons, or that they helped humans. Even this person was behind the Dragonians' extermination, not just Michel Green River. Since Dragonians are far superior to humans, this person never showed their true face. In all this, it's like they don't exist in this world, but as a dragon with dragon blood, Aventus can basically sense Aventus's grand plan. This plan is to become emperor and start the war, but for Ragnar, he suggests it's not a bad thing since it would unite the continent, even if that's what Ragnar's ancestor wanted. If war breaks out, this person will appear to fix the chaos in the land. Ragnar stays skeptical and demands to know what Aventus will do after finding this person. However, Aventus dodges the question, but before leaving, he assures Ragnar he plans to play the game according to Ragnar's expectations. The next morning, at the Royal Knights HQ, Paul's eyes widen in surprise when Oliver tells him he must head immediately to the office of the First Order Captain of the Imperial Knights. Paul sighs, wondering why Denfil would ask to see him. Though Paul quickly leaves the office after such an urgent request, he feels anxious but doesn't hesitate for a second. He arrives quickly at Denfil's office door, takes a deep breath, just hoping he's not getting into trouble. He enters and, seeing Denfil, Paul bows respectfully but without hesitation. Denfil asks if the Crown Prince is okay, since he heard security was tightened after HeLene attacked him because she was under the influence of dark magic. When Paul confirms everything's better now, Denfil remembers Paul was promoted to vice captain some time ago, but they've never talked personally. He hopes Paul isn't offended. Still, it's an honor for Paul that Denfil summoned him at that exact moment. Denfil moves closer to Paul and keeps him engaged, probing based on what he'd heard. It was clear Paul's swordsmanship was only surpassed by Captain Oliver, known as the Master King of Arms. Constantly praising Paul, Denfil acknowledges that having skills recognized by His Highness and Captain Oliver is no small feat. When Paul admits he still has gaps, Denfil assures him not to be modest, especially since his talent was recognized and helped him become vice captain. Suddenly, Denfil's expression darkens and he admits he can't take it anymore. Oliver recommended an orphan and commoner, someone of humble origins. Just then, Aventus appears behind him. Paul instantly becomes alert, sensing something shady, draws his sword, and demands to know what's going on. But he's bound by dark magic, realizing in horror he can't move. A wave of dark energy slowly envelops him, invading his mind as Denfil orders him to join in building a great empire. A few days later, Aiden starts grasping the proper attack and defense art. Oliver carefully instructs Paul to maintain his stance. After a while, Oliver decides to call it a day. The prince collapses on the grass, disappointed with his skills, but Oliver notices Aiden's progress much faster and better than many others, even quicker than the Ivory Tower master, Yann. Hearing this, Aiden can't help but smile with joy, since he never thought he was better than perfect Yann at anything. Motivated, he decides to work harder than ever until he surpasses Yann. As Aiden prepares to resume training, he glances at Paul standing in the shade of a tree. Paul seems quieter and more distant than usual, although Oliver also asked if something was wrong. Paul assured him he was fine, so Aiden advised Oliver to keep an eye on him but asked him not to be harsh. Because a leader's duty is to listen to his subordinates' concerns, Aiden then turns his worried gaze to Paul. To him, Paul is a close friend, just like Yann and Oliver. Days passed, and at the royal palace, there was a banquet today, total chaos at the castle. To make sure everything's ready, Oliver enters the room to inform Hayden that the banquet has just started. However, Hayden is ready but nervous. Feeling anxious, he remembers Diane, who won't attend but advised Hayden to assert his position by his own strength. Seeing him nervous, Oliver reassures Hayden by telling him he's the main figure at the banquet today, so he must stay confident. The nobles should be the ones nervous, not him. Gaining some confidence, they're both ready to go, but just then, Haley arrives. She looks stunning in her royal outfit. Aiden teases Haley, saying it's a shame Kian isn't here today, she's so pretty, he should have seen her. Embarrassed, Haley suddenly remembers what Hayden told Yann about his curiosity regarding her interests, but chooses to ignore it, and instead wishes Hayden a very happy birthday, promising to crush those high-class nobles who dare speak ill of him, linked to his bro. Haley and Hayden start entering the banquet. The announcer promptly declares the arrival of Hayden and Haley. The nobles present immediately bow in respect, and soft music begins playing, performed by guitarists. The nobles approach Hayden, offering their birthday wishes. However, Oliver stays back, watching everything. As soon as Oliver's gaze, the hero turns to the Emperor, freezes, but quickly announces Terry Green River's arrival when the Emperor orders him to. With a smile, he enters, but the nobles are surprised as they look toward the Emperor. Eden is also shocked, since he thought his dad wouldn't come. Terry laughs because he wanted to surprise his son and would always fulfill his fatherly duties no matter what. Then, the Emperor heads to the table reserved for the royal family, and is happy that so many nobles have gathered here to celebrate the prince's birthday. He addresses everyone, expressing his joy to see them all, then glances at his son, showing how proud and surprised he is by his son's growth. He remembers when Hayden was young and used to walk around, with Hayden following because his dad was leading the way. Since that day, Aiden has followed in Terry's footsteps, and he's done so remarkably, making his father very proud. The Emperor congratulates Aiden, and after his speech, raises his glass to toast the future of the Empire and the Prince. Before drinking, he wishes his son a happy birthday. Suddenly, the Emperor collapses, blood spurting from his mouth due to poisoning. Small drops of blood cover the floor, spreading horror through the air. Aiden freezes. He can't help but feel horrified, seeing his father fall instantly. Meanwhile, Oliver reacts quickly, looking around vigilantly and rushing forward. It takes everyone a few seconds to react to this horrible scene, and immediately he's taken to the treatment room, but no one has any clue how this happened. Only Aiden sits in the room, still in shock from the incident. Suddenly, outside the door, a knock is heard. Oliver requested an audience, so Aiden quickly lets him in and rushes to the door. He asks anxiously if his father is okay. Oliver then informs Aiden that Terry survived after receiving a quick treatment but remains in critical condition. All royal doctors and alchemists are working urgently to improve his state. After learning the Emperor is stable, Aiden quickly demands to know who's behind his father's assassination attempt. When questioned, Oliver looks very disappointed. He hesitates for a moment, but after pausing, Oliver reveals they immediately apprehended the culprit who poisoned the Emperor's drink. Aiden grows more impatient, insisting Oliver reveal the name quickly. Oliver hesitates, tension rising in the air. Hearing the culprit's name, Aiden is shocked and so pained his hands tremble. He stands there, frozen in disbelief. Unable to process what Oliver just revealed, a heated debate breaks out in the conference room. The topic is about the assassin who poisoned the Emperor. A noble doesn't believe the vice-captain of the Second Order of the Imperial Knights tried to kill His Majesty, since he was one of the prince's closest knights in recent years. He can't believe Terry and Oliver kept a traitor like Paul right under their noses all this time. Immediately, someone else interrupts, assuming the culprit didn't act alone and, in that case, tries to find the mastermind behind it. They've all heard of Paul, who bit his tongue during interrogation to confess nothing. Just then, he recalls that about 6 years ago, there were a series of explosions at the Imperial Palace, and that a mage from the Ivory Tower, a servant, and a secretary of the Imperial Royal Court were identified as spies for the Coldwood Empire. So Paul might be one of those spies. Some blame themselves for hiring people, without considering their status or background. Some suggest stripping him of the title of vice-captain of the Second Order of the Imperial Knights, while others propose executing him for attempting to assassinate His Majesty. Throughout the meeting, Paul remains silent. He knows better than anyone if Paul was a Coldwood spy, but he can't defend Paul. Paul stayed silent. He knows better than anyone if Paul was a Coldwood spy, but he can't defend Paul, since the assassination attempt on the Emperor wasn't part of his past life. Eventually, the meeting ends. Yann leaves the palace but runs into Oliver, who's eager to know what happened. Yann informs Oliver that everyone thinks Paul is a Coldwood spy. Although Oliver isn't ready to believe it, even Yann agrees. He's aware of Paul's loyalty, who would even sacrifice his own life for the prince's sake, no matter his origins. He's an exceptional knight, but this incident sealed Paul's fate. Someone might have influenced him, and so far, he stayed silent about the mastermind behind it all. After telling Oliver, he asks about Aiden. Oliver sighs sadly because Aiden isn't eating or drinking, blaming himself for his father's poisoning. The interrogation, it will start soon, and Oliver can't uncover the truth alone, so he asks Yann to find out the whole truth for him and everyone else. Though Yann points out that Paul's confession shows no sign of lying and that he'll be thrown in prison tonight, Yann plans to meet Paul personally. After that, he'll also check out Oliver's house. When he arrives at the prison door, he finds the guard asleep. He takes this chance to slip in unnoticed. There, he finds the vice-captain chained to a wall, his body covered in scars. Yann doesn't think the vice-captain would kill the Emperor. There are no enemy spies, and the vice-captain swore loyalty to the crown prince, and even risked his life for him. What Yann can't understand is why he'd do such a thing. To find out the truth, he enters the vice-captain's memories. Accessing them, Yann sees the vice-captain standing before two other men. A dark magic aura surrounds the vice-captain, finally revealing the truth. He was controlled by dark magic. However, the vice-captain, already waiting for Yann, stands before him. He thinks he was stupid because he already knew the Imperial Palace had the most enemies. Yann tries to free the vice-captain from the dark magic first, but the vice-captain stops him with a hand and asks about the crown prince. Yann tells him the truth has been revealed, and they can clear the vice-captain's name if they find who used the dark magic. But the vice-captain still feels guilty. Whether he knows it or not, he's the one who poisoned the Emperor's wine. Yann insists on clearing his name, but the vice-captain only worries that he hurt the one he swore loyalty to. His disgrace means nothing to him. No matter the enemy, the vice captain believes if they want the emperor dead, they want the crown prince dead too. So he begs Yann to let it end with him because he doesn't want to hurt the crown prince any more than he already has. He tells Yann to thank the crown prince and Captain Oliver for him and say he's sorry. He adds that it's the last thing he can do to protect the crown prince. An image of two boys laughing and giggling flashes through Yann's mind before he jolts awake. He tries to use cancellation magic, but it doesn't work. He desperately tries to break the dark magic to save the vice captain's life, but seeing his cold, lifeless body, Yann realizes it's too late now. Meanwhile, Captain Oliver sits by the fireplace when he hears something outside. He cautiously grabs his sword and opens the door to find Yann bringing terrible news. He asks Yann if he met Paul today and found anything out. Without meeting the captain's eyes, Yann tells him Paul Lance died today in prison. This tragic news shocks Oliver, who can't believe the words reaching his ears. Learning of Paul's death shakes him deeply. He first met him at an orphanage sponsored by the Raywood family. Paul was always cheerful and bright, and he always did the right thing. Oliver's father recognized Paul's talent for the screams and decided to sponsor him. After that, Oliver and Paul trained like real bros. He was someone who worked hard, always believed in justice, and thought he didn't die in vain, which deeply saddens Oliver. However, Yann tells Oliver that before dying, Paul was able to read his memories. He discovered that a few days ago, Paul went to find the first captain of the Imperial Knights Order, Cerdanville, and that the person with Cerdanville used black magic to brainwash the vice captain. Oliver is shocked to hear about Cerdanville and black magic, since to his knowledge, black magic no longer existed. Yann describes the man as someone with a pale face and long silver hair, but he's never met him before, not even in his past life. One thing he's sure of is that this is linked to Cerdanville Morid, and that the unknown Oran mage helped him. Oliver asks how powerful this Oran mage is, and Yann tells him that when he tried to use cancellation magic, it didn't work. So, this is someone capable of using magic stronger than Yann's. Although Yann has an idea who the mage might be, he has no further proof. He's not sure if the mage works alone or if other black mages are involved. He needs to investigate more. However, Oliver is worried that if the mage can cast a spell stronger than Yann's, it could be really dangerous. Because if they manage to cast black magic on Yann, it could mean the total annihilation of the Empire. Yann shows him the Queen's necklace Oliver gave him 6 years ago. Even though Oliver said it keeps the mind clear, it's more than that. The pendant is made from a very rare jewel crafted from a dragon weapon. Because of that, the necklace contains an anti-magic spell of at least 8th tier power, and it can absorb black magic. Oliver is relieved to know Yann will be safe with the necklace. But there's more to it. Yann tells him that the details of the anti-magic spell are known only to him and Oliver, and people just think it's a simple treasure of the Imperial family. Yann asks Oliver to promise to keep secret what he's about to tell him. Hearing about the secret, Oliver is speechless. Meanwhile, Cerdanville brings news of Paul's death and Yann's stealthy entry into Ragnar's prison. However, Ragnar, the 5th prince, remains indifferent because he knows Yann couldn't have done anything. He still doesn't know about the Dragonian's existence, and lacking clear information, he'll try to avoid being caught by black magic, even though Erberti's 5th tier magic couldn't affect Yann with his 6th tier magic. Aventus is an 8th tier mage, way stronger than Yann, and Ventus, with his sealed power, is even stronger than Yann. However, even after learning about a more powerful mage, Yann wouldn't try to run, and Ragnar has no clue what Yann must be thinking because, even though Yann has been one of the heir prince's aides since joining the Imperial palace, he always says he doesn't serve the heir prince. Even though Ragnar hid his actions well, he can't help but feel Yann could always see right through him. So, Ragnar thinks it's best to watch how Yann acts for now. Meanwhile, Yann gives his servant a letter to Lord Pyrrhic, without saying a word. It's the one he sent to the Moglian domain in the north. He gives him the authorization issued in the name of the Merchant Guild so he can disguise himself as a merchant and leave the capital. At his request, Lord Moglian offered to help them. So Yann orders the servants to gather all the other servants in the manor after sunset so they can leave for Moglian with his mother. Meanwhile, his mother is confused about why she has to leave the manor, but above all, she worries about leaving her only son alone. However, Yann reassures her by saying she doesn't need to worry about him. He's perfectly capable. But Yann's mother remains concerned about her son's safety, and insists they leave together. Yann begs her to listen for once because he's afraid of hurting her. He tells Roteo to take care of her and forbids him from revealing her location, even if Yann himself comes to get her. Once the danger is gone, he'll send the letter to Lord Mogliane. Meanwhile, as the #1 subordinate, Diane Douglas offers to stay, but Yann refuses as well. Given Douglas's alchemist talents, falling into this mage's hands would be bad. For safety, Yann decides to erase part of everyone's memories once they leave the manor so he won't know where anyone is headed. However, everyone must follow the plan because Yann depends on them. After everyone leaves, only the necklace and a potion remain with Yann. Meanwhile, a servant brings Ragnar news about the Crown Prince and the Emperor. He reports that the Crown Prince is very weak and hasn't left the house at all. Although the Emperor received treatment and is out of the critical phase, he remains unconscious. However, even if he woke up, it wouldn't improve things. With his internal organs damaged, negative after effects are likely. The only thing worrying Ragnar is that if his father's condition improves, it would ruin everything for him. Ragnar's solution is to plan ahead and bribe the Imperial chemist in advance. Crown Prince Aiden's inability to perform during critical moments has made the nobles question his capabilities. Not only that, but the Second Order of Imperial Knights is under investigation, and the council is discussing stripping Captain Oliver Aventus of his title. Ragnar is thrilled to hear everything is going as planned and that he'll soon get the throne. However, what worries Ragnar is that Yanni has been inactive, which is unlike him. As he thinks about Yanni's actions, the servant interrupts their meeting to announce Yanni's arrival at the Imperial Palace. So Ragnar ends the meeting and tells Aventus to erase his presence and stay in the room. Yann appears as Yann arrives. Ragnar puts on a fake, agonizing state caused by his father's assassination and pretends to worry about his father's condition. He asks Yann why he came looking for him in these hard times when he should be fulfilling his duty. However, Yann confronts him about the dark magic controlling Vice Captain Paul Lance and says he knows it was because he encountered a Morid film. Yann further adds that he knows the Dragon Order is involved and that everyone affected was also by Ragnar's side. He's sure all this is part of Ragnar's plan, but Ragnar pretends to ignore and denies the accusations. Instead, he blames Yann for not being aware of the dark magic's presence. As master of the Ivory Tower, Ragnar refuses to acknowledge the Dragon Order and even accuses Yann of accusing him of working with them. Moreover, as the one responsible for watching over the princes, Yann should know Ragnar was confined at home, and his actions were monitored by the tower. However, all of Ragnar's lies are exposed thanks to Yann's lie detection magic, and he confronts Ragnar, telling him he knows he met with them. The Dragon Order is involved with a dark magic user. Maybe it's the Order's leader. With his lies uncovered, Ragnar stops pretending to be innocent, but he's not afraid of getting caught because if Yann is right, he has no proof since Paul, who assassinated the Emperor, is dead. His confession was verified as true thanks to lie detection magic. Ragnar tells Yann he's stupid for coming alone. When Ragnar summons Aventus, Yann recognizes him from Paul's memories. As the dark magic strangles Yann, he recognizes the robe Aventus is wearing. He never thought he'd see it again. He recognizes the Draconian, a type of dragon descendant. Under Ragnar's orders, Aventus uses dark magic to make Yann his right hand. Yann tries to resist until finally his eyes turn red and he stops struggling. He finally submits to the dark magic. Ragnar still feels like nothing has changed. To please the fifth prince, Aventus tells Yann to kill himself. The extreme order shocks Ragnar, but Yann conjures ice with a sharp tip and points it at his neck. As he brings it closer, Ragnar tells him to stop. He's convinced after finally seeing Yann obey the order and hold the sharp ice to his neck. As drops of blood fall, with his work done, Aventus leaves Yann and Ragnar alone. Ragnar asks Yann who he serves. Yann kneels obediently before Ragnar and says he serves Ragnar, the fifth prince, the one who will rise to the highest position in the empire. Ragnar now feels relieved to have the master of the Ivory Tower by his side. While the crown prince sits in his room, a servant tells him to prepare for the assembly that Yann has called with his authority as master of the tower. The crown prince doesn't want to meet Yann in his current state, so he asks his servant to help him dress. Nobles gather inside the royal palace, chatting about the assembly. They assume Yann has called it to discuss who will take the throne. Since the crown prince's actions have been disappointing, some nobles speculate that Yann now supports Ragnar, the fifth prince, despite his years of loyalty to the crown prince. The crown prince sees Yann running enthusiastically to greet him. He reaches out and asks if they can meet after the assembly. However, Yann pushes his hand away, leaving the crown prince shocked by this change in behavior. Yann then politely tells the crown prince he's busy after the assembly. Before the crown prince can say more, someone calls Yann into the assembly hall. Seeing this change in Yann's behavior and watching him walk away saddens the crown prince. In the assembly hall, Yann addresses the council and nobles. Given the emperor's critical condition, he believes that even if the emperor regains consciousness, he won't be able to fulfill his duties. This calls for the decision that the Emperor's state has lowered the Empire's standing in the eyes of the enemy. Their land is now filled with fear and terror. In this difficult time, they must choose the legitimate leader, someone who can end the crisis and bring peace to political affairs between the three countries, someone who can restore the Empire's glory, and the one who should wear the crown. Yann declares his support for Ragnar, the fifth prince. Faces turn to each other, searching for an explanation. The crown prince, like everyone else, remains shocked. But Ragnar, on the other hand, stays calm, a smile on his face. Hurt by this betrayal, the crown prince approaches Yann angrily. He grabs him by the collar and punches Yann in the face. People intervene to break up the fight and escort the angry crown prince out of the assembly hall. Yann's betrayal hits the crown prince hard. He never expected this from him. As the crown prince lies in his room, he sees Oliver standing outside. Oliver tells him to dress warmly so they can leave. Oliver's arrival strikes him with confusion. Oliver explains to the crown prince that they can take the emergency secret path behind the palace to avoid the guards, knowing all the second palace knights' squads are waiting outside. Surprised, the crown prince sees Oliver kneel respectfully. He reaches out and tells him they have to leave now. The crown prince is initially shocked. Unable to respond, he then places his hand in Oliver's as Oliver and the crown prince leave. The knights of the second palace enthusiastically salute the crown prince. Oliver tells him that the palace and capital are no longer safe for the crown prince, and that the knights of the second palace have decided to escort him to the stone territory for his safety. However, the crown prince is worried about the stone territory because Yann, who just betrayed him, made an eternal contract with them. Oliver tells him that he will explain everything, but first, they have to leave. But the crown prince is worried about disobeying orders, as it's treason, punishable by death. Oliver refuses to acknowledge anyone's orders. The second palace knights recognize Oliver as their king, and only he can command them. They all kneel before the crown, Oliver as their king, and only he can command them. They all kneel before the crown prince, and swear to serve and protect him. Seeing the unwavering loyalty of the second knights, Alice, the young master yields and agrees to follow them, asking Oliver to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Denfil brings news that the young master has disappeared, along with the knights from the second palace who were seen leaving. Ragnar refuses because they have to head to the stone territory in the east. The frequent monster presence will make their capture tough. Oliver, the sword lord, and the elite knights should handle it. Less skilled forces will only get hurt. So Ragnar tells Denfil to ignore them and focus on finding Vanessa. Page Ragnar sees through Yann's plan. He knows Yann must have hidden his mother because he knew he'd be influenced by dark magic. But he won't reveal her location, and it's unlikely Sis Vanessa was brainwashed, meaning Yann must have erased her memories of Denfil. She wonders why finding a powerless woman is a priority. Ragnar explains it's impossible, that Yann came on his own, fully aware he'd be under dark magic's influence. He thinks there's more to Yann's plan, and that he needs Vanessa to prepare for it. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is, making Ragnar anxious about what Yann must be plotting. Meanwhile, the crown prince stands with Oliver in the stone castle when Lord Pierre comes to check if he's comfortable. The crown prince assures him he's just grateful for Lord Pierre's kindness and hospitality. Lord Pierre says he's honored to have the crown prince and is sorry about the emperor's assassination. He prays for his quick recovery. Lord Pierre assures the crown prince that the Pierre family will support him as Yann requested and will do their best to keep him safe. The crown prince feels very positive about Lord Pierre and finds him very considerate. He points out that Lord Pierre and Oliver are related. Oliver tells him he's a relative. The crown prince is relieved to know Yann planned everything. However, he worries if Yann is really influenced by dark magic, if he actually decided to side with Ragnar. The crown prince fears Ragnar has always been better than him, and maybe, like all nobles, Yann also decided Ragnar was more fit to rule and sided with him. Oliver reassures him that's not the case. He repeats what Yann told him 6 years ago, that he would never support the fifth prince. He urges the crown prince to trust Yann's plan because he believes Yann has it all figured out. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Yann explains the plan to Oliver. He'll find Ragnar and deliberately let him cast dark magic. However, the crown prince must not know, or he'll try to stop Yann. Oliver expresses concerns about Yann's safety, but Yann reassures him that he's too important for Ragnar to kill immediately. With his status as a 6th-class Oran mage and master of the Ivory Tower, Yann has the power to influence political and diplomatic decisions. Ragnar will use Yann to gain nobles' trust and access the throne. Oliver is confused when Yann says he hates the idea of being controlled by Ragnar again, but he continues. He says it's necessary to uncover Ragnar's plan and everyone involved. He asks Oliver to bring the crown prince, Then, Pierrick, when he announces his support for Ragnar, Oliver raises the question. Since Yann is under dark magic's influence, he'd need someone to break it. And there's no one trustworthy at the Imperial Palace or capital. But Yann reassures him there's someone strong and trustworthy, who's always been in Ragnar's blind spot, giving them an advantage. HeLene sits beside the Emperor, who's unconscious in his bed. She cries to her father about recent family events, Diane's support for Ragnar, Oliver's disappearance, and Ragnar preparing to take the throne leave her powerless. There's no one she can trust. But despite all the lies, she wants to believe. Yann cries, asking his father to wake up, but Kevin interrupts, saying he needs to talk to him. He hands her a box that the master of the Ivory Tower asked him to give her. This surprises HeLene. After everything Yann has done, Kevin tells her he was ordered to give it to her in secret, and leaves. After Kevin leaves, HeLene is speechless, holding the box in her hand. After Kevin hands the box to HeLene and leaves, HeLene sits down and opens it. Inside, she finds a necklace, a bottle of elixir, and a letter. She picks up the letter to read first, in which Yann explains everything. He tells her he changed because of dark magic. The vice captain's assassination attempt on the Emperor was also caused by the influence of dark magic. His brother Ragnar, the fifth prince, is working with the organization known as the Dragon Order, along with a magician from Oran, against the Emperor to claim the throne. Yann willingly let himself be influenced by dark magic to find the person who tried to harm the Emperor. However, he needs HeLene's help. He tells her about the Queen's necklace that can break the dark magic curse, and he needs her to put this necklace on him. The potion is a backup plan in case the necklace doesn't work. It's made from a special herb called Landur's flower, and it can neutralize the curse if the necklace fails to break the dark magic spell cast on him. He wants her to use the potion to save him. Meanwhile, now that Ragnar is no longer confined, he visits the palace to see his father because, as the Emperor's son, he must fulfill his duties. HeLene points out that she saw Ragnar and Yann after a long time and asks Ragnar if she can talk to Yann for a moment. With Ragnar's permission, HeLene takes Yann to a room so no one can see them. She tells Yann she has to return the item he gave her and asks him to lean forward. The moment she puts the necklace on Yann, the jewel starts glowing and Yann's eyes turn red. The dark magic begins to leave Yann's body. He coughs and vomits black liquid onto the floor. The princess worries about Yann, but he stands up as soon as the dark magic is destroyed. She hugs Yann, relieved, saying she could never kill him. However, Yann thought risking his life was the only way to convince her. But he's relieved to know the necklace destroyed the dark magic because he feared it wouldn't work. HeLene gets mad at Yann for doing something so reckless, especially when he wasn't even sure it would work. Yann tells her that sometimes reckless actions are necessary for miracles. That's the only reason he exists. A flashback of him holding a knife to his chest crosses Yann's mind. He wipes the tears from HeLene's face and thanks her for believing in him. In a moment of sincere conversation, Yann thanks HeLene for believing in him. HeLene wipes the tears from her face and stands up to ask Yann if he found anything while he was Ragnar's puppet. Yann tells her about the full scope of the Dragon Order, Herbert, the former master of the Ivory Tower's position as an executive of the Order, and Oran's membership, dozens of high royalty members, and Filmorid's sister, the Knight of the First Family. The Imperial who served the Emperor for decades was also involved in the conspiracy. The Dragon Rider, long believed extinct, is the religious leader of the Order. He has the ability to take human form and even use 8th-class magic. It was Ragnar who freed the Dragon Rider from Michel Green River's jump to collaborate with him. Ragnar's actions horrify HeLene, though. Ian adds he thinks Ragnar has been planning this for a long time. To succeed the royal lineage. That's not the Order's ultimate goal, but they want to trigger a war with the Empire's armed forces to conquer the lands. Yann tells HeLene that Ragnar already controls the royal palace. It's not just poison that threatens his safety. He urges her to trust no one and stay by the Emperor's side. HeLene worries about Yann's safety, but Yann tells her he still has to pretend to be on Ragnar's side to find out how Michel Green River got rid of the Dragon Rider. There was nothing about it in the Ivory Tower's library, so Yann thinks he might find something in the royal palace. HeLene takes a moment to think and asks Yann to follow her because she has something to show him. She leads him to another place and hands him a book, a treasure from the royal family that her father gave her. The book is a relic left by Michel Green River, the first mage of the royal family. It's believed to be a journal written by an ancestor while alive. The reason it's believed so is that the seal on the relic has never been opened by anyone. The records say Michel Green River was a 5th-class mage, but the seal seems made with higher-class magic. She wonders if Yann will be able to break the seal. Yann thinks about infusing mana into the book to try reading the arts. But suddenly the book starts glowing and he recognizes the dragon language. The seal breaks, so they try to read the book. The first journal entries cover the period after defeating the dragon riders. The entry contains info about plans to leave Earth to build a new Ivory Tower, as well as a memorial for the mages and knights of the Empire who died in battle. It also contains archives on researching magical arts. Yann keeps reading and recognizes Fran, his father's name. The entry is about when Fran visited the ancestor, and the ancestor knew it would be the last time he'd see him. He swore to keep the promise made to Fran until his last breath and leaves his final words in dragon language in the journal. Suddenly, a glow appears in the room, and everything except Yann gradually turns gray. Confusion hits Yann when he sees HeLene frozen and realizes time has stopped on the other side of the room. He sees a bright yellow light on the other side of the door. Yann opens the door, and beyond it, he sees a full grass field. Sitting in front of him is a man covered in a robe. Yann approaches the man and asks where he is, and who he is. The man tells him it's a dimensionless space known as the Time Depot. The name confuses Yann a bit, but the man explains it's the place containing all the time of the dimension Yann lives in. Yann is confused about how the man knows his name. He tells Yann that humans know him as the first mage or the Golden Dragon. The revelation surprises Yann. The Golden Dragon who controls time only exists in legends, and the first mage was the first human to discover magic. Yann is confused to learn they're the same being. The man tells Yann that if he's here, it means he's already prepared for Michelle, but what he doesn't understand is why Michelle spared the Dragon Rider in this dimension. He can't tell if it was out of mercy or revenge. Yann is confused about the relationship between the man and Michelle. The man answers that they're friends because he's the one who gave Michelle the power to end the Dragon Riders. Yann asks if it's true, why the man chose to give the power to Michelle instead of doing it himself. The man replies that long ago, humans suffered from dark magic. The dragon's authority had the power to control all creations, and dark magic was created to reach that power. However, the dark magic created by the Dragon Riders was greedy and ambitious. It corrupted and disrupted the world's balance. Countless disasters broke out and, even though countless humans suffered, he couldn't intervene, because when the world was created, a rule was set to never allow a dragon to interfere in the human world. But since the dragon's authority caused human suffering, the man couldn't stand by. So he broke the rule and intervened in human history. He taught humans magic to fight dark magic. However, it wasn't enough. Humanity needed a hero to lift them up when they fell to disaster. So, he shared the authority with humans, with Mitchell Green River. Although Mitchell belonged to the Imperial family, he devoted his life to destroying dark magic's existence. But a single mistake wiped out all his efforts. To pay for meddling in human existence, the Golden Dragon lost all his memories. He couldn't destroy the dark magic himself, so he sealed the time left inside his human body, hoping he would eventually remember what he had to do. After losing all his memories, the Golden Dragon traveled through the human world. Even though those moments were brief, he cherished every second. That's when he met Vanessa. His life became beautiful, and he received another precious gift. He calls Yann his son and tells him he missed him. However, Yann refuses to believe it because his father died long ago. The Golden Dragon agrees that Front Page is dead, but what exists now is a spirit without a physical body, waiting for Yann. Yann gets angry at him for leaving them. The Golden Dragon continues, saying that after some time, his memory started coming back, and he remembered what he had to do: completely get rid of the dark magic in this world. Even though he wanted to protect the world, he didn't have time. He had no choice but to leave his family. He acknowledged that Yann had a tough life but hoped he would find happiness. Yann is upset but tells him he didn't come here to talk about that. The Golden Dragon tells Yann that the power he seeks to defeat the Dragon Riders already exists within him. Before leaving Vanessa, the Golden Dragon's authority was already passed to Yann while he was still in her womb. He tells Yann he couldn't understand or use the dragon language simply because he's a mage from Oran. Yann suddenly realizes he doesn't remember when he started using the dragon language. The Golden Dragon decides it's time to awaken the power sleeping inside Yann, but first, he needs to take a look. Fran wants to awaken this special power in Yann Page, but to do so, he must look inside Yann's soul to see what kind of life he desires, since it remains a secret even to himself. Yann wakes up from his nap and tries to figure out where he is. He goes to Vanessa, and she's mad at him, complaining that after all the effort he put into organizing a family picnic, he just sleeps all the time. She knows Yann and has been busy lately but wants him not to overwork himself so much. She also decides to talk to her bro so Yann can get some rest. Yann nods, calling her Her Majesty. Vanessa questions the formality he's using or if he's still half asleep. since Her Majesty is something she hasn't heard from him in a while. Vanessa calls her daughter Johanna to come give her dad a hug now that he's finally awake. Johanna runs to her dad and hugs him, but her reaction seems a bit cold, leaving Yann confused about what's going on. Vanessa reminds him that's not how you treat a young lady, and since Johanna kissed him, he should hug her back. Yann holds her tight, squeezing her hard, and hearing her say daddy makes him feel relaxed. But suddenly, he realizes it was just a dream, and the primal male asks what he saw. He admits he saw a little girl with the same hair and eyes as him, and her name was Johanna. Her small body, warmth, voice, and scent completely filled him. From a feeling of warmth and comfort, Yann asks what all that was. He replies it was love, the most powerful spell that gives humans greatness, but at the same time, it's a very common concept. Fran Page felt that sacrificing yourself for someone you love, fighting to protect them, and having the courage to keep living, was everything Yann wanted too, to be part of the humblest and greatest wheel of all. But Yann finds it too peaceful and beautiful to even dream of. He asks if he really saw his future. According to Front Page, it's something that could be and at the same time might not be, since it all depends on Yann's choice. And he feels it's time to send Yann back so he can awaken the dragon power living inside him. He also wants Yann to good use and finishes what he couldn't. Yann can still feel Front Page's memories flowing through him. Front Page admits he never left his son and loves him deeply, forever. Yann's heart tightens. Haley Green River asks if he's okay, but notices something in his eyes. Maybe, but nothing else. Yann opens the journal, and all of Dragane's writings have vanished. He asks Haley if she remembers what was written, but there's nothing, because it's been empty from the start. Haley asks Yann if he found a way to defeat the dragons, and finally, Yann has found a way, which makes Haley happy. Yann is going to settle things with Ragnar once and for all, and he wants Haley to take care of His Majesty by staying by his side and keeping him safe, because that's priority number one. He also promises he'll be fine and end all of Ragnar's madness. They shake hands, and Yann will return as promised. Ronan really wants Kian Page to reconsider, since the continent is already unified, but they still face many conflicts across the lands, and the Empire needs its 8th-class hero. He wants Kian to think about his achievements in the Ivory Tower, like he's about to just give it all up. He even knows His Majesty would never let Yann leave like that, but Yann has already decided to go, even without permission, because he's already finished preparing for Ronan to become the next master of the tower. Ronan is shocked. Yann admits he's not standing before him as the 8th-class hero, but as a disgusting monster, leaving Ronan speechless. Ragnar Green River calls out to Yann, saying he read the letter Yann sent him. He questions Yann, why is he leaving so suddenly? If he wants a break from everything, then Ragnar will allow him a few months off, or even a few years if he wants, because he knows how much Yann sacrificed with him to build the Empire. That's why he'll give him everything he needs, because he deserves the best. And they can take any other replacement as long as Yann isn't around. And since Yann recommended Ronan for this, he's doing it. And he'll also reorganize the system so the workload can be spread out, and more new people can be hired. So he orders Yann to take a break, and come back when he's ready. But Yann refuses, because he's not coming back. Because his existence won't help the Empire's future now that it's unified, and all it will do is lead the Empire back to division. That's why he chose to resign from all public duties and go home. He'll never use magic again, and he'll spend the rest of his life repenting for his sins. Ragnar gets angry, because repenting is something failures do, and Yann has done better than anyone in the Empire, and he should be proud of that. And the contribution Yann made to the nation is the last thing he wants him to waste as a citizen of the Empire. So he wants Yann to stop wasting time on such nonsense. Yann asks how he could wash the blood, innocence off his hands. Ragnar admits to Yann that the sacrifices they made were for a greater cause. But Yann feels bad because those sacrifices were made by his own hands. He wants Ragnar to do him a favor as an old friend and let him repent for his sins. Ragnar questions him, will he do him a favor as an old friend and let him repent for his sins? Ragnar questions, will he betray the emperor who helped put him on the throne just to cry over insignificant people he doesn't even know? And after all these years working together, how can Yann ask him for such a thing? Ragnar never imagined they'd part like this. Yann truly feels sorry for him. Ronan asks Ragnar, will he really let Yann leave like this? The remnants of the Coldwood Empire and rebel unions still cause a lot of trouble at their border. And if their people found out Yann left them at such a tough time, they'd be discouraged. And if he allied with the rebellion, so he could take the Empire by force if he wanted. Some people worship Yann as a war hero and even think he should be the one to take the throne. And if Yann chooses not to be their ally, it'd be wiser to kill him. Ragnar calls the Imperial alchemist to bring Douglas Aemon. He asks Ragnar about the new potion and if he's sleeping well, but things are getting worse for him. Ragnar asks if they can increase the dose, but the potion is made with an addictive herb, and if he takes more than he currently does, it'll harm him. Plus, these potions are just a temporary fix, and Ragnar needs to solve the root problem. He can't sleep at night to get better. But Ragnar can't do that because he's afraid his old bro who left him will betray him and take his empire one day. When he was by his side, he trusted him. But after he left, Ragnar truly feels like the monster he claimed to be. The alchemist advises him that the only way to overcome this is to kill him. Ragnar is shocked the alchemist suggests killing his friend. But the alchemist thinks it's really his friend who's causing him so much pain. Still, Ragnar knows he's a great 8th level mage, and there's no way to kill him because he's stronger than the other mages of the Ivory Tower. The alchemist proposes the idea of killing Yann by preparing a poison that could do it. Yann is peacefully reading a book by the fireplace on a snowy night, when suddenly he hears a knock at the door, wondering who it could be at this hour. He gets up from his chair and opens the door. Just as he's about to ask who it is, Yann is surprised to see it's Ragnar. Ragnar greets Yann respectfully, mentioning how long it's been since their last meeting. When he asks Yann if he can come in, Yann, confused, asks why he's here. Ragnar, with a simple smile, asks Yann if, even though he left his post and left, wouldn't it be possible for them to meet from time to time, clarifying that it wouldn't just be as leaders, but as friends. Yann, after thinking it over, lets him in, saying he's welcome any time. Once inside, Ragnar sits on a chair with a bottle of wine on the table beside him. Noticing the bottle, Yann asks, confused, why he suddenly brought wine when he doesn't even like drinking it. Pouring wine into glasses, Ragnar replies that he just thought it's not bad to have a drink once in a while, and he adds that he was also curious about how his old bro Yann was doing. Ragnar reaches out to hand a glass of wine to Yann, who takes it, thanking him. After Yann also sits down opposite Ragnar, Ragnar asks how he's doing, adding that he looks better than when he was in the capital. Yann says he traveled through regions under the unified empire and saw all kinds of people and how they lived their lives, which was a really meaningful experience for him. Ragnar sips his wine, listening to Yann's stories. Yann then talks about how he also learned various things after returning to his hometown. When he thought about it, magic was the only thing he knew in his life. When winter passes and the snow melts, he says he's thinking of working on a small farm. Ragnar comments that Yann is surely living a simple, normal life for a hero who led the unification war to victory. Lowering his eyes with a thought in mind, Ragnar continues. He's glad Yann is satisfied with what he's accomplished, because a lot has happened since he left. Lowering his eyes with a thought in mind, Ragnar continues. He's glad Ian is satisfied with what he's accomplished, because a lot has happened since he left. He says that after successfully suppressing the rebel forces in Coldwood up north, the unified empire finally stabilized. The Duke Bennett's daughter, who was the ruler of the European Principality, will soon announce her marriage to the Crown Prince. As Ragnar continues to recount recent events, Yann suddenly feels something off in his body. Despite that, Ragnar goes on to say that with the Crown Prince's marriage, they can have a peaceful integration with those in power in the European Principality. He then mentions how fascinating it is to see the Crown Prince, who was once a child, getting married now, adding that he finally thinks he understands a bit how his father felt back then. He tells Yann that, although the Ivory Tower isn't as grand as when he was there, it's now stabilizing, by balancing their value and influence with the Imperial family. At that moment, Yann is already on the ground, groaning in pain while clutching his chest. However, Ragnar continues, saying the restoration of the area destroyed by the world is also progressing quickly, and everything is resolving peacefully, and that the Empire is heading toward its best days. He then slams his glass down on the table and adds, with anger, words to his statement directed at Yann. If only he'd disappear now. Yann spits blood and covers his mouth. It's a poison that neutralizes mana in the bloodstream. Ragnar stands in front of Yann, declaring it will only last a few minutes at most for him, which is why he mixed in another poison. Yann barely manages to ask why, and Ragnar sarcastically asks if he doesn't know that Yann's power won't do any good for the unified empire in the future. It might be useful in wartime, but right now it's actually a source of concern. That's why Ragnar says Yann must return to his hometown, to repent for what he's done for the rest of his life. Reminding Yann that's what he said himself. Yann's eyes widen in shock. Ragnar then asks Yann if he knows how scared he was of him, and that it drove him crazy to be afraid of his longtime friend, the 8th-class magician, who, if he wanted, he could take control of his empire at any time. Calling Yann a monster, Ragnar asks how he could let him live, once again calling him his longtime friend. Ragnar asks Yann not to forgive him, please. Ragnar leaves Yann's house and tells his subordinate, oblivious to the fire. After the house is burning down to ashes, through the blazing flames, Ragnar looks back at it. Duncan Matosa assures Ragnar they'll handle the rest here, asking him to return to the carriage. When he looks up at Ragnar, he's surprised to see him crying while watching the burning house. Ragnar sadly notes that this is how he parted ways with Diane too. He thinks about how much he's really had enough of such an ending, but he smiles strangely, before finally turning to get into the carriage while his subordinates clean up the mess and handle the rest of the affairs there. Yann enters Ragnar's office, acknowledging his arrival. Ragnar, looking at the papers in front of him, asks Yann what the princess told him. When Yann says the princess asked why he betrayed them, Ragnar asks what he replied. Yann says he simply told the princess he didn't need to answer her, which makes Ragnar laugh. Setting down the papers in his hands, Ragnar crosses his arms and leans back. He mentions how much the princess likes Yann while calling her a poor thing. Ragnar then tells Yann that his father didn't like any of those who proposed marriage, and rejected all proposals. He finds that quite unusual, wondering what was so unpleasant about those people, adding that marriage is basically a transaction for the sake of his family, and power for people like him. Yann stays silent, standing, listening, as Ragnar says thinking that his father would hide the princess just because. He didn't want to do something like that is simply ridiculous, because he's someone who would use such transactions. Standing up from his chair, Ragnar informs Yann that when the time comes, he intends to marry him off to the daughter of a suitable family. He starts walking toward Yann. He says it won't be long, as he will ascend the throne and become a stronger emperor than his father, and will be the first to unite the three countries and lead the Green River Empire to its peak. After reaching Yann, Ragnar stops in front of him and says that's exactly what he's going to do. Placing both hands on Yann's shoulders, Ragnar asks him to stand by his side, as they welcome the golden age of their empire. Yann, however, remains silent, even when Ragnar claims that Yann belongs to him and won't regret swearing loyalty. Yann finally speaks. He places his hand over Ragnar's, who's holding his shoulder, and tells him he's seen him before. Expanding on his statement, Yann mentions the honor of seeing the Green River as a unified empire alongside the great emperor. Confused by Yann's words, Ragnar asks what he means. Yann respectfully removes Ragnar's hands from his shoulders and, lowering his eyes, says he gave up everything for the empire and the emperor, because it was his whole life. However, he looks up and says he's found in this life the life he truly desires. Shocked, Ragnar steps back and panics, asking Yann if he's dispelled the dark magic, and how he managed to do it. Yann closes his eyes sadly, and admits he regrets telling Ragnar this, but calls Ragnar the only person who exists in his past, present, and future, his friend and lord, who trusted him the most, and showed him the greatest honor, but also the deepest despair. Ragnar, Yann asks him to come find him as he kneels respectfully, and lowers his gaze. Yann then places his hand over his chest respectfully, telling the shaken Ragnar that he'll wait for him at the old Ivory Tower. With that, Yann disappears using his teleportation skill, leaving Ragnar boiling with rage and clenching his fist. Ragnar storms out of his office, and seeing him so furious, his subordinate asks what happened. Ragnar yells angrily to immediately bring the captain of the First Order of the Imperial Knights, and orders him to gather the knights and prepare the fastest horses, finishing with the command to find out where Sergeant Yann is. Sitting on the stairs of the old Ivory Tower, he looks up at the sky, before sighing and lowering his head, thinking it's no coincidence he came to this place in his past life. He talks to himself, saying someone has been watching him all this time. He claims they watched him as he wandered aimlessly, his life filled with regrets and remorse. Recalling the painful events of his past, he blames them for bringing him here, to give him a second chance. Thinking about a book, he recognizes it as the last memory they left behind, the dragon language of time regression. He then says he thinks he understands why he was able to comprehend the dragon language and how he should use the authority they passed on to him. After saying this, he summons a yellow light around his hands until he notices Ragnar's horses approaching, and he looks at them questioningly. Ragnar, after approaching the stairs of the old Ivory Tower on horseback, looks at Yann sitting at the top with contempt. When Yann looks at him, he stands up from the steps and, starting to descend, greets Ragnar. Ragnar dismounts and, turning to Suraventus, tells him he must kill Yann this time. When he asks Suraventus if that's possible, Suraventus sighs, looking down, saying they should have killed him earlier instead of getting into this mess. He calls Yann a kid who's just a 6th-class mage and claims he'll end Yann in an instant. However, worried, Suraventus tells Ragnar there seems to be another problem. When asked, he replies he can sense the authority of the golden dragon, saying the person is close. Yann and Ragnar stare at each other. Yann descends to where Ragnar stands and greets him. However, Ragnar snaps back mockingly, asking Yann if they're close enough to drop formalities. Before Yann can say anything, Ragnar calls him by his full name, telling him he was wrong and asks if he really thought the Crown Prince could rule the Empire. Furious, Ragnar declares that what the Empire needs is a rational emperor with strong power. So, he claims that idiot, the Crown Prince, has no right to possess this power. With a maniacal smile, Ragnar locks eyes with Yann and says that if the Crown Prince knew this wasn't his place, he should have given up. He adds angrily, wondering how the Crown Prince dares to rely on his father's love and strut around confidently when he's unqualified. Yann stays silent, even as Ragnar calls the Crown Prince an unqualified insect, claiming he's taking advantage of what Ragnar can't get, as if that's just how things should be. When Ragnar yells in rage, refusing to acknowledge the Crown Prince, he insists he's the qualified one and must become emperor. Yann finally speaks in a soft voice. He says dark magic corrupts human souls and tells Ragnar he's no exception. He further tells him he's lost the cold judgment he once had and now shows his true face chasing his desires. When Yann tells Ragnar he can't go back to who he was, Ragnar smirks arrogantly and tells Yann to spout all the nonsense he wants, because today will be the last day that mouth speaks. After saying that, Ragnar calls over this Raventis, signaling him to do his job and finish Yann off. Raventis steps forward, spreading his wings and sending air-based magic at Yann, thinking about what he heard. That Yann was a smart human, but maybe that wasn't entirely true. As he thinks about how Yann shortens his own life, he notices the air magic he sent at Yann hasn't hurt him at all, and that he's still standing, unharmed. This fuels Raventis' anger, and he wonders confusedly how this could happen. Raventis then confidently sends fire-based magic at Yann, but to his great surprise and extreme annoyance, this magic also fails, as Yann stands there casually, and the flames burn around him without harming him. Raventis thinks Yann is definitely a lower-class magician compared to him, so no matter how exceptional he is as a human, he shouldn't be able to surpass the class of a dragoon who's lived over 5 centuries. That said, Raventis now launches ice-based magic in the form of ice spikes at Yann. Just like the other magic, it also fails as the ice spikes surround Yann from all sides, stop just near him, and freeze in midair. At this point, Raventis panics like crazy, wondering why none of his attacks are working. And that's not the only problem. The energy he sensed upon arrival, the Golden Dragon's authority over Raventis, was coming from Yann. Yann crushes all the ice spikes while staring Raventis in the eyes with a dark expression. Raventis finally asks Yann who he is. In response, Yann calls him the last pathetic Dragonian, noting how Raventis coveted the power and authority of a dragon, and even killed his own ancestor to get that power. But now, his race no longer exists, and he's left all alone. Reminding Raventis of his past, Yann says Michael Green River dealt him the most painful punishment possible. Emptiness, hatred, anger, sadness, and the helplessness of doing nothing. When Yann sarcastically praises Raventis for surviving all that humiliation, he reaches the limit of his self-control, and his anger flares up massively. Raventis yells at Yann to shut up, threatening to end his life on the spot, and starts running at Yann to attack with his long claws. Yann, meanwhile, stands calmly and gracefully, saying he'll finally see Raventis reunited with his bros, with the power he's been chasing so hard. When Raventis charges at Yann, Yann uses his manipulation magic and orders Raventis, calling him the last descendant of the Dragoons, to kill himself. Before Raventis can understand what's happening and how Yann has this power, Raventis falls to his knees, asking Yann what he just said. Raventis doesn't even get his answer. Before and sword pierces his body from the front, groaning in pain. Avantes barely manages to speak and asks Yann why he has this power to manipulate enemies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ragnar, standing behind Avantes, is hit by a massive shock. Seeing what just happened before his eyes, Yann recalls the first time he met Ragnar. It might have been a strictly calculated move, but it meant a lot to Yann when Ragnar approached him in that fleeting moment. After that happened, Herbert, Lion tells Yann, on the way to meet Ragnar, to feel honored because it's the first time Ragnar took the initiative to contact someone. Herbert also tells Yann that Ragnar promised to provide all available resources to develop Yann's potential because he highly values Yann's talent. So, Herbert warns Yann to watch his words and actions, since the person he's about to meet is someone who will eventually sit on the throne. After they reach the gate, Ragnar is informed by his subordinate that the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert, requests an audience with him and asks for permission to enter. Ragnar enters with Yann following at arm's length. Ragnar warmly welcomes the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert, and the Ivory Tower mage, Yann Page. He mentions that he's heard a lot about Yann from the Tower Master, that he has unprecedented talent within the academy, and has shocked everyone. Yann, however, humbly bows his head before Ragnar, saying he doesn't deserve such praise. Seeing Yann's modesty, Ragnar smiles softly. Before mentioning to Yann that he heard Yann's mother passed away a few days ago from illness, recalling his pain, Yann's expression turns sad, while Ragnar continues, saying that since he also lost his mother, he can somewhat understand what Yann feels, though Yann will always be saddened, no matter what Ragnar says. He expresses his sincere condolences. As Yann keeps his head bowed out of respect, Ragnar steps down to him, stopping in front of him. Ragnar asks Yann to lift his head. When Yann looks up at Ragnar, he tells him he's not the prince of their empire right now. Rather, he wants to meet Yann as a human being, and exclaims, and he wants to be friends with Yann. Now, these days, when Yann pushed Avantis to suicide, Ragnar is too stunned to speak. His eyes widen in shock, and his mind is haunted by fear. Finally, he closes his eyes, telling himself to make a decision. With a heavy thud, he falls to his knees before Yann, saying he won't beg for his life and asks Yann to kill him, since he'd rather be killed here and now than have his head cut off in the square. Yann, on the other hand, stays calm and keeps his ground, watching Ragnar. When he doesn't say a word, Ragnar is confused and asks if Yann doesn't hate him. Yann remains silent, making Ragnar even more uneasy. Pushing further, he asks Yann why he's looking at him like that or if Yann feels pity for him. Ragnar finally hits his limit, and calling Yann a monster, yells that he should have killed someone like him from the start. Those words deeply hurt Yann, who looks down sadly, and asks Ragnar if that's how he really felt and if he was that scared of him. Yann steps closer, saying he wants to show him that in his final moments. That said, Yann now stands before Ragnar, still kneeling, and places his hand on Ragnar's head, saying he wants to show Ragnar who he really is. With that, Yann's magic starts flooding Ragnar with flashbacks of their past life, from the beginning when Yann came to see him with Herbert, to the end, when Ragnar poisoned Yann's wine and then burned him with fire. Ragnar recalls how much Yann was loyal to him all his life and stayed by his side, yet Ragnar killed him in the end. Overcome with regret and shock, Ragnar's eyes widen as he can't grasp the sudden flood of memories. Ragnar looks up at Yann, calling his name, but before he can say more, Yann summons a sharp weapon and kills Ragnar. Obviously, Ian isn't happy about doing it, but it was his only option. After the death of Dragon Knight Avanti and the 5th Prince Ragnar, a large-scale purge was carried out. By the dragon's order, those involved were executed. The executioners started with the first captain of the Imperial Order of the Hell Knight, and went all the way to the nobles who aided the 5th Prince Ragnar's rebellion. Thanks to Princess HeLene's devoted care for Emperor Terry Green River, he was able to recover quickly and regain consciousness. After his recovery, when Princess HeLene told Terry about all the events that happened and the death of the 5th Prince Ragnar, he was deeply saddened. Holland, who had tried to assassinate the Emperor under the influence of dark magic, was considered to have returned to normal and was declared innocent. His grave was treated with respect, and he was buried with the rest of the Imperial Knights. The 5th Prince Ragnar's rebellion, involving forbidden dark magic, was recorded as a rare serious crime in history, and Dragon Knight Avanti's records were sealed by Imperial order. His existence must remain a secret from the world. Over time, the death of the 5th Prince Ragnar was slowly and quietly forgotten by the world, as if he never existed. With that, Ian's revenge and the journey of this seemingly eternal rebellion finally came to an end. When Ian sees Princess Ali sitting with a tense expression, he asks if she's nervous. She acknowledges his arrival and admits she's very nervous. Ian then asks if she regrets her decision, to which she firmly replies that she no longer wants to hide, and is determined to help people with her power. Ian smiles at her determination and reassures her not to worry, saying everything will be fine. Just then, a servant enters and asks them to please enter the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, Princess HeLene takes the witness stand while Ian sits on the judicial bench. An announcement is made that the trial to decide Princess Ali Green River's fate will begin. Ian speaks before the trial starts, saying there's something he wants to address first. He then heads to the witness stand, where Princess HeLene is. Ian states that he is directly connected to the accusations against Princess HeLene and therefore cannot preside over the trial. As a result, he will hand over responsibility to Sister Ronin. Descartes, confused, asks Ian to clarify what he means. Ian confirms he was one of the teachers who taught her magic. Sister Ronin asks Ian to elaborate. Ian admits he knew for 6 years that the princess would become a magician. Although he saw her use magic with his own eyes, he chose to ignore it because he believed she had her reasons. Years later, Ian explains, he had to secretly investigate an organization known as the Dragon Order. This group, deeply involved in dark magic, had infiltrated the Imperial family with many nobles from the capital as members. The Dragon Knight, a sorcerer from Oran, posed an exceptional threat because he had the power to turn the entire empire into a bloodbath if he wished. Ian explains that naturally he had to act cautiously for everyone's safety, but there was a limit to what he could do alone. He needed help from someone inside the Imperial palace, someone he could trust, and who had authority and political influence. This led him to make a suggestion to the princess. In exchange for teaching her magic and developing her aptitude, she would help him in return. Thanks to her help, Ian was able to free himself from dark magic and find a way to defeat the Black Dragon. Ian concludes by stating that more details can be found in the report on the 5th Prince Ragnar's rebellion and the investigation of the Dragon Order. Stating that more details can be found in the report on the 5th Prince Ragnar's rebellion and the Dragon Order investigation. He says that's all he has to add. Sis Ronin then asks if she can question Princess Ali, wondering if the Tower Master's story is true. Princess Ali confirms it is. Sis Ronin then tells her she now has the chance to speak, and asks her to say everything on her mind. Princess HeLene takes a deep breath and admits that she is a criminal for breaking the Empire's laws, and she owns up to it, that she's ready to face the punishment waiting for her. She continues, saying she doesn't expect special treatment because of her status as a member of the Imperial family, and wants to be punished according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, she argues that Kevin and the maids who knew about her magic and hid it are innocent, they were just following her orders. Since she's part of the Imperial family, she then begs the judges to consider the special circumstances and place all the responsibility solely on her. She sincerely asks the Ivory Tower to show leniency in light of these factors. Just then, Terry enters the room, declaring that the princess isn't wrong. Yann looks at him and asks if he's okay. Terry confirms he's fine, adding that it seems it's not his time to die yet. Terry then addresses the Ivory Tower magician, explaining that the princess isn't at fault, she was just following orders. He continues, explaining that when magician, Kevin informed him of the princess's magical abilities, he ordered them to keep it a secret, so she could continue living as royalty, not as a magician. Although the princess grew more suspicious of the Ivory Tower later, Terry admits he played a role in that decision. He admits everything that happened was the result of his own bad choice and the love he has for her. Terry then sincerely begs everyone to blame him and give the princess a chance to pursue her magic. The jury exchanges confused looks at this. Finally, Sister Ronan announces that, although the decision would normally be made, after discussion with the master of the Ivory Tower, since he's also involved, he will personally announce their decision. He explains this trial concerns the serious crime of illegally teaching magic and training a magician. However, they recognize the special circumstances involved. They point out that the person the princess distrusted, Herbert, the head of the Ivory Tower, was actually a slave, and the right-hand man of the rebel, Ragnar. Taking that into account, Sister Ronan confirms Haley's decision to be cautious was justified. They also state, she gained no personal benefit from using magic, meaning her actions weren't driven by personal ambition. Furthermore, Sister Ronan acknowledges that her reaching 4th-class rank in a restricted environment shows her magical talent is extraordinary, possibly the greatest ever seen on the entire continent. In light of these factors, the Ivory Tower will give Princess HeLene one last chance instead of punishing her immediately. Her punishment will be deferred for 5 years, during which she will be tasked with responsibilities as a magician of the Ivory Tower. Sister Ronan adds, she will be the first sent on a mission within the Empire, and will receive private lessons from the Ivory Tower to learn what she couldn't during her time at the Academy. He emphasizes that the importance of this deferral lies in what happens over the next 5 years, the results of her actions. So, from now on, the jury declares that Princess HeLene Green River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a magician of the Ivory Tower. Yann stands in his office when HeLene calls out to him. He turns, recognizes her, and bows, calling her, Your Highness. HeLene laughs softly and tells him not to call her that anymore, explaining she's no longer a princess, and asking him to just call her by her first name. Yann smiles at that, and asks if she's enjoying her visit to the Ivory Tower. HeLene replies she's having fun, although at first the other mages were a bit awkward around her. However, they now consider her one of their own. She looks at him and says, it's thanks to his wonderful speech that she was able to become a member of the Ivory Tower, and she thanks Yann for his help. Yann lowers, politely looks up and says he's glad to hear that. After a brief pause, HeLene brings up a rumor she heard about Yann, giving up his position as master of the tower. She wonders if it's because of his request to teach her magic. Yann quickly shakes his head, insisting it has nothing to do with her. He explains there's something he needs to do, something he can't accomplish as a member of the Ivory Tower. He then opens a box on the table and says that's actually why he came here today, to see HeLene and return something to her. HeLene looks inside the box, and Yann explains that inside is a robe originally meant for the future royal descendants match, and Yann had kept it until its true owner appeared. He looks at HeLene and tells her it's time to give it back to its rightful owner. Yann then raises his staff and tells HeLene it's the staff of the Great Plains. He explains it's made from a rare material found nowhere else in the Empire, helping people better manage their mana flow. He hands the staff to HeLene and assures her it's very light, so she won't have any trouble carrying it. HeLene waves the staff and smiles widely. Yann asks if she likes it, and she enthusiastically replies that she loves it. Yann nods, then adds there's one more thing he'd like to ask her. She asks what it is. He tells her he'll be leaving the capital for a while and might not return for several years. He asks her to watch over his family and keep them safe in the capital. Surprised, HeLene asks where he's going. Yann shakes his head, explaining he can't tell her yet because he doesn't have a destination. He recalls his father's words, saying the world is still full of unknown dangers. HeLene lowers her eyes, sadness in her gaze, before telling him she finally knows what she wants to do with her life. Looking up again, she says, she wants to help those who are powerless and neglected in the Empire. She wants to create a foundation to provide financial support to those in need. She tells Yann her father was very happy to hear about her plan and promised to support her. After a long pause, she stammers that she wishes he would stay and help her. She begs him not to leave. Yann lowers his eyes, his expression softening, then says he's sorry. The Crown Prince suddenly bursts in, shouting that Yann is leaving the capital. He rushes toward Yann as he greets him. Aiden expresses surprise upon receiving the letter about Yann's departure, saying just when he thought things were getting back to normal, this happens. He pauses, then asks if Yann knows how upset HeLene was when she heard the news. He stares at Yann and demands to know how he could abandon his sister. Yann looks at Aiden, stunned. Aiden admits that, although it's embarrassing, his sister is passionate and amazing. She inherited their mother's queen-like grace and beauty, and she's so talented she became a great mage without the Ivory Tower's help. He adds, Yann won't find another woman like her anywhere else in the world. Yann replies he knows Kylie is incredible, and that's exactly why he wants her to find someone better than him. Frustrated, Aiden asks if Yann understands what he's trying to say. After a pause, he asks what Yann wants to tell him. Yann shares a request from Sister Paul. Before her death, Sister Paul wanted Yann to tell Captain Oliver he was sorry for what happened, and that he was grateful. Yann explains all he could do was listen to Sister Paul say that before she passed away. Yann bows to Aiden and apologizes. Aiden tells him he wouldn't be where he is today without Yann's guidance through all the trials. If it weren't for Yann, Aiden would still be a bitter drunk with no confidence. He tells Yann that from now on, he'll try even harder to become a king, worthy of the trust Yann and the others have placed in him. When Yann finishes what he has to do, he must come back. Yann smiles at Aiden and assures him he will return. Suddenly, Aiden orders Oliver to hand over his sword. He takes it, draws it, and asks Yann how his swordsmanship is. Aiden tells Yann he's been waiting for this day for a long time. Yann asks what Aiden is trying to do. Aiden hands the sword to Yann and says it's a gift. He calls Yann his teacher, his friend, and his savior. He swears the Imperial family, the house will always welcome visits honoring Yann Page and provide all kinds of support, from this generation to the next, for eternity. Yann looks at Aiden in shock. Aiden laughs, admitting he always thought it was cool. He said he'd always wanted to try it himself whenever he saw nobles doing it. He laughs again. Then, he wishes Yann good luck, saying he'll be waiting. Yann's eyes fill with tears as Aiden hugs him. Yann thanks him silently. Yann was packing up at home when he heard a knock. His mom asked if she could come in. He told her to come in and asked what she was bringing. He noticed she must be tired from the trip. He then suggested she go back to her room to rest, but suddenly she grabbed his hand, surprising him. Yann asked if everything was okay and why her hands were so cold. She reassured him she was fine, but suddenly, she collapsed into his arms. Yann panicked, calling out worriedly, telling her to hang on. While he went to get Mr. Rotho and a doctor, his mom gripped his shirt tightly, telling him she was really okay. She said she came to say goodbye, but seeing him made it too hard. She confessed that after hearing everything he'd been through since returning to the capital, she couldn't breathe anymore. Tears in her eyes, she cried, wondering why something so terrible had to happen to her son. why he had to carry all that pain alone. She blamed herself, heartbroken for him. Yann tried to comfort her, but she went on, saying that when she stayed in Mogrian, she was terrified she'd never see him again. Suddenly, she looked at him intensely and said that if anything happened to her, she couldn't go on living. She thought of her late husband and said she couldn't bear losing another family member. Yann took her hand, reassuring her. It might be hard to believe, but he had met his father. He couldn't explain everything that happened, but his father told him that even if Yann couldn't see him, he had never really left his side. Yann admits he once hated his father, but now he realized that everything he had came from his father's love, and why he chose to follow in his footsteps. He told her he wanted to understand his father's thoughts, and why he chose to protect them that way. Yann begged his mom to let him do this for himself, to fulfill his father's last wish. His mother looked at him, tears in her eyes, and exclaimed, realizing how much he had grown. She had always seen him as her little boy. Yann reassured her, telling her there was nothing to fear. He reminded her she wasn't alone, because she now had a new family, people who loved her deeply. He spoke of Mr. Ratho, describing him as a wonderful man. Yann had never known fatherly love before meeting him. Then there was Douglas, a bright young boy who lit up every room he entered, a kid who knew how to care for others. Yann held his mother's hands, telling her he wanted her to be happy. He promised he wouldn't be gone long. Outside the room, Mr. Ratho and Douglas quietly shed a few tears, touched by the emotional conversation between mother and son. The next day, Yann prepared for his trip, checking his horse. Ratho approached, asking if it was already time for him to leave. Yann turned and said yes. Ratho noticed Yann only took his horse, and commented that it reminded him of the day they first met. When Yann left Lloyd Village, Ratho laughed, remembering how bad Yann was at riding back then. Embarrassed, Yann lowered his eyes and said, "I'm stronger now." Then he asked Ratho to take care of his mom. Ratho promised to protect Madame Page with his life. At that moment, Douglas called out to Yann, but instead of captain, he called him bro. Yann turned around, surprised, and asked why he called him that. Douglas smiled and handed him a pouch. He explained he had prepared mana elixirs and healing potions, promising they were better than the best on the market, even though Yann probably wouldn't get hurt. Douglas just wanted to make sure he was well prepared. He added that if Yann needed more, he could just send a letter to the manor. Yann smiled gratefully and thanked Douglas. At that moment, his mom ran up to him, out of breath, handing him a box. She said it was food for his journey and urged him not to skip meals and to take care of his health. She also reminded him to write often. Yann promised he would, and told her to take care of herself too. After their emotional goodbye, Yann mounted his horse. He looked back, thinking this was his home, a place. Yann smiled, knowing they were his family, and with that, he set off on his journey. Douglas sat at his desk, carefully writing a letter to Yann. He started with "Dear Captain" and quickly continued, asking how Yann was doing. It had already been 8 years since Yann left, and so much had happened. Meanwhile, Douglas wrote that he had graduated from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy summa cum laude, and had finally achieved his dream of inventing the cure for his father's incurable disease. This success led to his appointment as an Imperial alchemist. His father, who had helped him with his research, was offered the same position, but he declined. Douglas suspected his father was overwhelmed by the responsibilities tied to working for the Imperial family, but thought it was mostly because he didn't want to be separated from their mother. He asked Yann if he remembered how clumsy they used to be, but now they were a loving couple. He went on to say that His Majesty the Emperor never fully recovered from the assassination attempt 8 years ago, and had recently ordered Crown Prince Aiden to take over official duties. Aiden had become more insightful and mature and was doing a remarkable job. His latest feat was successfully negotiating a peace treaty between Grand River Coldwood and the Water Duchy. The treaty led to a massive boost in trade, bringing great progress to both the economy and technology. Douglas also shared that Lady Ali had completed her 5-year probation and officially became a High Mage of the Ivory Tower. She had founded a charity, which made her extremely popular among the Empire's people. Now, she was the top candidate to become the next mistress of the tower. He concluded by saying everyone was living life to the fullest, though they all missed Yann a lot. At the end of the letter, Douglas wrote that he hoped Yann would return soon, and that he would be waiting. He also jokingly asked if Yann would be okay with calling him bro next time they met. Douglas stretched, after finishing the letter, telling himself how much he missed Yann. Just then, his father called him. He went downstairs, and noticed his mother telling him she looked beautiful. She smiled and thanked him, then asked her husband if she could join him that evening. Radio assured her it was possible, mentioning that the new emperor himself had sent them an invitation and a carriage for the occasion. Then he stepped in, saying everything was taken care of and he had reserved seats for them in the guest of honor section. With a sigh, his mother agreed to join them, and the three set off for the castle, excited for the evening. Meanwhile, Oliver sat by Paul's grave, paying his respects. He had brought flowers and, after a moment of silence, stood up when a soldier informed him it was time to leave. He glanced back at Paul's grave, whispering how much it would have been unbelievable if Paul had been there to see it all. He promised he'd be back and told Paul to get some good rest. In HeLene's quarters, a mage knocked on her door and asked if she was ready. HeLene stood in her dress and coat, radiant, and replied that she'd need a moment. She turned to grab her staff and told the mage she was ready to go. She couldn't miss her bro's coronation. The castle buzzed as people gathered to witness HeLene's crowning. The emperor greeted the guests and began his speech. He spoke of the blessing of passing on the crown to his son, the crown prince HeLene Green River, though he was old enough to hold the throne for life. The emperor had made the tough call that it was time for HeLene to take over. He believed it was for the empire's good, and under his son's reign, the people's lives would improve. The emperor then called Aiden forward to present him as the new emperor. Aiden stepped toward the throne, each step heavy with determination. He knelt before his father. Aiden looked up and vowed to keep making his dad proud and never let him down. His father nodded, starting the tradition of passing the throne. Once everything was official, the emperor declared that Crown Prince Aiden Green River was now the new emperor of the Green River Empire. The crowd erupted in applause, singing and blessing their new ruler. In the great hall, a mysterious figure watched the new emperor. Suddenly, pink flower petals began to fall from the sky. The crowd looked around in surprise, showered in petals. Douglas, holding one of the petals, quickly realized there was mana inside. He looked up at HeLene, and they both turned toward the source. To their surprise, Yann stood before them, congratulating Aiden on his rise. Aiden, spotting Yann, lit up with a wide smile and greeted him warmly. He shook Yann's shoulders, his voice full of emotion, saying how much he'd missed him. Yann laughed and replied that Aiden really hadn't changed, offering his congratulations again on his rise. At that moment, Yann's mom called his name, and his parents along with his bro rushed to hug him. His mom started sobbing, asking why he hadn't told them sooner he was back, how he was doing, if he was taking care of himself, eating enough, and if he knew how much she missed him. Douglas added that his bro missed him a lot too. Yann took a deep breath, a warm smile spreading across his face as he replied that he missed them all a lot too. His mom, still crying, asked if he'd finished everything he had to do. Yann smiled and reassured her that this time he'd done it all, and was back for good. Aiden cleared his throat and called Yann's name to get his attention. When Yann looked at him, Aiden made a subtle gesture toward HeLene, who silently watched the reunion. Yann's eyes lit up with joy as he called to her, turning and saying, "It's been a while. I hope your stay here has been peaceful." HeLene nodded shyly, telling him it had been peaceful and asking if he was doing well. Yann told her he'd traveled a lot and, though far from the capital, he'd heard about her remarkable deeds. He shared how everyone talked about the noble lady caring for orphans and the poor, praising her for the great work she'd done. HeLene, a bit embarrassed, replied she was just getting started. The conversation died awkwardly, both standing there in silence. HeLene quickly bowed, saying she had to go, hoping Yann would enjoy the ball, before quickly walking away. Yann watched her figure leave without a word. Aiden, with a mischievous smile, teased Yann, saying he looked disappointed. He informed Yann that HeLene still hadn't married anyone, though she'd received many proposals. Mischievously, teased Yann, saying he looked disappointed. He informed Yann that HeLene hadn't married anyone yet, despite many proposals. She had rejected them all, saying she was waiting for someone. Aiden left it hanging, wondering out loud who that person could be and who she had waited for all these years. Yann lowered his eyes, suddenly realizing that Aiden was calling him out again, saying HeLene wasn't the only one who had waited. He reminded Yann they still had a lot of work to do and asked if he was going to help. Yann looked at him and placed his hand over his heart, solemnly declaring he would follow every order from His Majesty. Meanwhile, after rushing away, embarrassed, HeLene found herself crouched beside a bush, lost in thought. Her mind drifted back to her last meeting with Yann, regretting not talking to him longer at the ball. Her face twisted in pain as she remembered the day he rejected her offer to stay. She tried not to dwell on it, rationalizing that Yann probably didn't have time to think about her, since he just returned to the capital, lost in thought. HeLene jumped when Yann called her name from behind. She took a moment to calm down, but to her surprise, she screamed his name in panic. Yann quickly apologized, explaining he didn't mean to startle her. HeLene brushed off his excuse, asking why he was there. With a composed expression, Yann explained he'd just finished a meeting with the mages of the Ivory Tower and they told him she'd be in the garden at this time of day. HeLene was a bit surprised that he'd asked all the mages where she was. Yann looked around, commenting on how much more beautiful the garden had become since he left. He remembered how it used to be, a simple space, but now it was full of life. HeLene shyly admitted she'd started planting seeds there after becoming a mage, thinking it'd be nice to have a place where mages could take a break. Yann smiled warmly, congratulating her on the wonderful idea. He then asked if she could show him around the garden, if she had time, and HeLene agreed. As they walked through the lush greenery, they talked about various flowers. Yann mentioned he was surprised to learn that the endure flower, a rare medicinal herb in their empire, was considered a weed in Coldwood, because it grew there in abundance. He laughed, noting that it made his family's efforts to obtain it almost pointless. Yann then told HeLene about a lake west of Aduchi, which he'd heard shone like gold. He went expecting to see something extraordinary, but when he arrived, it looked like any other lake. However, as the sun began to set, the lake truly shone, sparkling like gold. Yann recalled that moment, admitting it was so beautiful he'd never forget it. HeLene smiled and said it sounded like a wonderful trip. She added that she'd love to visit the Golden Lake someday. After a brief silence, Yann asked HeLene if she'd let him take her there, saying he'd go wherever she wanted. He held out his hand, telling her he'd only do it if she accepted. Yann then shared that over the years, he'd wandered through golden lakes, dense forests, scorching deserts, and endless seas, but no matter where he went, the first thought that always came to mind was her. He admitted he'd started wondering how she'd react if she were with him, and with that thought came a longing in his heart. He said he understood what that longing meant to him. He told her that when everything, at the end of the world, was over, the first thought left in his mind would be her. Suddenly, Yann dropped to one knee, reached out his hand again, and asked if she'd accompany him, just like she'd accompanied his heart all those years. He asked HeLene to let him spend the rest of his life by her side. For a moment, HeLene looked off into the distance, her voice faint as she asked if Yann promised never to leave her. Without hesitation, Yann replied he'd never leave her and would stay with her until the end of time. At that, HeLene began to sob, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Never, and that he would stay with her until the end of time. At this, HeLene starts sobbing, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, and Yann, unsure how to react, looks at her confused. HeLene, through her tears, tells Yann she missed him so much and really waited for him all these years. She says she's finally ready to let him stay by her side, and with a joyful heart, she answers, yes. She places her hand in his. Years later, Yann calls their daughter Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles widely, running towards them and calling Yann dad.